Chapter 1332. Although the Starstone was not an immortal divine material, it was still hard to find in the world. It was already amazing to obtain a piece the size of a fist. However, the star constellation Semi-Sage Divine Saber was completely refined from this rare divine material. The entire saber seemed to have stars revolving around it, blooming with dazzling starlight and emitting powerful fluctuations that could intimidate the heavens. The Star Saber was a very famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. It was a sacred saber refined by the Star Sage. The Star Sage war saber protected himself, so the Black Dragon couldn't hurt him. Only the Great Sage war saber could cut off one of the dragon's horns. Roar! That terrifying black dragon roared within the endless death chi. The entire world was shaking, and a black sun-like death light was floating within. That was the Black Dragon's Death Dragon Pearl. The Black Dragon was furious after having one of its horns cut off by the Star Sage, but he also knew that those two weren't easy to provoke. Furthermore, powerful auras were also coming from other directions. Many experts had already arrived, but they were just watching the show. No one had any intention of making a move. These guys, the star constellation Semi-Sage and the metal element Semi-Sage, knew what these people were thinking. These people wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. They would only make a move when they and the Black Dragon were both injured. Bang! At this time, the Dragon Pearl rushed out of the deathly aura and emitted endless black light. The power of death erupted like a deathly storm, engulfing the world and surging towards the star constellation Half-Saint and the metal Half-Saint. This was a Death Dragon Pearl that the Black Dragon had refined for countless years and gathered endless death chi. This Dragon Pearl was definitely comparable to a sacred weapon of a great sage. Buzz! The divine mirror of gold was shaking, and a bright golden divine light rushed out from the mirror, directly scattering the surging black chi and hit the Dragon Pearl. Boom! The Dragon Pearl shook and black gas filled the air. Although the Dragon Pearl was affected by the golden light, it still managed to block the golden divine light. Oof! At the same time, the Star Sage sneered and soared into the sky. The power of the stars around him surged, and the starry sky around him became clear. Eat my blade! The star constellation Semi-Saint roared. Then, the power of the stars in his body frantically gathered towards the Star Saber in his hand. The fluctuation of the sage level spread in all directions. Swish! The star constellation Semi-Saint slashed out with his saber, and the dazzling saber radiance instantly soared up, destroying everything in its path, and fell on the Black Dragon in front of him. The boundless death chi was like snow under the sun, dissipating under the peerless saber light. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Star constellation Semi-Sage attacked with all his strength. The mighty holy power on the Star Saber shook the entire world and deterred everyone. A trace of great sage divine power appeared between heaven and earth. The coercion of a great sage was incomparably terrifying. Even if it was just a wisp, it could almost crush the void between heaven and earth. Cracks appeared in the void, and a part of the void almost turned into chaos. The Black Dragon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The Death Dragon Pearl emitted a terrifying death aura. The power of death spread out from the Dragon Pearl in an attempt to block the peerless saber light that was slashing towards it. However, the power of the Great Sage level was second only to the power of the Extreme Path. It could even kill a sage. The saber light of the Star Saber fell like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It directly broke through the layers of black gas and slashed on the Dragon Ball. Kacha! A soft sound came from the Dragon Ball. The Star Saber cut a crack on the Dragon Ball, which contained endless death chi, but it was not destroyed. However, the Dragon Ball was seriously injured, and its light was dimmed by more than half. It was almost cut in half by the saber attack of the star constellation Semi-Sage. The Star Sage Semi-Sage was taken aback. He had already attacked with all his strength, and the Star Saber also showed a trace of great sage divine power. With such combat power, Even a real sage would not dare to take this saber attack. He thought that this saber attack could break the Dragon Ball, but there was only a crack on the Dragon Ball. This result was unexpected. Roar. The black dragon roared and recalled the Dragon Ball. Then, it turned into a ray of black light and rushed into the depths of the land of death. It actually did not dare to fight against the Star Sage and the Metal Sage. Chase. The Star Sage wielded the Star Saber and was the first to give chase. With the great Sage Battle Saber protecting him, he had no worries and directly rushed into the depths of the land of death. The Metal Sage also rushed in with the Golden Divine Mirror as protection. After the two great experts disappeared, a few figures walked out from the darkness. Since these people were able to barge their way here, each one of them was not simple. Among them were the big shots of the Heaven Realm. Let's go in as well. Don't let the Star Sage and the Metal Sage obtain the legendary heaven-defying item, the leader said coldly. Then, these big shots, who were not weaker than the Star Sage and the Metal Sage, also walked into the core area of the Land of Saint Burial. The core area of the Land of Saint Burial was the most important place in the Land of Saint Burial. The people who had set up this land of death had used a heaven-defying power to turn it into a land of death. Gu Fei didn't dare to charge in recklessly. He silently followed behind them from a distance. This way, he would be much safer. If he could avoid taking risks, he would. Roar. An abrupt roar sounded from the depths of the death zone ahead. Death energy surged violently. That place was in chaos, and roars of anger sounded one after another. Very quickly, some people couldn't hold on any longer and charged out of the depths of the land of death. There seemed to be something terrifying chasing them from behind. What was going on? Gu Fei remained hidden in the void and didn't reveal himself. He wasn't in a rush. He would first wait for the cannon fodder to come forward and then draw a safe path for them. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge explosion rang out. Death energy surged up ahead as all the saint weapons wielding half-saints attacked. Holy might filled the 9 heavens, and even that black dragon found it hard to resist. Several great holy weapons awakened, and the vast and mighty energy ripples turned a part of the world into soil. It was as if several saints had appeared in the saint burial ground at the same time. Even Gu Fei, who was protected by an extreme saint weapon, felt his soul tremble from the aura. It was too powerful. If it weren't for the saint weapons protecting him, he would have long since been unable to stand up from the pressure. However, just as the few saint weapons were awakening, an even more powerful aura of death appeared. The temperature of the entire world dropped under the impact of this aura of death. An undead creature, even more terrifying than the black dragon, had appeared. Chapter 1333. The aura of death was overwhelming. In the depths of the land of death, an extremely terrifying ripple appeared. An undead creature, even more terrifying than the black dragon, appeared. 4 inch boom. The world shook and the void shattered. The battle was inevitable. Everyone had already entered the center of the land of Saint Burial and touched upon its secrets. No one knew what was inside this forbidden zone. This time, the giants of the heaven realm had come with their saint weapons. Perhaps they could enter the depths of this forbidden zone. Bang! A golden figure flew out from inside. An ancient mirror emitted boundless golden light and floated above the man's head, displaying the power of a saint. This is Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side. Couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. The metal saint who came with his saint weapon was unexpectedly sent flying. Even his saint weapon's protection was useless. Buzz! The power of the stars was vast. A divine blade flew out from inside. The Star Saint also suffered a great loss. His star battle blade was sent flying, and he vomited blood. The terrifying undead creature in the depths of the land of death had yet to appear, but had already repelled the 2 powerful saint weapons wielding saint weapons. This kind of battle power was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei was shocked. That awakened undead creature was too powerful. Even a saint rank expert couldn't suppress it. Could it be that this undead creature was a true saint rank existence? The other giants of the heaven realm also made their moves. Divine lights constantly pierced through the void. The power of a saint weapon was vast. It was as terrifying as the arrival of several saints at the same time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the land of death. The entire world collapsed and turned into chaos. Although Gu Fei had taken control of the saint weapon, he still felt as if his soul was on the verge of collapse. He didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The transparent void rippled like water. Several figures flew out from the chaotic area. The big shots of the heavenly realm ended up the same as Semi-Sage Star Constellation and the others. They were also sent flying. So what if they had a saint weapon? In the face of absolute power, even a saint weapon's full recovery was not enough. What is that thing? How can it have such terrifying battle power? Gu Fei was truly stunned. Even the great leaders of the heaven realm were not a match for them. This made him feel that it was a little unreal. It should be known that these great leaders of the heaven realm were wielding their holy weapons. Even if a true saint were to descend, they might still be able to fight against them. TXT ebook Among the Giants. Gu Fei recognized the profound Heaven Holy Land's half-sage, the profound Heaven Old Man. He had never seen the others before. However, none of them were weak. Above Gru Tianquan's head was a primal chaos seal. Strands of primal chaos qi flowed down from it, protecting him. This was a saint-ranked ancient seal. The black ancient seal contained a powerful Hun chaos energy. This was a saint seal refined from a Hun chaos divine stone, and it was shrouded in chaotic energy. Even with the protection of the primal chaos seal, Guru Xianxia was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, half of his white hair was pulled out, and half of his head was bloody. The other heaven realm giants weren't in a better state than Guru Xianxia. All of them were covered in dust as they suffered from different degrees of impact. How can there be such an existence? Is there really a saint corpse buried inside? A heaven realm giant said with a trembling voice. It's like the existence inside the palace of the moon deities. Guru Tianxian said. He was one of the participants when the palace of the moon deities appeared. A dead soul came out from the palace of the moon deities and killed almost everyone who entered the palace. Even a half-saint had almost perished there. What? Gu Fei, who was using the anti-void secret technique to hide himself, was startled after hearing Guru Tianquan's words. He had personally experienced the terror of the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities. If it was the same as the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities, then wouldn't the existence in the depths of the land of the dead be invincible? A fallen saint and the corpse fiend condensed from an undying evil will. Perhaps no one here would be able to do anything against such an existence. Only a true saint would be able to eliminate such an existence. The thing I didn't want to see the most has happened. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Legend has it that a saint was buried in the land of the dead. This legend has been verified. The appearance of the corpse fiend was an irrefutable proof. Only in the land of the dead could the corpse fiend condense the undying evil will and turn it into an evil corpse fiend. Once this corpse fiend was formed, it would have the strength equivalent to a saint. No wonder the giants of the heaven realm were sent flying even though they came with their holy weapons. Gu Fei was still planning to wait and see what would happen next. Since these big shots had come with their saint weapons, they would definitely not retreat just like that. The divine treasury of a saint was an irresistible treasure to anyone. Now that the corpse fiend had appeared, it proved that a saint was indeed buried in the core of the land of the dead. Even if it wasn't a saint, it was definitely a saint-level existence comparable to a saint. The person who gathered the endless death chi and laid out this plan was definitely planning something heaven-defying. Since they were already here, no one would easily retreat. Roar! Starlight shone brightly as a starry sky floated. In the starry sky, a figure stepped on the void and walked over from afar. A divine saber emitting resplendent starlight danced around him. The star constellation Semi-Sage rushed over again. At the same time, the metal element Semi-Sage also came from afar. The giants of the heaven realm who were sent flying were also very unwilling. No one was willing to leave. There were 6 saint-level auras in the world. When such auras gathered together, the entire void was pressured to the point where cracks appeared from time to time. Fellow brothers, how about we join forces and fight? Someone made such a suggestion. The other 5 semi-sages did not say anything, but they all knew very well that if they joined forces, they might have a chance. If they did not join forces, there would be no chance at all. The palace of the moon deities had become a forbidden area for life in the Eastern land. The corpse fiend of the dead had devoured all life within a radius of 10,000 miles. There was a deathly fog floating there all year round. Many talented people had tried to break into the palace of the moon deities, but without exception, all of them were trapped inside and became walking corpses in the palace of the moon deities. Among the major powers of the heaven realm, some had even used their holy weapons to attack the palace of the moon deities. After losing many people, they had no choice but to return in failure. The corpse fiend of the dead had become synonymous with invincibility in the Eastern land. Now, they encountered another corpse fiend in the core area of the Saint Burial Ground. The giants of the heaven realm were having a headache. They were about to enter the core area, but they encountered such an obstacle. Let's join forces and gather the power of our holy weapons to completely refine that thing, Xianxia Guru said. The others had no objections. This was the safest method. Roar! Terrifying roars reverberated from the land of chaos in front of them. The terrifying sound waves tore the sky and earth apart, causing the land of chaos to expand outwards, shattering the void with a single roar. This kind of existence was too terrifying. This kind of combat strength could already be said to be invincible, able to fight against a true saint. A huge shadow was hovering in the chaos ahead. It was the black dragon from before. A figure was standing on the mountain-like head of the black dragon, using a giant dragon as a mount. The corpse fiend was very ostentatious. Boom! The ancient golden mirror shone brightly, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the endless death energy. It was like a golden sun rising from the head of the metal saint. The power of the metal element spread in all directions. The fluctuation of the saint level caused the world to tremble. Then, the Star Saint Star Saber also flew up, displaying a dazzling saber light. The saber energy soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its brilliance under the saber light. Xianxia Guru's Chaos Eel and the other 3 giants' holy weapons also flew up one after another. 6 saint-level powers appeared in the world. It was too shocking. The mighty power of the saints shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 6 half-saints exerted their full strength, displaying their supreme magic power and wielding their holy weapons. Gu Fei was hiding on the side with the anti-void secret technique. He was also a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The might of the saint weapons was too powerful. Even though Gu Fei's primordial spirit was in control of the saint-level puppet, he still felt endless pressure. The terrifying might of the saint weapons almost made him unable to stand up straight. It almost shook him out of the void. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had no choice but to retreat again. The 6 saint weapons were awakening. 6 saint-level powers shook the heavens. Such power made the corpse fiend in the chaos very uneasy. Whoosh! The zombie stood on the dragon's head, then directly reached towards the 6 holy weapons in the sky. The illusory giant hand broke through the layers of chaos, stretching out from the chaos zone. The hand emitting a monstrous death energy shrouded the entire world. It really wanted to grab the 6 saint weapons in the sky. You're courting death. The 6 half-saints were furious. They shook their saint weapons at the same time. A destructive power spread out from the saint weapons and blocked the hand. Bang! The hand immediately exploded, and the 6 saint weapons began to shine with boundless light. 6 saint tier energies condensed into one, then shot towards the figure standing on the dragon. Whoosh! The divine light was unstoppable. It flashed and directly pierced through the corpse fiend. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The power of 6 saint-level powers was unstoppable. The corpse fiend roared again and again. Endless death energy surged as it stepped on the dragon. It rushed out of the chaos and fiercely pounced towards Xianxia Guru's group. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1334. The power of the 6 saint weapons converged together. Perhaps even a true saint would be shocked. The terrifying power of a saint had been raised to the limit, and a single strike could even penetrate the primal chaos. Boom! The saint corpse devil was pierced by the divine light and suffered heavy injuries. However, the pierced chest of the saint corpse devil recovered in an instant. It raised a monstrous death energy as it stepped on a huge dragon and rushed out of the land of primal chaos. Rumble, the entire world was shaking, and the void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the terrifying pressure emitted by the saint corpse fiend. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone used their saint weapons with all their might. The 6 saint weapons vibrated and emitted a boundless saintly might that annihilated the entire void. The destructive power spread out, and the saint corpse devil who was riding the huge dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. The huge dragon under the corpse devil's feet let out an earth-shattering roar and opened its mouth to spit out the death dragon pearl. But this time, the death dragon pearl could no longer withstand the power of the 6 saint weapons. It was directly shattered by the surging power. The death dragon pearl's monstrous power was instantly obliterated. The 6 saint weapons combined were unstoppable and invincible. Even killing a saint didn't seem to be a difficult task. The saint corpse fiend sensed danger and soared up from the dragon's body. The combined power of the 6 saint weapons instantly blasted the black dragon. The black dragon let out a mournful roar as its giant body was blasted into more than a dozen pieces. Black dragon blood splattered in all directions. Every drop of blood contained boundless deathly aura, and even the void was pierced. The black dragon, which was comparable to a saint, was destroyed in both body and soul. This kind of power was enough to destroy an entire region. However, the land of Saint Burial was very sturdy and was definitely branded with extreme Dao patterns. Although the combined power of the 6 saint weapons pierced through the world, it didn't cause a great destruction. It didn't affect the core of the land of Saint Burial. The core of the land of Saint Burial was the place with the densest deathly aura. Someone wanted to use this extreme method to nurture a bit of life from the endless death. This method was stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. It was too shocking. The person who could use this method was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Swoosh! The saint's corpse fiend charged towards the crowd like a phantom. A terrifying aura of death spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to crack and the void space to almost collapse. This was its territory, and there was boundless death energy that it could use. Wanting to kill it was very difficult, because in this place, its power was boundless. Buzz! The 6 saint weapons trembled simultaneously. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power radiating from the 6 saint weapons was sufficient to split apart the primal chaos. Boundless energy descended from the heavens, actually locking that illusory figure in the air. It's done. Hidden in the void, Gu Fei couldn't help being shaken by this scene. The so-called indestructible Saint Devil Corpse was about to be destroyed. Roar! The Saint Corpse Devil roared again and again as it struggled desperately. The vast and mighty death energy was definitely of the Saint rank. This Corpse Devil was too terrifying. Its strength was definitely of the great Saint rank. However, the power of the 6 Saint weapons gathered together was also unimaginably powerful. This might already be the peak power of the Saint rank. As soon as the 6 Saint weapons descended, the boundless death energy was instantly melted away. This part of the void was suddenly annihilated, and nothing existed anymore. The Saint Corpse Devil was actually directly scattered. The 6 Saint weapons operated and obliterated everything. This was the peak power of the Saint rank. Even if it was a great saint, his expression would change. Humph! "What Saint Devil Corpse? It's just SOSO," said a middle-aged man in black, whose whole body was emitting purple and blue divine light. His tone was somewhat disdainful. "The Saint Devil Corpse seemed to be too easy to kill. Brother Zhou, let's not be careless. It's always good to be careful," said a handsome young half-saint dressed in white. The Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm was an extremely ancient cultivation family. In ancient times, this clan once had a Renhuang, who left behind an emperor's sword. The half-saint of the Zhou clan did not bring the emperor's sword with him. Instead, he used a purple and blue wheel. As the wheel revolved, purple and blue qi surged out. Brotherly, if you are too careful and have too many concerns, you will often be a step slower than others. The purple and blue half-saint of the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm said disapprovingly, "Brothers, there's no point in talking too much. Since the Saint Devil Corpse has been killed, let's put away our saint weapons and kill our way in." Arcane Guru said, "Of course." Everyone nodded and then called back their saint weapons. Some directly put them into their bodies, while others floated above their heads. Then, they rushed towards the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The Saint Devil Corpse was killed just like that. A figure silently appeared in the void. Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique to merge his body with the void. Even the half-saints could not sense his existence. Gu Fei had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, the Saint Devil Corpse was formed from the Saint Devil Corpse. The source of the Saint Devil Corpse was the Saint Devil Corpse. Logically speaking, the Saint Devil Corpse would not be killed as long as the Saint Devil Corpse was not destroyed. Otherwise, the Saint Devil Corpse in the Moon Deity's palace would have been killed a long time ago. After all, the appearance of the Moon Deity's palace back then shocked the entire world. Many old antiques jumped out, and some even used saint weapons, but they were not able to break into the Moon Deity's palace. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion rang out in front of them. Saintly might erupted, followed by shouts. The 6 half-saints seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble. Gu Fei was stunned. He then used the anti-void secret technique and merged with the world, disappearing on the spot. The 9 secrets of the immortal way were extremely powerful. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived near the source of the explosion. His vision suddenly widened as he charged out of the dense aura of death. Gu Fei was startled by the sudden widening of his vision. He didn't expect there to be no trace of death aura in the center of this place. Under the dusky sky, there was a huge, pitch-black city floating in the sky. Endless death qi gathered to form a huge, deathly gray dragon, descending from the sky into the huge city. The sight of the city absorbing the aura of death left Gu Fei in awe. Not many people were capable of such a feat, even in the primeval era. The ancient city emitted a boundless aura of vicissitudes. It was unknown how many years it had existed for, but it was still floating in the sky. Below the city, there were piles of bones. It was a thick layer of bones, and there were a few towering bone mountains standing in the sea of bones. Countless ghostly flames floated above the sea of bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were using their saint weapons to attack the ancient city in the sky. Loud explosions resounded in the sky. Please go to the Arcane Divine Palace. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1335. The core of the land of Saint Burial was actually a vast space. The ground here was covered with bones. An ancient city was floating in the sky. Death energy was descending from the sky like a huge dragon. A dreadful existence was breathing death energy inside the city. The death energy emitted by the city was stronger than any other place. The entire city seemed to be made of death energy. The death city in the sky was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Even the leaders of the Heaven Realm who came with their holy weapons felt danger at this time. A dreadful power that could threaten even a saint was hiding in the city. What a heaven-defying method! Gu Fei was stunned by everything he saw after entering this space. An endless amount of death energy was pouring into the city. There seemed to be a weak life force coming from the city. Although this trace of life force was weak, it was born from the land of extreme death. Life came from the extreme of death. This was originally a cycle of heaven and earth, but it was thought to have been created. This was simply stealing the fortune of the heaven and earth. The land of Saint Burial really gave birth to a heaven-defying Tao fruit. All the half-step saints were shocked when they sensed the faintly discernible life force coming from the city. This was the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was considered to be created. Such a Tao fruit was not inferior to the primordial Tao fruit bread in the peerless Great Tomb. As long as one could obtain it, they might not be able to become a saint immediately. However, becoming a saint was only a matter of time. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could sit still. 6 half-step saints acted at the same time. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the city in the sky. Buzz! A golden sun-like divine light soared into the sky. The golden splendor soared for thousands of zhong, illuminating the entire dusky heaven and earth. A dreadful fluctuation spread out, causing the sea of bones below the city to undulate. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. The metal element half-step saint attacked. Moreover, he went all out. He wanted to break the city in the sky and obtain the heaven-defying Tao fruit. The primal chaos seal, the star blade, the purple-blue divine wheel, and many others flew up one after another. Boundless saint power emitted a dreadful fluctuation that shook the heavens. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth trembled as dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Primal chaos energy seeped out from these cracks. This place is actually so sturdy. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this from afar. The power of a saint weapon had reached an unimaginable level. A single strike from a saint weapon could directly pierce through space and sink an entire region, causing countless lives to be lost. But now, the 6 saint weapons had soared into the sky, but they had only caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in this part of the world. Even a saint weapon was unable to break through the void here. It was truly inconceivable. Gu Fei also discovered that even though he was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the anti-void secret art, it was very difficult for him to merge with the void. The art actually failed. Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's presence. They didn't expect such a person to be following them. Saint-level aura. Could this person be a sage? When everyone sensed the aura emanating from Gu Fei's body, they were all shocked. The aura of a sage could only be possessed by a sage. It could not be imitated. And at this time, they were using their saint weapons with all their might and could no longer care about anything else. The ghost city in the sky began to tremble. The 6 saint weapons displayed their supreme might, shaking the heaven and earth. However, a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. Under the impact of the saint weapons, the originally motionless ghost city began to emit ancient runes. A layer of transparent light screen condensed in the void, enveloping the entire ghost town. The ancient runes triggered a powerful and terrifying power. When the 6 saint weapons struck the transparent barrier, they were all blocked. Not a single saint weapon was able to break through the barrier. What? Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 6 saint weapons attacked at the same time. Even the legendary evil fiend was destroyed. Could it be that this was a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao? If that was the case, then even a true saint wouldn't be able to break through this city. They could only sense the existence of the peerless Tao fruit from the outside, but not obtain it. This feeling was enough to drive them crazy. There was no one in this world who didn't want to become a saint, but the current world didn't allow a saint to appear. Ever since the destruction of the Desolate Era, no one was able to become a saint. A heaven-defying Tao fruit could help one become a saint. Any cultivator would go crazy for such a supreme Tao fruit. Even a saint would be envious of it. How can this be? The Zhou clan's half-saint controlled the azure and violet divine wheel and smashed it towards the city of death. The azure and violet chi were vast and mighty, and the divine wheel was obliterating everything in its path. Even the void was cracking, but it was all in vain. More and more ancient runes appeared on the ghost city, and the barrier became brighter and brighter. Ancient runes were circulating on the barrier. This is the extreme Tao rune. All the half-saints were shocked. This ghost city was definitely a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao. Just like the lost palace of the moon deities, there were ancient extreme Tao runes imprinted on it. It was also because of the extreme Tao runes that the ghost city could exist for a long time and didn't disappear in the endless erosion of time. Time was the most merciless thing. As long as enough time passed, it could erase everything. Only the extreme Tao runes could make this ghost city eternal. Can I only stop here? I really can't accept this. The Zhou clan's half-saint retracted the wheel and roared towards the sky. This result made him go crazy. How could an ordinary saint weapon break the extreme Tao grand formation? Even a great saint weapon wouldn't have such power unless someone came with an extreme saint weapon. However, the extreme saint weapon was a supreme saint weapon in the legends. It contained a flawless Tao rune and gave birth to a weapon soul. It was the strongest weapon in the world. In the entire heaven realm, it seemed like only the demon race's crown prince possessed the crown prince's seal. As for the other extreme saint weapons, no one knew where they were. Of course, the crown prince's extreme saint weapon wasn't the only one in the heaven realm. During the fight for the primordial Tao fruit nurtured by the peerless tomb, the aura of the extreme Tao had appeared. Extreme Tao rune. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately retreated. He had an extreme holy weapon on him, but with so many people present, if he were to break the grand formation that enveloped the ghost town, a great battle would be unavoidable. It would be better to wait for these people to retreat before he could do it. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1336. The holy weapon could break the city of death, but Gu Fei didn't go forward. Instead, he retreated into the endless aura of death outside. The 6 half-saints thought that he was retreating because of the difficulty. However, no one expected that Gu Fei didn't want to make a move for the time being. He could only wait for them to retreat and then make a move. How could he share the peerless Tao fruit with others? The city of death floated in the sky. 9 dragon-like aura of death fell from the sky and landed inside the city of death. There were 9 frightening death energies lurking inside. Terrifying undead creatures were sleeping inside the city of death. No one knew what was swallowing the endless aura of death, but they were certain that it was definitely not a good creature. The person who set up this heaven-defying plan must have a backup plan. The city of death definitely had unimaginable dangers, so Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had seen a lot of such city of death. Back when he was still at the Taishan sect, he entered the virtual sky world and tried to break through the eternal ominous city inside. His mountain and river cauldron was obtained from that eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron gave birth to a chaotic origin embryo, which allowed him to form his own inner world. In the eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and the old tortoise narrowly escaped death and almost got trapped inside. It was easy to imagine that this ancient city was definitely not a good place. Boom! Bang! Loud explosions kept ringing out from up ahead. Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His body had merged with the void, so he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations that shook the world. The 6 half-saints didn't want to retreat. Each of them used their holy weapons to attack the city of death in the sky. Terrifying holy might spread throughout the world, and destructive divine lights tore through the void. However, the city of death in the sky was like an immortal demonic mountain. It towered in the sky and was shrouded by a layer of divine light with flowing Tao patterns. No matter how powerful the 6 holy weapons were, they couldn't break through the divine light shrouding the city of death. They simply couldn't shake the city of death in the sky. Using the holy weapons consumed a large amount of vitality. Soon, the 6 half-saints had no choice but to stop. They realized that this couldn't go on. "I'll go get the Emperor's sword." The Zhou clan's half-sage decisively retreated and went to ask for the Sovereign Emperor's sword, the supreme holy weapon of the Zhou clan. Although the Sovereign Emperor's sword was not an extreme holy weapon, it was an Emperor's sword refined by an ancient human sovereign. Its might was infinitely close to an extreme holy weapon. In ancient times, the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm had produced a Renwang. Renwang, the Emperor of Men. Those who could have such a title were all supreme figures of the human clan. Although the human sovereign was not an extreme grade saint, he was still a supreme figure. He was invincible below the extreme grade. Even a great accomplishment, saint might not be a match for the human sovereign. If Zhou clan's half-sage would invite the number 1 holy weapon under the extreme Tao, they might really be able to break the ghost town seal. The other half-sages were shaken. "I'll also go and invite the clan's trump card." The Heavenly Worldly clan's half-step saint also left. The Heavenly Worldly clan was the original clan of the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the Li clan was regarded as the descendant of the supreme Tao ancestor. The Heavenly Worldly clan possessed the bloodline of an extreme great saint. This bloodline was extremely powerful and contained the power of the supreme Tao ancestor. Once the bloodline power was activated, they might be able to borrow the power of the Tao ancestor. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to look down on the Li clan. No one knew how deep the Li clan's foundation was. Some said that the Li clan had a supreme, holy weapon left behind by the Tao ancestor. However, no one had ever seen the Li clan use a supreme, holy weapon. There was even a time when the Li clan encountered an unprecedented crisis. The entire Li clan was almost massacred, but no one saw the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon to kill the enemy. The other half-sages were very curious about the Li clan's trump card. The Zhou clan and the Li clan left to invite their clan's trump card. However, Arcane Guru, Star Constellation half-step saint, and the others didn't leave. There was an energy sealing the ghost town. On the barrier that enveloped the ghost town, a supreme Tao rune was faintly discernible. The power of the supreme Tao was condensing. "Let's try again." Star Constellation half-step saint's star power surged violently. His body emitted boundless starlight that illuminated the entire dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz! The star saber floated in front of the Star Constellation semi-sage, emitting a terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The divine saber emitted an unprecedentedly powerful star power. On the blade, there seemed to be 9 big stars shining. "Roar! Let's go all out." Star Constellation half-step saint didn't hold back. The vast star power crazily surged towards the star saber. The 9 big stars that appeared on the blade emitted dazzling starlight. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out from the star saber. It was as if a terrifying, desolate, heavenly beast had awakened inside the divine saber. This is the aura of a great sage. Arcane Guru and the others were alarmed. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they still felt a great threat at this time. Even their souls were trembling. The star saber was the weapon of the ancient star sage. This star constellation half-step saint might be the descendant of the star sage's bloodline. One should know that this star constellation half-step saint had almost completely revived this great sage weapon. "Fellow Arcane Guru, fellow Jin, fellow Chu, come and lend me a hand." Star Constellation half-step saint's body was emitting starlight. Endless star essence was continuously drawn towards him. At this time, it was impossible for him to back down. In just a short while, Star Constellation half-step saint felt a sense of exhaustion. Just a little bit more, and the star saber would be completely awakened. No one knew how powerful the awakened great sage weapon would be. The Zhou and Li family's half-step saints had invited their foundation. The situation would be difficult to control at that time. Arcane Guru and the others looked at each other and then flashed behind Star Constellation half-step saint. They stretched out their right hands and slapped on Star Constellation Half-Step Saint's back. Rumble, the entire world shook. The combined power of 4 great half-saint experts had finally awakened the Star Saber. The aura of a great sage spread out from the Star Saber. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the surrounding deathly energy, felt a great pressure. Even his soul was trembling. After the Star Saber devoured the endless star essence, it turned into 9 balls of starlight and soared into the sky. It was as if 9 big stars had appeared in the sky. A starry sky appeared in front of everyone. This is the power of a great sage. 9 stars shone in the sky. Powerful fluctuations came down from the sky. The 4 half-step saints couldn't even straighten their backs. They were shocked to the extreme. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1337. 4 half-step saints joined forces to fully awaken the great sage weapon, the Star Blade, and displayed the terrifying power of a great sage. 9 balls of starlight soared into the sky, and a part of the starry sky appeared in the dusky world. This was the power of the stars. The entire world seemed to be crushed by the endless power of the stars coming from the 9 great stars. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Too scary. The power of great sage realm spread out mightily. The entire world was shaking. Even the ghost city in the sky was shaking. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Even though it was a saint-level battle puppet, he still felt that his spirit was trembling. The deterrent force that came from a great saint weapon made him tremble from the depths of his soul. A great sage was only 1 step away from attaining the extreme Tao fruit. Such an existence was absolutely invincible under the extreme Tao, and was a supreme-level character. Rumble, the Star Blade, turned into 9 big stars that illuminated the sky. The entire starry sky was faintly discernible, and the power of the stars reached the extreme. The 9 stars tore the sky and the earth apart, and struck the layer of divine light outside the ghost town. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The starry sky was vanishing, and the 9 big stars exploded. The entire divine light was shaking, and the extreme Tao runes appeared. The Tao pattern of the extreme Tao was condensing the power of the extreme Tao. This was a power that was more powerful than the power of the great saint level. The vast power of the stars formed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It shook that layer of seal. When the starry sky dissipated, the layer of divine light outside the ghost town was torn apart, and a 10-feet-long crack appeared. Although the crack was small, it was barely big enough for people to pass through. Haha, it's a success. Star Constellation Saint and the others were pleasantly surprised. The power of a great sage was able to tear apart the layer of the seal. This was beyond their expectations, and their joy was indescribable. However, a terrifying aura leaked out from the crack on the layer of divine light. It was a dreadful and powerful aura that made even half-step saints palpitate. Even with the protection of their holy weapons, Xianxia and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. I can sense the aura of a sage. The Star Constellation Semi-Sage was extremely shocked. It seemed like a sage was buried in the ghost city. One should know that a sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if they had fallen, their corpses were not something that anyone could approach. This aura, with the protection of my saint weapon, I can barely withstand it. The 4 half-step saints chatted for a short while, and wanted to enter the ghost city to seize the heaven-defying Tao fruit. However, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack. This is Elder Xianxia, and the others immediately stopped because they recognized this figure. They were all dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. How could this thing appear here? Evil Saint? Gu Fei, who was hidden in the deathly aura at the periphery of this world, was not surprised to see this scene. It should be known that the evil spirits of the sage could not be destroyed so easily. This kind of extremely evil and ferocious creature was born from the body of the holy corpse after the holy corpse had fallen. As long as the holy corpse was not destroyed, this evil spirit would exist forever. How is this possible? Didn't we destroy this evil spirit? The Chu clan's half-step saint's voice trembled. One should know that this evil spirit was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Even the 6 saint weapons couldn't destroy it. Moreover, it was no longer 6 half-step saints. The Zhou and Li clan's half-step saints had already left to invite their clans to break the formation. What should we do? Elder Xianxia asked. At this time, on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town, the crack that was torn by the stellar blade was gradually becoming smaller. The power of the seal was repairing that crack. There must be a saint buried in the city. This is not something we can deal with, the metal semi-sage said. Even if they came with saint weapons, they wouldn't be able to deal with the evil spirit. How could they enter the ghost city? But we are already here. The star constellation semi-sage was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a lot of effort only to find out that it was all in vain. This feeling was truly infuriating. Swish! The evil spirit attacked. 4 terrifying black lights shot out from the evil spirit's hand and pierced through the 4 half-step saints. The void was torn apart wherever the black lights passed. This was the power of a saint without a doubt. One should know that this world was extremely stable. How could an ordinary power tear apart the void here? Buzz! An ancient golden mirror hovering above the metal semi-sage's head trembled. A dazzling golden light shot out from the mirror and dispersed the black light shooting towards him. Elder Xianxia, the Chu clan's half-step saint, and the star constellation semi-sage all took action to block the black light. With the protection of their saint weapons, it wouldn't be easy for the evil spirit to injure them. The evil spirit soared into the sky and stirred up a boundless death energy. It pounced towards everyone with a terrifying aura that caused their hearts to palpitate. Swish! Wherever the saber light passed, the star constellation quasi-sage's lightning-fast saber cut through the void, destroying the heavy death chi and chopping the evil spirit charging over into 2. However, the evil spirit did not have a physical body and instantly recovered. Boom! A boundless death energy erupted and engulfed the world. This death energy devoured all essence energy, causing the 4 half-step saints to lose their essence. Bam! Primal energy surged as a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed the evil spirit into a ball of black energy. The seal displayed its powerful divine might. However, the ball of black energy was still surging. Then, a figure appeared inside it. The evil spirit was known to be indestructible, and it was proven once again in front of everyone. The 4 half-step saints took action and fought against the evil spirit. At the same time, the crack on the barrier of light outside the ghost town started to shrink. Although Old Man Darkheaven and the others were burning with anxiety, the fiend managed to block their path. The fiend had locked onto them and was constantly attacking them. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They wanted to kill this evil spirit so that they could enter the ghost town. However, the evil spirit was extremely ferocious and blocked their path. Gu Fei was hiding in the death energy surrounding the ghost town. He wasn't in a hurry to take action or enter the ghost town to seize the heaven-defying Dao fruit. Since the evil spirit had appeared, who knew what kind of evil monster would jump out from the ghost town? Damn it! The evil spirit seemed to possess boundless power. Not only did it stop the 4 half-step saints, but it also put them in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for the protection of their saint weapons, they would have been killed countless times by this evil spirit. To see the first advertisement, please go to the Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1338. Roar. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They activated their saint weapons with all their might, wanting to kill the most ferocious and terrifying existence in the world. Question mark. Buzz. The golden divine mirror emitted a blinding divine light, like a golden sun. Rays of golden light pierced through the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and even pierced through the evil spirit. However, it still couldn't kill the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body emitted a boundless deathly aura, and the power of death burst out. Its shattered body recovered once again as if it had never been injured. Everyone was shocked. This evil spirit was too powerful, as if it possessed boundless power. In this place, this evil spirit was simply invincible. Clang! A dazzling saber light soared into the sky, and instantly slashed the evil spirit that had just recovered into two halves. The one who unleashed such a shocking attack was the Star Saint, who was on the verge of collapsing. The Star Saber was a great saint weapon, and not an ordinary saint weapon. The saber chi was vast and mighty, and the Star Saber light completely destroyed the evil spirit, leaving nothing behind. It was as if the evil spirit had been killed by the saber. "Quick, go in!" Everyone was surprised and happy at the same time. They saw that the crack on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town had shrunk to less than 3 meters. If they hesitated any longer, the crack would disappear. Swoosh! 4 divine lights soared into the sky and rushed towards the crack. The 4 half-step saints used their saint weapons to protect themselves and ignored the saint chi leaking out from the crack and rushed into the ghost town. Right at the instant that the 4 half-saints charged into the city, the space where the evil spirit had been annihilated had suddenly started to tremble. After that, threads of black energy converged over from all directions, and then an ethereal figure appeared in midair. This is Gu Fei, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing this scene. The evil spirit was truly indestructible, and it was still fine after receiving an attack from a great saint weapon. Roar! The evil spirit of the saint reformed its body and roared at the sky. Death chi filled the sky and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei did not enter the void in front of him. He had been hiding in the death chi on the periphery of this part of the void, sensing the fluctuations coming from the void in front of him. This area was surrounded by endless death chi. It had a circumference of 100 miles. The ghost town was the center of this area. It was in the sky above this area. 9 dragon-like death aura fell down from the sky into the ghost town. Inside the ghost town, there were 9 places that emitted a terrifying aura, as if there were supreme existences in deep slumber. When the 4 half-saints charged into the city with their saint weapons, the crack on the layer of light behind them disappeared. It could be said to be a matter of life and death. Someone immediately took out a godly medicine and consumed it, recovering the vitality that he had expended. Just a moment ago, the 4 semi-sage realm experts had joined forces to drive the Star Saber to unleash a powerful attack, and it had successfully torn apart the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost city and entered the ghost city. The 4 half-saints had consumed a large amount of vitality. The vitality needed to drive a great sage weapon that had been refined by a great sage was simply too huge. Even a half-saint expert would find it difficult to completely awaken a great sage weapon, and it would be equivalent to a great sage's all-out attack. One could well imagine how powerful this great sage weapon was. The crack on the divine light seal disappeared, and the evil spirit was blocked outside. However, a scene that left Gu Fei dumbstruck appeared. The evil spirit had disappeared in the void, and the monstrous death chi had also disappeared along with it. It was as if the evil spirit had never appeared. This Gu Fei felt uneasy. This evil spirit was too evil. Such an existence was a great threat to him. If this evil spirit were to pounce on him, he might not be able to protect his saint-level battle puppet. Just when the evil spirit had disappeared, a terrifying figure appeared in the ghost town. The evil spirit that had disappeared had unexpectedly appeared in the ghost town. How did it enter the ghost town? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He couldn't see how the evil spirit managed to enter the ghost town, and how did it pass through the divine light seal so easily? One had to know that the arcane guru and the others had expended a great deal of effort just to tear a hole in the divine light seal with their great saint armament, the astral saber. Dazzling light rushed out of the ghost town. The 4 half-saints that had entered the ghost town had encountered a great danger, and the aura of their saint weapons was vast and mighty. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars resounded from every corner of the ghost town. Afterward, a terrifying death chi spread out from the ghost town, and a terrifying silhouette appeared. How did they come back to life? Heavens, what am I seeing? Cries of surprise came from the ghost town. Arcane Guru and the others seemed to have encountered an inconceivable existence. The fluctuations of their saint weapons were actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble. The saint-level power was vast and mighty in the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. However, even with the use of saint weapons, the ghost town still didn't show any signs of damage. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in front of the divine light seal. He opened his martial heavenly eyes and scanned the ghost town inside the seal. Amidst the heavy aura of death, there were countless figures moving about. Such a scene shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This scene was very similar to the scene he encountered in the ominous city of eternity in the virtual sky world back then. Could it be that this ghost town had some connection with the ominous eternity city in the virtual sky world? Even with his martial heavenly eyes, it was still difficult for him to clearly see the scenery inside the ghost town. Gu Fei could only see a vague scene. It seemed that there were immortal corpses constantly standing up from the ground and staggering towards the location of the four half-saints. That Saint Evil Spirit was nowhere to be found. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the cauldron of mountain and river to dissolve the divine light seal in front of him, a few powerful auras appeared in the distance. There were experts traversing through the deathly aura and were rapidly approaching this part of the void. Oof! Gu Fei sneered and immediately left, once again hiding in the surrounding death chi. The deathly gray mist was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. He used the anti-void secret technique to merge with the void. Perhaps even a true saint wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Swish! Swish! A few beams of divine light broke through the death chi and rushed out of it, entering this part of the void. The power of the saint level instantly spread out in a vast and mighty manner. When Gu Fei saw those people, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Primordial Era Emperor Xian, the son of the heavenly demon? When Gu Fei saw who it was, his pupils couldn't help but contract. These people were his great enemies, Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Primordial Era, and one of the heavenly demons, Xianxia. In addition to these two, there was also a tall old man with white hair and beard standing side by side with him. Obviously, this old man's status was not lower than that of Primordial Era Emperor Xian and Xianxia. This is a half-saint. Gu Fei noticed the old man. He sensed a trace of a saint's aura from the old man. Only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. In this world where saints were extinct, only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. How did the three of them get together? Gu Fei was very surprised. After all, although humans and demons weren't mortal enemies, they rarely interacted with each other, especially at this level. Oh, someone actually entered. Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others sensed the strangeness of the ghost town and were startled. They felt that it was inconceivable. With the existence of the extreme Dao seal, how could someone enter? Could it be that these people had extreme Dao sacred weapons? Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others were bewildered. In order to enter this place, they had already prepared for a long time. They even joined hands with the demon race to invite the young master of the heavenly demon lineage, Xianxia. The ghost town isn't that easy to enter. Let's go. Xianxia's face revealed a trace of disdain. He was the son of the heavenly demon, so he knew many great secrets of this world. This was also the reason why Primordial Era Emperor Xian wanted to find him. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage was not a bad thing. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian also needed a powerful ally because he felt great pressure from all sides. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian had exterminated the Eastern Earth's third greatest power, the mysterious dark sect, causing the entire Eastern Earth to be in turmoil. All the big shots of the heavenly realm were eyeing the Eastern Earth covetously. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage would cause the big shots of the heavenly realm to have some misgivings. It must be known that the strength of the heavenly demon lineage was not to be underestimated. The heavenly demon was in existence on par with the Supreme Grand Emperor. Together with the Supreme Grand Emperor, they were known as the two great demon ancestors of the demon race. They were the extreme Tao great demons of this world. Did you bring the item? Primordial Era Emperor Xian asked. Here, after Mu Qingtian said that a purple divine light rushed out from the top of his head. Within the divine light, a purple withered branch rose from the top of his head. This withered branch didn't emit any fluctuations. There seemed to be small holes on it. It seemed to be an ordinary branch of a purple tree. Seeing this branch, Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. They didn't expect that Mu Qingtian would bring such an item. You don't need to be confused. This branch was cut from my father's main body, the holy tree. It can break the Ghost City's seal. Mu Qingtian said. When Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man heard this, they immediately laughed. This withered branch was truly extraordinary. It was like a real withered tree, but since it was cut from the heavenly demon's main body, it must have endless uses. The heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. The divine light seal outside the Ghost City shouldn't be able to stop these guys. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to _target=_blank. Chapter 1339. The Primordial Emperor Xian and the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had joined forces. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the void, was extremely shocked. He had never imagined that the Primordial Emperor Xian would join forces with the Sky Demon lineage. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a major event. It would cause the expressions of the various powerhouses who were eyeing the Eastern Territory to change. Although the Sky Demon lineage did not reveal itself, it was extremely terrifying. The terror of the Sky Demon lineage was not something that ordinary people could imagine. During the Great Desolate Era, even the Supreme Grand Emperor was wary of the Sky Demon. As the ancestors of the demon race, the Sky Demon could not compete with the Grand Emperor and could only endure. The demon race had been divided into two camps since the Great Demon Race. During that era, there were countless great demons who followed the Grand Emperor, but there were also many demon race experts who followed the Sky Demon. For countless years, the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon race had been fighting openly and covertly. This battle did not stop because of the disappearance of the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon. However, over the long years, the Grand Emperor's power had always been dominant among the demon race, suppressing the Sky Demon race. However, in the current era, the Sky Demon race had gradually become stronger. There was more than one half-saint in this race, and a legendary Sky Demon's son had also awakened from his deep slumber. When the Sky Demon race was about to gain the upper hand in the battle, the Grand Emperor's son suddenly appeared out of nowhere and brought back the Extreme Path Grand Emperor's saint weapon. The Sky Demon race had just emerged when they were ruthlessly suppressed. The experts of the Sky Demon race were naturally unwilling to give up and were still restless. At this time, the Sky Demon's son took out a withered branch. It was an ordinary withered branch with nothing special about it. This is the branch that was cut from the sacred tree, the body of the Supreme Sky Demon. Both the Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were bewildered because this withered branch was too ordinary. There was no powerful aura coming from it. Was this withered branch that no one would take a second look at if it was thrown on the ground? Was it really a part of the body left behind by the legendary Supreme Sky Demon? How could the body of an Extreme Path expert look like this? It should be noted that even the corpses left behind by sages were immortal. The aura that emanated from the corpses was not something that ordinary people could withstand. The body of an Extreme Path saint should be even more terrifying. Just a trace of his aura would be enough to crush the entire world. Is it really the Sky Demon's true form? Gu Fei didn't believe it either, but the words coming from the son of Sky Demon couldn't be false. After all, he was the son of Sky Demon. Get out of the way, watch how I break the ghost town's seal. The son of the Sky Demon was very confident. He didn't seem to use any demonic energy, but the branch in his hand flew up and struck the seal outside the ghost town. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the old man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. Everyone nervously stared at that withered branch. That withered branch flew up and struck the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. Under everyone's attentive gazes, that withered branch actually fused into the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. Then, with a boom, a purple demonic light burst forth, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire world was shaking. This was a wisp of extreme path fluctuation that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Gu Fei was affected by it, and had no choice but to retreat. Extreme Paths Aura. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the old man felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Under this aura, they almost knelt down. Fortunately, this aura only flashed for a moment and immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was collapsing. Although the divine light seal was engraved with extreme paths, Tao runes, they were also shattered by the mighty power. Countless Tao runes dissipated in the void. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was blasted open by the sudden burst of supreme demonic energy, creating a large hole with a radius of several li swish. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qing Tian, waved his hand and retrieved the branch. Then he held it in his hand. It was this branch that actually broke the seal outside the ghost city. Is it really a branch that was cut off from the heavenly demon's body? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that an ordinary withered branch could actually possess such terrifying might. A casual strike from it was actually several times stronger than a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was even more shocked. He had personally witnessed how Arcane Guru and the others used their great saint weapon, the Star Blade, to break the ghost town seal. Even the saint weapon refined by a great saint and fully awakened only managed to tear a 10-meter-long hole in the divine light seal of the ghost city. The heavenly demon's body was truly too terrifying. A branch could already suppress a great saint weapon. Perhaps that branch could even contend against an extreme path saint weapon. Only the power of an extreme path saint weapon could break the ghost town seal. But now, the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qing Tian, had done the same. He broke the ghost town seal. Rumble, 9 powerful saint auras surged out from the broken divine light seal. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the influence of these 9 saint auras. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and the old man hurriedly used their saint weapons. A divine sword rushed out from Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's body and hovered above his head. A ray of divine light rushed out from the top of the elder's head. A large bronze bell rose up and floated above the elder's head, protecting him. The aura of a saint was incomparably powerful. Just one aura was enough to shake the world, not to mention the auras of 9 saints. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Boom! Just when everyone was overwhelmed with shock, a loud sound rang out from within the ghost city. After that, 4 rays of divine light pierced through the void and created a path within the ghost city. 4 figures rushed out from the ghost city in an extremely sorry state. This was the power of a saint. The 4 saint weapons were displaying their terrifying might. They opened up a path of survival in the ghost city and escaped from the ghost city. Arcane Guru? Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu immediately recognized the Arcane Guru who came out of the ghost city. The Emperor's eyes lit up because the enmity between him and the Guru wasn't small. BZZ. The sword hovering above Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's head emitted a deafening hum and turned into a dazzling ray of sword light that slashed at Arcanist Guru Arcana, who was still in a state of shock. Please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1340. The 4 half-step saints who had entered the ghost city earlier came out in a sorry state. Every single one of them was covered in blood. It was their own blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger Arcane Guru and the others had encountered in the ghost town. At this time, their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. While the four of them were still in a state of shock, a dazzling sword light emitted terrifying sword energy fluctuations and arrived in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Umph. The star constellation Semi-Sage sneered. He held the star saber in his hand and slashed forward. The star saber light instantly cut through the void and soared thousands of feet, slashing down on Yuan Gu, Immortal Emperor's head. This was an incomparably tyrannical slash. What? Emperor Xian was startled. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful character among the opponents who could recover from the shock in an instant and counterattack. He was originally aiming for Arcane Guru, but now he had to fight against Star Constellation Sage to be. The Saint-level sword light and the saber light collided. Buzz! Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's sacred sword was trembling. The flying immortal sword light was actually collapsing. The opponent's blade light was incomparably powerful and displayed an indomitable might. Swoosh! Emperor Xian had no choice but to turn into an immortal light and evade the attack. He rushed out of the dazzling saber light that fell from the sky and escaped Star Constellation Sage to Be's attack. A great saint weapon. Emperor Xian's figure appeared a few dozen miles away in the next moment. A strange expression flashed on his face. A sacred weapon refined by a great saint was definitely an emperor among sacred weapons. Emperor Xian felt that his flying immortal sword light was no match for the opponent's divine saber. This made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do because his flying immortal sword light wasn't a great saint weapon. Yuan Gu. At this time, Arcane Guru and the others who rushed out of the ghost town also saw the surrounding environment. Arcane Guru even recognized Eastern Land Emperor Xian. Yuan Gu. Stabbing people in the back. The star constellation Semi-Sage pointed his saber at Primordial Emperor Xian as he spoke. He had already locked onto Primordial Emperor Xian, and the star saber in his hand was ready to strike at any time. Star saber? Who is a great star sage to you? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, couldn't help changing his expression when he saw the divine saber in the star constellation half-saint hand. He recognized the origin of the divine saber and asked. In ancient times, the great star sage was a ruthless person in the Great Desolate era. No one knew how many enemies he had killed with his star blade. Moreover, a great saint was a supreme existence, second only to an extreme path saint. A great saint weapon could be said to be an invincible saint weapon below an extreme path saint weapon. Who are you? When Star Constellation's Sage to Be heard this, he immediately became vigilant. The other party dared to call Star Sage by his name. Could it be that he was from the same generation as Star Sage? Mu Qingtian sneered. He didn't say anything but stared coldly at Star Constellation's Sage to Be. Old Star Constellation, don't be presumptuous. This is the son of the demon ancestor. The white-haired old man stepped forward and said to Star Constellation Sage to Be, the son of the demon ancestor. Star Constellation Sage to Be was shocked when he heard this. There were only 2 demon ancestors in the world. Could this guy be the son of the Tai Emperor or the son of the Sky Demon? The return of the Tai Emperor's son to the demon clan had caused a sensation in the heaven realm. Even a hermit like Star Constellation Sage to Be knew about the return of the Tai Emperor's son. In recent years, there were also rumors that the Sky Demon's son had awakened from his deep slumber. The return of the Tai Emperor's son had caused a change in the attitude of those who supported Mu Qingtian in the demon clan. What element demon power? You must be the legendary Sky Demon's son. The metal element Sage to Be suddenly said. He cultivated the power of the metal element and was very sensitive to the other 4 elements. Why don't you get lost if you know? Mu Qingtian was very conceited. He had brought a withered branch for his father's body. It could be said that no one present was a match for him. Star Constellation Sage to Be and the others were furious when they heard this. However, they had to be cautious because of the other party's identity. The Sky Demon lineage was not to be trifled with. Moreover, no one knew if the demon ancestor Sky Demon had left his extreme path demon weapon to his son. If the Sky Demon's son had the extreme path demon weapon, they would be in real danger. Humph! If you have the ability, go and break into this ghost town. Why are you showing off in front of us? The Chu clan's sage-to-be said coldly. Although the sky demon lineage was powerful, the four of them represented the four major factions of the Heaven Realm. Among the four major factions, none of them could be underestimated. Even the entire demon clan of the Heaven Realm was wary of the profound Heaven Holy Land, the Chu clan, the Star Great Sage's lineage, and the Golden Sacred clan. Furthermore, the Sky Demon lineage did not represent the entire demon clan of the Heaven Realm. You're courting death. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the metal sage-to-be. The withered branch did not emit any energy fluctuation, but the metal sage-to-be suffered a great impact. His body instantly collapsed. The golden divine blood that flickered with a brilliant golden light scattered in all directions. Even someone as powerful as a metal element semi-sage had his physical body shattered under the protection of a saint weapon. How powerful was this force? The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian's domineering attack immediately stunned everyone present. Buzz! The golden light, divine mirror, trembled, and rays of golden light fell down. The exploded muscles, bones, blood, and flesh flowed back. The metal element semi-sage was reassembling his body. Golden light flashed, and the power of metal was vast. In just an instant, the metal element semi-sage reappeared in front of everyone. Roar! Do you really want to be the enemy of the four major clans? The metal sage-to-be roared angrily. Mu Qingtian was too hateful. He destroyed his body in one move. Although his body had been reconstructed, he was still seriously injured. If you speak again, I will really destroy you. Mu Qingtian did not seem to care about the metal sage-to-be at all. However, he did not dare to harm the metal sage-to-be's life. The Gold Sacred clan in the Heaven Realm was an extremely powerful clan. It was said that this clan was the descendants of the metal element divine being. Gold and divine blood flowed in their bodies. The Gold Sacred clan was extremely powerful. Even the Sky Demon lineage did not want to offend this clan. The metal sage-to-be's eyes turned red. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, Mu Qingtian's strength was extremely powerful. He was not someone he could deal with. You have gone too far. At this time, the star constellation sage-to-be spoke. He looked coldly at Mu Qingtian. This Sky Demon's son was too arrogant. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man walked out from behind Mu Qingtian and confronted the mysterious Sky Sage-to-be and the others. Please go to the mysterious Sky Sage-to-be. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1341. Mu Qingtian, the son of the Sky Demon, had the right to be arrogant. He was confident that he could ignore a half-step saint, even if he was facing a half-step saint with a holy weapon. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man also approached Guru Tianxian and the others. They were ready to fight at any time. You gone too far. Star Constellation Semi-Sage held the star blade in his hand and stared coldly at Mu Qingtian. Although they had just escaped from the Ghost City, they still had the strength to fight. So what if I've gone too far? Get lost. Mu Qingtian looked down on Star Constellation Semi-Sage and the others. He was still extremely domineering. He didn't care, even if he offended the four major powers. Good. Star Constellation Semi-Sage laughed angrily and said, good, 3 times in a row. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a cold, murderous aura emanated from his body. Humph! You want to kill me? You? Mu Qingtian laughed. He had an extreme path saint weapon in his hand. Even the star blade of a great saint was nothing to him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone these 4 guys in front of him. Then let me experience the supreme, divine ability of the Sky Demon lineage. Star Constellation Sage-to-be said as he slashed at Mu Qingtian with his saber. 9 stars appeared on the star saber. The dazzling saber light tore through the void and soared tens of thousands of feet towards Mu Qingtian's head. Good. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw this scene. It would be best if these people fought and both sides were injured, so he could reap the benefits. However, Mu Qingtian only sneered in the face of this earth-shattering blade attack. Then, he directly attacked with the withered branch. There were no energy fluctuations emanating from the withered branch, but the star constellation Sage's extremely sharp blade had been neutralized. The 10,000 feet long blade, light, silently collapsed and was neutralized by a strange force. Bang! Star constellation Semi-Sage was directly sent flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had such terrifying power. What? Arcane Guru Xianxia and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were already in disbelief when the Sky Demon's son destroyed the metal half-saint's physical body. Now, the withered branch was able to withstand a sacred weapon. After all, the Star Saber in the semi-god Star Sage's hand was not an ordinary holy weapon. It was a great sage weapon refined by the ancient Star Sage using star stones. What is this? Everyone truly found this hard to believe. How could the most ordinary withered branch possess such terrifying power? It didn't reveal anything, yet made one's heart tremble. With the branch in Mu Qingtian's hand, even if the four half-saints joined forces, they would still be defeated. This shocked and angered Arcane Guru and the others. Could it be that the withered branch in his hand is an extreme divine artifact? The Chu family's half-saint from the heaven realm stared at the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand and said, they had just escaped from the ghost town, so they didn't know that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had an enormous origin. It was a branch that was cut from the legendary supreme fate ancestor Heavenly Fei's main body, the Holy Tree. The Sky Demon's body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born between heaven and earth. It cultivated to become an unparalleled great demon and eventually became an extreme demonic saint. Swish! Mu Qingtian didn't stop there. He swept the withered branch at Arcane Guru Xianxia, the metal half-saint and the Chu family's half-saint. The three half-saints were scared out of their wits. Without any suspense, Arcane Guru Xianxia and the other two half-saints were swept away by Mu Qingtian's withered branch. The three half-saints suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of their mouths. The four half-saints were no match for Mu Qingtian. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and the old man glanced at each other and were secretly delighted. Among the four half-sages, there were their enemies. They couldn't wait for Mu Qingtian to kill the three half-sages. Mu Qingtian didn't plan to stop. He continued to press forward. His demonic energy was vast and mighty. Purple demonic energy lingered around him. He was still suppressing the four half-saints with ease. To think that this guy has become so powerful in such a short period of time. How is this possible? Gu Fei, who was hiding within the deathly aura at the periphery of the void, was shocked when he saw this scene. He had fought with the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, before. He knew his strength very well. The battle strength Mu Qingtian displayed now was incomparable to that day. Did the extreme Dao Saint artifact increase his battle strength? That seemed to be the only possibility. If Mu Qingtian had used this withered branch when he fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to suppress him even if he had an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Gu Fei thought of many things in an instant. This withered branch was definitely one of the trump cards of the Sky Demon's lineage. Just thinking about the body of the Sky Demon shocked him. Just as Mu Qingtian was moving towards Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others, the seal of the ghost town that was broken by Mu Qingtian was silently repairing itself. Outside the ghost town, the huge hole with a radius of several miles was shrinking. Moreover, a silhouette silently walked out of the ghost town. The power of death was vast and mighty. The aura of 9 saints filled the air. It seemed like 9 saints were buried in the ghost town. 9 dragon-like death chi descended from the sky. Inside the ghost town, There are undead saints swallowing the monstrous death chi. In the ghost town, there was a vast death chi. Inside the gray fog, there seemed to be many figures moving around. They couldn't be seen clearly. There was a strange power enveloping the whole city. Someone used a great power to disturb the heaven's secret of the ghost town. Even if the legendary diviner came, he wouldn't be able to divine anything. The change in the ghost city was immediately noticed by everyone. That terrifying silhouette walked out from the ghost city. His entire body was surging with death energy. He looked like a death god that had just walked out from hell. Even the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, who was rushing towards Arcane Guru's group, stopped and looked at the figure shrouded in death chi. A terrifying existence born from the undying Saint Evil Will? Mu Qingtian's eyes flickered. He was born with divine eyes and could see through the Saint Evil Will. He knew what kind of terrifying existence he had encountered. Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others glanced at each other. Then they used their saint weapons to protect themselves and retreated, allowing the Saint Evil Will to deal with Mu Qingtian's group. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and created a spatial ripple that looked like transparent water. Then, Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu used the flying immortal sword and slashed at the terrifying figure's waist. This was a saint's sword. The power of a saint's sword was extremely powerful, but even so, it couldn't truly injure the Saint Evil Will. The flying immortal sword was extremely fast. Primordial Emperor Xian's saint sword flashed through the void and cut the Saint Evil Will in half. Then the sword light flew back. This death chi surged as the Saint Evil Will's body that was cut in half surged. The black light of death flashed, and the two halves of the Saint Evil Will's body connected together. It had completely recovered. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the terrifying figure. The evil spirit, Saint, was severely injured, and its body was scattered in the air. However, the Saint Evil Will originated from the undying Saint Evil Will. As long as the Saint Evil Will's body was not destroyed, the Saint Evil Will would always exist. After scattering the Saint Evil Will, Mu Qingtian didn't feel happy. As the descendant of the supreme demon ancestor, the heavenly demon, he naturally knew many secrets of the world. Just when everyone was bewildered, a roar suddenly came from the ghost town. The whole ghost town shook, and the 9 dragon-like death chi that descended from the sky was almost cut off by this sound wave. That is, everyone's expression changed. The Saint Evil Will that was scattered by Mu Qingtian appeared again in the ghost town. The Saint Evil Will was not destroyed. They were in big trouble. The expressions of Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man became somewhat ugly. They never thought that the ghost town would actually give birth to such an existence. A blurry figure walked out of the ghost town. Swish! Mu Qingtian attacked once more. Once again, he defeated the figure. Boundless death energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake. However, the Saint Evil Spirit was indestructible. Mu Qingtian continued to attack and scatter the evil spirit's body. Then, the evil spirit immediately condensed again in the ghost city and walked out of the ghost city. Damn it! Mu Qingtian knew that this level of attack would definitely not be able to destroy the Saint Evil Will. However, he also couldn't let the Saint Evil Will get close to him. One must know that once the Saint Evil will pounce on him, he would definitely die. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Mu Qingtian dispersed the saint's baleful aura once again, a few powerful and evil auras appeared in the distance. Soon, the owners of these auras appeared. Swish! A few figures broke through the layers of death chi and rushed in from the outside. An evil and powerful aura immediately appeared in this part of the world. Demon. When everyone saw who it was, they were all shocked. They saw that the person in the lead was a young devil cultivator, while the other two were completely wrapped in black clothes, and no one could see through their depths. It's him. When Gu-Fei saw who it was, he was also shocked. The person was none other than the sovereign bloodline of the 100,000 Mountain Range, the young master of the demonic sky. Behind the young master of the demonic sky were two old demons with wrinkles all over their faces. They were so old that their hair and teeth had all fallen off. These two old demons were extremely powerful. The aura they emitted was actually of the half-saint realm. This young master of the demonic sky was really extravagant. He actually had two half-saints as his Tao protectors. No one would believe this. Half-saints were all arrogant and lofty figures. Why would they run over to be someone else's servant? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1342. The sudden arrival of the young lord of demonic sky shocked everyone. The supreme heavenly demon was a supreme existence that was said to be on par with supreme saints and invincible demon ancestors. This seemingly young demon had actually lived for countless years. His appearance hadn't changed at all, and his Tao protectors were two terrifying half-step saint-level demons. A vile spawn of the demonic sky. The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the young lord of the demonic sky. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body. In ancient times, the battle between demons and demons was extremely intense. As the son of one of the two great demon ancestors, Mu Qingtian had naturally seen the young lord of demonic sky before. A remnant of sky demon. The moment young master Devil Sky caught sight of Mu Qingtian, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from his body as he struck out at Mu Qingtian. A demonic beam of light pierced through the void and shot towards Mu Qingtian. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and dispersed the demonic light. He then swept the branch towards the young lord of demonic sky. The two demons beside the young lord were shocked. Be careful, young lord. The two demons stood in front of the young lord in a flash. Then, the two old demons were sent flying with demonic blood spurting from their mouths. Their bodies were almost shattered. Even though the two demons were protected by demonic weapons, they were still heavily injured. What? The young lord of demonic sky was shocked. He then opened his mouth and spat out a demonic flag that was filled with demonic chi. The demonic flag quickly enlarged and was grasped in his hand. Boom! The demonic flag danced, and the heavens and earth shook. Boundless demonic power spread from the demonic flag, shaking the entire heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly demon flag? When Mu Qingtian saw this, he was shocked. A saint-level demonic aura emanated from the demonic flag, and a terrifying demonic power rushed towards him. He had an extreme saint weapon in his hand and was not afraid of any saint weapon. He could even disregard a great saint weapon. An ordinary withered branch could suppress any saint weapon below the extreme saint weapon level. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it forward. The surging demonic power immediately dissipated, and the withered branch hit the sky demon flag. Bam! The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand displayed an unbelievable power. There were no energy fluctuations, but it sent young Master Devil Sky and the heavenly devil flag flying. That was the sky demon flag. In the hands of young Master Emotion, it could display the terrifying demonic might of a saint. However, it was nothing compared to the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand. What? Young Lord Devil Sky could only feel his hands trembling and the demonic blood in his body churning. His wrists were ruptured, and the heavenly devil flag in his hands almost flew out of his hands. It's too powerful. Could it be that the branch is actually an extreme path saint artifact? Young Master Devilsky's knowledge was extraordinary. He had already guessed that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand was an extreme Tao saint item. Only such an item could suppress a saint weapon. It was not a saint weapon of the extreme path, but it could suppress all saint weapons below the extreme path. Only the legendary saint weapons of the extreme path had such power. Young Master. The two old demons couldn't help but turn pale when they saw young Master Devil Sky being sent flying. As the protectors of young Master Devil Sky, they wouldn't be able to live if anything happened to young Master Devil Sky. The two old demons wanted to charge forward, but they had just been heavily injured by Mu Qingtian, and their vitality was already injured. Even if they charged forward, they would only end up dead. Oomph. The descendant of the supreme demon sky is only SOSO. Mu Qingtian's words were filled with disdain. In a certain sense, the battle between him and young Master Devil Sky could be considered a battle between Heaven Demon and Demonic Sky. Judging from the current situation, the son of Heaven Demon had suppressed the descendant of the Demonic Sky. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since Mu Qingtian obtained that withered branch, he was already invincible among those of the same level. Only by using the saint weapon of the extreme path could he fight Mu Qingtian. However, Gu Fei didn't want to use the saint weapon of the extreme path unless it was a matter of life and death. Mu Qingtian was unforgiving. He strode in the void, approaching young Master Devil Sky step by step. He had no intention of letting young Master Devil Sky go. The demon race and demons had been fighting for countless years. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Mu Qingtian could use this opportunity to kill young Master Devil Sky. If he could really kill the Demonic Sky young master, Mu Qingtian's reputation in the demon clan would definitely increase greatly with such a battle result. However, young Master Devil Sky belonged to the Paragon bloodline of the demons. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and swept it towards the young master of the evil sky. There was no monstrous wave of demonic power, nor was there any invincible aura. However, the young master of the evil sky was sent flying once again. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Young Master Devil Sky suffered a terrifying impact. Even his heavenly demon flag was almost sent flying. If it wasn't for the heavenly demon flag's protection, he would have been killed in both body and soul. He felt a great danger. At this moment, Mu Qingtian definitely had the ability to kill him. He couldn't help but be moved. This kind of power seemed to be a type of great Tao energy. Young Master, leave quickly. The two half-saint great demons struggled to rush forward. Their demonic bodies were shattered, and they suffered a great impact. Their origin was already injured. Young Master Devil Sky didn't say anything and turned to leave. Huh, even the dignified young Master Devil Sky wants to escape? Mu Qingtian laughed loudly. He waved the withered branch in his hand and activated the great Tao energy towards the two old demons. Puffed, puffed. The two old demons didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape and were completely destroyed. These were two half-saint great demons who had cultivated for countless years. Yet, they were so easily killed by Mu Qingtian. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even a powerful half-saint was no different than an ant in front of Mu Qingtian. The two old devils managed to buy some time for young Lord Devil Sky. Young Lord Devil Sky immediately turned into a beam of devil light and executed his devil Tao escape technique. In an instant, he rushed into the boundless deathly aura in the periphery of the void. While Mu Qingtian and young Master Devil Sky were fighting, the terrifying figure that walked out from the ghost town had already started fighting with Primordial Emperor Xian and the Old Man. Even with saint weapons, Primordial Emperor Xian and the Old Man were in great danger. There were a few times when they were almost attacked by the extremely evil figure. Is this thing really indestructible? After Mu Qingtian scared away the young Master Devil Sky, he once again faced the evil Saint Evil Spirit. This evil Saint Evil Spirit made him feel helpless. This thing was simply a terrifying existence with an indestructible body. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1343. The demonic Sky Young Master was actually scared away, and the two half-step sage demons were also killed by Mu Qingtian. Mu Qingtian was simply invincible with the extreme Tao Saint artifact. However, even with the extreme Tao Saint artifact, he still couldn't destroy the evil Saint Evil Spirit. As long as the saint corpse was still around, the saint evil spirit would not be destroyed. Unless the saint corpse was destroyed, the saint evil spirit would completely disappear from this world. The saint evil spirit was born from the saint corpse. If the saint corpse was destroyed, the saint evil spirit would lose its source of power and would quickly dissipate. You guys hold this thing back. I will enter the ghost city to obtain the legendary heaven-defying Dao fruit. Mu Qingtian didn't hesitate any longer. He turned into a divine light and rushed into the ghost city. Boom! The instant Mu Qingtian entered the ghost city, a loud sound came from within. 9 streams of deathly aura descended from the sky and turned into 9 dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at Mu Qingtian. The terrifying power of the Saint Grade was vast and mighty, causing the entire ghost city to shake. Blood-chilling roars came from all over the ghost city. One after another, terrifying figures walked out of the ghost town. Oomph, just a bunch of dead things. How dare you block my path? Mu Qingtian sneered. At this moment, the withered branch in his hand emitted a hazy purple light that enveloped him. The power of death that surged in from all directions was blocked by this purple light. Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and struck upwards. The 9 dragons that were descending from the sky were immediately dispersed, and a monstrous death energy exploded outwards. Rumble, the entire ghost city shook violently. Although the vast and mighty power was powerful, it couldn't damage a single brick or tile in the ghost city. The ghost city gathered an endless amount of death chi. This power was definitely comparable to the power of the extreme Dao. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful. Only the supreme characters of the extreme Dao would be able to create such a heaven-defying formation in the saint burial ground. An ordinary saint would not be able to create such a formation. After dispersing the 9 dragons, Mu Qingtian held the withered branch and walked towards the tallest palace in the center of the ghost city. An extremely weak fluctuation of life was emitted from that palace. A little bit of life was derived from the endless death. It was in that ancient palace. It was a heaven-defying Dao fruit that seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, becoming a saint would not be a problem. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, was once a demon saint like Old Tortoise. However, their cultivation levels had fallen from the saint tier. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, only such a heaven-defying fruit of the way could give them hope of recovering their former cultivation and strength. Gu Fei used the anti-void mystic art to hide in the void, watching this scene nervously. Who would not be envious of such a heaven-defying Dao fruit? He was no exception. However, the ghost city was filled with endless dangers. He was not willing to take the risk. Outside the ghost city, the ancient Emperor Xian and the old man joined hands to block the saint fiend. The flying immortal sword light swept across the heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. It slashed the fiend into several pieces. However, even if the fiend was slashed by the saint weapon, it would recover in an instant. It was as if it had never suffered any attack. The old man was also amazing. His saint weapon was also a divine sword. However, this divine sword was different from the others. It was an invisible divine sword. The sword light was invisible. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Even the fluctuation of the sword chi could not be felt. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a sword-controlling technique. At this time, the ghost city changed again. When Mu Qingtian arrived in front of the palace in the center of the ghost city, several terrifying figures appeared around him without a sound. They had faint and illusory bodies and a heart-palpitating death aura. These were 8 terrifying existences that seemed to have crawled out from hell. This is being surrounded by these 8 evil figures. Even Mu Qingtian's expression couldn't help changing. These 8 figures weren't ordinary creatures of death. 8 saint fiends? How is this possible? When Mu Qingtian saw these 8 figures, he felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that there were actually 9 saints buried in this ghost city? After all, only a saint-level existence after their death their resentment would not be extinguished. Only then would they be able to give birth to this kind of extremely evil and evil Saint Evil spirit. After the 8 figures appeared, the boundless death energy in the ghost city immediately converged towards them in a frenzy. The 8 illusory figures immediately solidified. It was as if the 8 fallen saints were about to come back to life. Very quickly, the 8 ancient people emitting the aura of saint-level experts appeared in front of Mu Qingtian. It was as if 8 real saints had descended. This, Mu Qingtian's heart trembled. These 8 saint fiends were too terrifying. They had actually reached this level. Could it be that these 8 ancient people had really been revived using this method? How could a fallen person be reborn, especially when a saint died? Even if their physical bodies could be preserved, their souls would definitely have been destroyed. Perhaps this was a different kind of rebirth. Although Mu Qingtian was surrounded, he didn't panic. His expression was incomparably solemn. The 8 ancient people had surrounded him and could attack him at any time. Boom! The void trembled. A tall and thin old man, standing in front of Mu Qingtian, made a move. He extended his hand, and a terrifying destructive energy spread out from that hand, obliterating Gu Fei. Black and white energy revolved in the palm of that hand, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The 2 Taiji eyes were like 2 bottomless pits, emitting a heaven-devouring power that wanted to devour Mu Qingtian. World-exterminating samsara palm? Mu Qingtian was startled. He recognized this move. The world-exterminating samsara hand was very famous in the ancient era. It was a killer move created by a human race saint. Once the world-exterminating samsara palm was unleashed, even a sage would fall into the cycle of reincarnation and be completely obliterated, unable to even become a ghost. Mu Qingtian didn't think too much about it. He soared into the sky and dodged the old man's move. But at the same time, the other 7 ancient men attacked as well. All kinds of terrifying life and death great technique were unleashed by these people. Terrifying holy level power spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked. These 8 fiends were too terrifying. They could actually use all kinds of great life-killing techniques from when they were still alive, as if they had truly been reborn. This was too strange and terrifying. Mu Qingtian was in a dangerous situation. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1344. The ghost town actually gave birth to 9 sage fiends. This is absolutely heaven-defying. How could a single place give birth to so many fiends? The method of the person who set up this heaven-shaking scheme is too terrifying. Could it be that this person actually killed 9 sages and buried their corpses in the ghost town? Only a place where sages have fallen and their corpses are not destroyed can give birth to sage fiends. Because only sage corpses can give birth to this kind of extremely vicious and evil thing. A fiend was entangled by the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man outside the ghost town. However, when Mu Qingtian approached the palace at the center of the ghost town, 8 terrifying silhouettes silently appeared. Endless death energy condensed into 9 dragon-like chi pillars. They dropped down from the sky and entered the ghost town in 9 different directions. There, supreme death creatures were swallowing death energy. The figures of the 9 fiends became solid. Finally, the 9 fiends revealed their appearance when they were alive. They were 9 sage rank existences. Bam! Outside the ghost town, the fiend blasted out with his palm, causing the void to collapse. He directly sent the flying immortal sword of the primordial emperor Xian flying. This was the power of a sage rank existence. The fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive. It was a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. This middle-aged man should have cultivated the immortal Tao when he was alive. Even the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian was sent flying. This caused the immortal sword of the primordial era to be shocked. When a middle-aged man sent the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying, An invisible sword light silently streaked across the void and chopped off one of the middle-aged man's arms. However, although the fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive, it was not the sage for the primordial era. The middle-aged man did not feel anything when his arm was chopped off and directly attacked the old man. Buzz! The middle-aged man extended his other hand, and 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand, transforming into 5 swords of death that pierced towards the old man. The death sword, condensed from boundless death energy, emitted sword chi ripples that tore through the void, displaying a terrifying might. The old man hurriedly used the formless sword to protect himself. This was a clash between swords. The formless sword blocked 3 of the death sword lights, but it was sent flying by the 4th death sword light. Swoosh! The 5th deathly sword beam pierced through the old man's left shoulder, sending him flying over 10,000 feet away. Black blood gushed out from the wound. This was a type of corpse poison. The death sword light contained the corpse poison of a saint's evil fiend. This corpse poison was extremely terrifying, and even the old man's blood had turned black. A layer of black air appeared on the elder's face as well. He quickly consumed the spiritual medicine and sat in the air with his legs crossed. Using the invisible sword to protect himself, he used his spiritual energy to expel the poison. Saint-level corpse poison was not something that ordinary corpse poisons could compare to. As long as one came into contact with this corpse poison, even a saint-level being would be in danger. The flesh around the old man's wounds could rot, and even his bones could be seen. Roar! The old man desperately used his spiritual energy to prevent the corpse poison from spreading in his body. However, nothing came out even after doing so. His vitality was rapidly being corroded by the corpse poison. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. A saint-level corpse poison was too terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand it. Elder Long, what happened to you? Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's entire body shone with immortal light. 9 beams of immortal light danced around his body like divine rainbows. Each beam of immortal light emitted powerful fluctuations that blocked the middle-aged man who was rushing over, not allowing him to get close to him. What a terrifying corpse poison! The old man, called Elder Long, could no longer remain calm. The corpse poison in his body uncontrollably spread throughout his body, and his vitality was being corroded. Roar! He let out a loud roar. His postnatal head split open, and a small person wrapped in a divine light rushed out from his cracked skull. This was Elder Long's primordial spirit. The corpse poison of Saint was extremely terrifying. The old man's body had already been corroded by the corpse poison. He could only use this method to survive by abandoning his body. Bang! The moment the old man's primordial spirit rushed out of his body turned into a black mist and dissipated in the void. In just a moment, the corpse poison of a half-step saint turned into a black mist. Not even his bones were left behind. Everything was corroded by the corpse poison. Dao friend Yuan Gu, I'll be leaving first. The old man's primordial spirit sent out a divine sense fluctuation and then soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. With only his primordial spirit left, the old man could no longer compete for the Dao fruit in the ghost town. The primordial ancient Emperor Xian was both startled and angry. The corpse poison of the evil fiend was extremely terrifying. One of his allies actually withdrew just like that, causing him to lose a capable helper. Buzz! The soaring immortal sword vibrated, and a powerful sword energy spread out, tearing apart the void. It continuously collided with the 10 deathly sword lights that rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. The middle-aged saint seemed to have come back to life. He could actually display the divine abilities of a saint and fight endlessly against the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. The powerful aura of a saint spread out from the middle-aged man's body, pressuring the primordial ancient Emperor Xian to the point of suffocation. This was the true power of a saint. Even a half-step saint like him would not be able to withstand it without the protection of a saint weapon. The old man's withdrawal put the primordial ancient Emperor Xian in danger. He was forced to retreat step by step by the middle-aged saint and could be pierced by the deathly sword lights at any time. At this time, Elder Long's primordial spirit had already rushed into the deathly aura at the periphery of this space. The invisible divine sword was also a saint weapon, and it protected Elder Long's primordial spirit as it quickly escaped. Although his physical body had been completely corroded by the corpse poison and had been completely destroyed, at Elder Long's level of cultivation, he would not truly die as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed. Although Elder Long had lost his physical body, he only needed to find a cultivator with an excellent physique and seize their body. There was a chance that he would be able to completely recover. However, there was someone who had no intention of letting Elder Long go. Oomph. You're just unlucky to be standing with the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. I can only kill you. Gu Fei's body merged with the void as he silently chased after Elder Long. The enemy's ally was also his enemy. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of Elder Long's predicament to eliminate this powerful enemy so that he would not become a threat in the future. Soon, Gu Fei caught up to Elder Long Bang. He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that emitted endless divine light broke through the deathly aura. It descended from the sky and grabbed at the escaping light below. "Who is it?" Elder Long roared in rage. His face turned pale with fright. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that someone would actually attack him. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao descended from the gigantic hand in the sky. The gigantic hand enveloped the entire area, locking down the entire space. There was no way for him to escape. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target=_blank. Chapter 1345. Boom! Boundless fist intent burst forth, and a terrifying aura spread out, shaking the entire world, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the space due to the terrifying power. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to lose color and the earth to tremble. This kind of power seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's fist energy was unparalleled. His golden fist blossomed with endless divine light as he struck out the metal element fist. The power of the metal element surged violently, displaying an invincible fist intent that pressed forward with indomitable will. Roar! Elder Long's primordial spirit roared. The invisible divine sword emitted a transparent sword light that tore through the void and met Gu Fei's fist. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of dark spatial cracks converged towards Gu Fei. Break for me! Gu Fei's fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. It shattered the thousands of dark spatial cracks and collapsed the void under Gu Fei's fist. The golden fist shattered the layers of invisible sword chi and sent Elder Long's primordial spirit flying. Cracks appeared on Elder Long's primordial spirit. This fist contained Tao power and displayed an invincible fist intent. It almost blew up Elder Long's primordial spirit, which shocked Elder Long too strong. What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be it's the legendary ancient martial arts? Elder Long's primordial spirit thought quickly. His opponent's cultivation and strength were too terrifying. Elder Long had lived for countless years and was an old antique in the heaven realm. He had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. This time, he was invited by the primordial Emperor Xian. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Elder Long knew that he had met a lifetime enemy. He had not met many opponents like this in his long life. This young cultivator exuded the aura of a saint. However, this person was definitely not a saint. If this person was a saint, he would have been killed in a second. A half-saint with a holy weapon could display the power of a saint. However, it was a different matter when a true saint used the power of a saint. Without becoming a sage, one would never know how terrifying a sage was. Only by reaching that height would one know what a sage was. Who the hell are you? Elder Long's primordial spirit was truly afraid. The battle prowess that the other party had displayed was incomparably powerful. Even if he were at his peak condition, he would probably not be a match for the other party, let alone now that he was only left with his primordial spirit. Humph! Those who are about to die don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei sneered. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Elder Long's primordial spirit. Buzz! Elder Long was terrified. The formless divine sword trembled, and his primordial spirit fused with the divine sword. Then, it turned into a streak of formless and transparent sword light. It rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Where do you think you're going? A beam of purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows again. It was as if another eye had opened up. The power of his soul shot out from the beam of light and turned into a sword of the way. It slashed towards the invisible sword light that rose into the sky. The formless sword light had nowhere to hide from his martial arts' heavenly eye. Clang! The primordial sword of the way arrived first, even though it was launched later. It fiercely slashed the invisible sword light, slashing out Elder Long's primordial spirit, who had fused with the divine sword. Then, the sword of the way twisted upwards, directly killing Elder Long's primordial spirit. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Elder Long's body and soul were both destroyed. A divine sword condensed in the void. It was a divine sword that was as transparent as crystal. The saint weapon, shadowless sword? When Gu Fei saw the divine sword, his eyes lit up. After Elder Long's primordial spirit was destroyed, the divine sword floated in the void. It did not fly away. It even made a sound from time to time, as if it was wailing. It was filled with spirituality. There was no reason to let go of such a saint weapon. Gu Fei extended his hand, wanting to grab the invisible divine sword. However, at this moment, the invisible divine sword emitted a terrifying wave of sword chi. Huh! Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was the saint weapon's resistance. It would take a lot of effort to subdue such a saint weapon. It would not succeed in a short period of time. Buzz! A circle of sword wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the invisible divine sword. Gu Fei only felt a stinging pain from his palm, as if it was cut by countless sharp blades. Even the sovereign martial body could feel the pain. The sword chi emitted by the saint weapon was too sharp and powerful. If it was an ordinary sovereign martial body, they would have already been pierced by the sword chi. Even a half saint would find it hard to withstand this sword wave. However, Gu Fei was not a half saint. He did not use his own body to resist the sword wave that was spreading out. His primordial spirit entered the saint-tier battle puppet. His divine sense covered the entire body of the battle puppet. He could still feel the pain. This was a feeling that originated from the spiritual level. Immortal Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew upon the power of the great Tao, and his right hand was also covered in Tao patterns. In the end, he still grabbed the invisible divine sword in his hand. Buzz! The invisible divine sword struggled in Gu Fei's hand like a spirit snake. It emitted an invisible sword chi that cut the void. Countless black threads, as thin as hair, seemed to extend from Gu Fei's hand. They were the cracks in the space that were torn by the invisible sword light. All right, Gu Fei used his Tao power to suppress the saint weapon. However, he found that there was an unyielding will coming from the saint weapon. He knew that this was the imprint left by the original owner of the saint weapon. Only by erasing the imprint in the saint weapon could he refine the saint weapon for his own use. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not have time to refine the saint weapon. He tried and knew that it would not work. So he took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw the invisible divine sword into it. The mountain and river cauldron was enough to suppress the invisible divine sword. He did not need to worry that the divine sword would be taken away by others when it was inside the mountain and river cauldron. No one could take away the invisible divine sword when it was suppressed by the divine weapon. Even the first owner of the invisible divine sword was absolutely powerless. Gu Fei's harvest was not small after killing the half-step sage Elder Long and taking away the invisible divine sword. It should be known that the invisible divine sword was a saint's sword. Yuan Gu, don't die so quickly. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly flew in the direction of the ghost city. He was not optimistic about the chances of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian. It should be known that there were 9 sage evil spirits in the Ghost City. The strength of each evil spirit was infinitely close to that of a sage. Even if they were not sages, they were terrifying existences at the quasi-sage realm. Even if Mu Qingtian had an extreme Dao Saint artifact, he might not be able to deal with 9 quasi-sage existences. Please go to the Ghost City. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1346. The heavenly demon flag displayed supreme demonic might in heavenly venerate Mo's hand. Even a demonic quasi-sage would be sent flying by it. If a quasi-sage were to be swept by the heavenly demon flag, his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. However, all the quasi-sages present had holy weapons, so it was not easy to kill them. Mu Qingtian had already chased away the leaders of the heavenly realm. The remaining 5 or 6 people were all incomparably powerful. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful when facing such existences. The profound Heaven Holy Lands Arcane Guru and the Star Constellation Quasi-Sage couldn't compare to these existences. Some of these people had already become famous in the late period of the Great Desolate Era. Boom! A childlike expert blasted out a punch. The entire world shook. He was clad in a layer of pitch-black armor, only his head exposed. Although his divine material was small, it was much more powerful than anyone else's. He had unexpectedly clashed head-on with the heavenly demon flag. The heavenly devil flag danced, and the power of Devil Path surged out. The black-armored boy was sent flying. Although the boy was sent flying, he wasn't seriously injured. Ancient divine runes appeared on the black armor on his body, repelling all the demonic power that surged towards him, making it difficult for it to harm him. Is that a great saint-level divine armor? Everyone was shocked. The boy was incomparably powerful. He was wearing a great saint-level divine armor, yet he didn't seem to be affected by the heavenly demon flag. 9th Nether Child? Someone recognized the origin of this black-armored childlike expert. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. This 9th Nether Child's origin was not simple. A quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain, Mu Qingtian was also shocked. Although he had an extreme life form, he still felt extremely strained when facing such an existence. Heavenly Venerate Mo, 9th Nether Child, why did these old fogies come out? Although the primordial Emperor Xian was a supreme, his cultivation and strength were nothing compared to these old fogies. Buzz! The flying celestial sword vibrated and released beams of resplendent flying celestial sword light. They pierced through the void and slashed towards Heavenly Lord Mo. Sword energy rushed into the sky. However, Heavenly Venerate Mo merely slapped out with his palm and shattered the thousands of sword lights from the flying celestial swords. The power of the demon path surged like a great river toward Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, sending him flying thousands of feet away. Wow! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stabilized his body. His face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the blood essence of a half-step saint. Each drop contained a great amount of immortal Dao power. A drop of blood from a half-step saint could kill an immortal. The cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage was so strong that it was almost at the level of a sage. Although Heavenly Venerable Mo wasn't a sage, every single move he made contained great sacred arts. Even a half-step saint with a saint weapon is no match for him. Gu Fei, who was hiding to the side, couldn't help feeling apprehensive. The terror of a quasi-sage wasn't something he could imagine. The arrival of a quasi-sage had changed the course of the battle in the City of Death. This kind of existence had lived for countless years and cultivated their entire lives in order to become a sage. The hope of becoming a sage could drive them crazy. Even if they had to slaughter their way through millions of miles, they still had to obtain it. The City of Death was floating in the sky. Only 6 of the 9 sage fiends remained. In other words, 3 of the 9 sage corpses had been destroyed. Who had done this? Was it Mu Qingtian? Or was it Heavenly Venerable Mo who wielded the Heavenly Devil Flag? Was the heaven-defying Dao fruit nurtured in the city of death already taken by someone? Gu Fei weighed the current situation. The grand momentum of this world had already been broken, and the power comparable to the extreme Tao had been weakened. At this time, Gu Fei could use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Void Reversal Secret Art. His body merged with the void, avoiding everyone's eyes and ears as he flew toward the city of death in the sky. The originally perfectly fine city of death was now in ruins. However, 6 locations within the city of death were still emitting terrifying fluctuations of the sage realm. Even though Gu Fei had entered the saint-tier battle avatar, he still felt his soul trembling. This was an oppressive sage might. Even if a sage had fallen, their corpses still couldn't be profaned. Ordinary people simply couldn't endure the sage aura coming from their corpses. The palace at the center of the city of death had disappeared. The heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured by the city of death had been taken by someone. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. The heaven-defying life force had disappeared. A tiny bit of life had been born from the endless death. This was the fortune of heaven and earth. That tiny bit of life had boundless miraculous uses. It contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth and could help a person become a sage. Demon Sky's sovereign, quickly hand over that heaven-defying Tao fruit. A golden-haired, middle-aged man roared. He held a golden, holy sword in his hand as he arrived before Demon Sky's sovereign and directly slashed at his head. Another quasi-sage. A terrifying saint-tier power erupted from the golden divine sword. The golden sword light soared for tens of thousands of meters as if it could split the heaven and earth in half. The heaven-defying Tao fruit was taken by that devil. Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. That devil had the ultimate devil weapon, the heavenly devil flag. It seemed like only he could break into the city of death and seize the Tao fruit. Bam! Without any suspense, that golden-haired quasi-sage was sent flying by Demon Sky's sovereign. The golden sword light shattered, and the power of the heavenly devil flag engulfed the heaven and earth. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth was shaken by the unimaginable power of the heavenly devil flag. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The heavenly devil flag didn't display the ultimate devil might, but it wasn't something ordinary holy weapons could compare to. Let's go. Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked. Although he wasn't a half-saint or a half-saint, he could fight with them. The reason why he had such combat strength was because of the purple branch in his hand. It was a branch that had been cut off from the heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked Sky Lord Demon. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the branch, but there were traces of the great Tao circulating around it. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the branch. This was a kind of Tao law, and it was this kind of great Tao God law that made Sky Lord Mo's expression turn serious. The Tao law that shot out from the withered branch swept through everything, breaking through the layers of demonic energy and hitting the heavenly demon flag. Boom! The void was annihilated, and the purple withered branch collided with the heavenly demon flag. This was a confrontation of the great path divine laws, and it resulted in terrifying consequences. The entire world was annihilated, turning into a chaotic void. Mu Qingtian and Demon Sky Sovereign were both sent flying backwards. Neither of them had gained the upper hand in this exchange. To see the first ad free, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1347. Extreme Tao, Sane Artifact. Heavenly Venerable Mo's heart trembled. The withered branch in his opponent's hand was actually able to withstand the heavenly devil flag without breaking. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that the heavenly devil flag was an extreme Tao devil weapon. A withered branch that looked like it could break at any time and was covered in insect bites was actually able to contend against an extreme Tao devil weapon. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Is it really an extreme Tao sane artifact? Everyone couldn't help but move away from Mu Qingtian. If that withered branch was truly an extreme Dao Saint artifact, wouldn't their lives be in danger if they were hit by it? An extreme Dao Saint artifact was an extreme Dao Saint weapon. They were two different things. A Saint artifact wouldn't give birth to a weapon soul, but the Dao laws contained within it were no small matter. Those were the Dao laws of extreme Dao. Even if an extreme Dao Saint artifact didn't have a weapon soul, it could still contend against extreme Dao Saint weapons. The power of Dao laws could sweep through everything. Everyone looked at Mu Qingtian in a different light. This guy didn't reveal anything before, but he was actually a ferocious person. Everyone had misjudged him. The heavenly demon lineage's techniques were unique. No one could see through Mu Qingtian's depth. But since he was able to fight against everyone treated him as a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint holding an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. The Dao fruit nurtured in the ghost town is on this devil's body. Gu Fei already knew the origin of the withered branch, so he wasn't that shocked. He only cared about the heaven-defying Dao fruit nurtured in the ghost town. You guys can't stop me. Not long from now, my demonic lineage will have a devil saint. Heavenly Venerable Mo waved the heavenly devil flag and rushed out. Bang! Boom! Two quasi-saints attacked with their saint weapons, unleashing saint-grade Dao laws. They activated the power of the great Dao and shattered the void, wanting to stop heavenly Venerable Mo. In the hands of a quasi-saint, a saint weapon could definitely display around 80% of its power, equivalent to 80% of a saint's power. Even in this sealed void, it could still pierce through heaven and earth. However, this terrifying saint-level power was unable to stop Emperor Mo. He used the heavenly demon flag to protect himself as he directly passed through the destructive power. The demonic flag released a vast and mighty fluctuation, which broke through the layers of energy turbulence and rushed out. Swoosh! The heavenly devil flag waved, sweeping away the two saint weapons. The two quasi-sages coughed up blood as they retreated. Although they attacked with all their might, they were unable to stop heavenly sovereign Mo. Nine Nether Samsara. A small figure appeared before the heavenly Lord Demon before displaying an unparalleled technique. The entire world suddenly darkened as though a nine hells had appeared in the world. Rumble, 9 black holes appeared in front of 9 Nether Child, spewing out 9 Nether Essence Chi. Each black hole produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed heavenly sovereign Mo. These 9 black holes seemed to be connected to the real netherworld realm, and the cries of ghosts that would make one's scalp go numb were transmitted from them. Everyone retreated. Netherworld Child was a famous expert. When he attacked with his full strength, it was no small matter. The 9 black holes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. The people from the Undying Mountain are really terrifying. Legend has it that the Undying Mountain is the cultivation ground of the ancient underworld sages. This netherworld child should be a descendant of the underworld sages, someone whispered. The Undying Mountain lineage was not the strongest among the many forces in the heaven realm, but it was not the weakest either. The netherworld child had appeared in this lineage, shocking all the other giants. In an era where sages did not appear, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. If a force had a quasi-sage, that force would definitely become one of the top forces in the entire heaven realm. Netherworld Old Ghost, you are courting death. Heavenly Sovereign Mo roared as he activated the demonic flag. He did not hesitate to consume a large amount of essence chi, causing the demonic flag to erupt with unimaginably powerful demonic Dao power. This demonic Dao power destroyed everything in its path, directly shattering the 9 black holes. Then, it struck the netherworld child who was behind the 9 black holes. Bang! The black armor on netherworld child's body collapsed under this power, and a burst of bone-cracking sound came from his body. The quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain, netherworld child, was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the power that erupted from the demonic flag. The black armor on his body was cracked. The great sage level armor was cracked, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The power that erupted from the demonic flag was not the extreme power, but could already crack the great sage level armor. If such a force were to strike a quasi-sage, that quasi-sage would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul, turning into a mist of blood. Netherworld Child had the protection of the great sage level armor, but his bones and tendons were still broken, and his body was seriously injured. Kill. When the others saw that Netherworld Child was defeated, they knew that they had no choice but to join forces. The five powerhouses seemed to have a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they activated their saint weapons. Five divine lights tore through the void of heaven and earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven and earth. A power that could destroy heaven and earth was released to its heart's content, causing the entire prison to shake. On the ground and in the void, the extreme Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the extreme power of the great Tao and stabilizing this part of the void. The broken ghost town in the sky was almost blown away by the power of the five saint weapons, and the extreme Tao runes also appeared on the ghost town. Boom! Boundless deathly aura burst out from the ghost town. Overflowing deathly aura rushed out from 6 directions of the ghost town. 6 terrifying silhouettes appeared within the deathly aura. The sage fiends appeared again. Previously, these 6 fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, were heavily injured by Heavenly Venerable Devil's demonic flag. Then, these 6 fiends retreated into the ghost town in the sky. 6 terrifying fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, rushed out of the ghost town, and all 6 sage-level fiends rushed towards Heavenly Venerable Devil. The heaven-defying Tao nurtured in the ghost town is really on Heavenly Venerable Devil's body? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he vaguely guessed that the hope of becoming a sage born in the ghost town had been snatched away by this old devil. However, at this time, everyone crazily attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. The 6 sage fiends were extremely ferocious and directly attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. This caused Heavenly Venerable Devil to be in big trouble. Unless the sage corpses were destroyed, these 6 fiends would not disappear. A gale suddenly rose, and the devil energy was vast and mighty. Heavenly Venerable Devil brandished the demonic flag, blocking the 6 sage fiends. Swish! At the same time, a purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, shooting towards Heavenly Venerable Devil's head. In the end, he still made his move. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1348. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path was a supreme Tao technique with heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword and launched an all-out attack at Demon Sky Lord, displaying terrifying power. The primordial spirit sword specialized in cutting primordial spirits. It flashed through the void and pierced through Demon Sky Lord's head. Roar! Empyrean Mo sensed danger, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He roared angrily and desperately dodged to the left. The primordial soul Tao sword brushed past his right cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. In that moment of imminent peril, Empyrean Mo managed to avoid a fatal strike. Even so, he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart raced. Who attacked your ancestor? Demon Sky Lord was both shocked and angry. The opponent's immortal techniques were unparalleled and posed a great threat to him. Even with the heavenly demon flag, he was still in danger. Gu Fei sneered and then revealed his true body in the void. The powerful aura of a saint emanated from his body, shocking everyone. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the anti-void secret technique, had heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's body melted into the void. If he hadn't come out himself, no one would have been able to sense his presence. It's you. Among the people present, Mu Qingtian and Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu were the most shocked because they had fought with Gu Fei before. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu even had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his son. But at this time, personal grudges seemed insignificant. I'll settle the score with you after I get rid of this demon. Gu Fei glanced at Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian, then said expressionlessly, "Both Emperor Xian of the Eastern Lands and the Son of the Sky Demon were his greatest enemies. His cultivation, when Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian sensed the saint-level fluctuations coming from Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei's cultivation had risen to this level. Swoosh! At that moment, the six sage evils displayed their supreme might, forcing Heavenly Venerate Mo to constantly retreat. Heavenly Venerate Mo had already expended a lot of his Yuan Qi. Facing the six quasi-sage evils, he found it extremely taxing. Rumble, the celestial demon flag, danced, and demonic patterns of the Great Path appeared on it. The demonic patterns of the Great Path drew upon the power of the Great Path, and the entire world trembled under the power of the Great Path. The six saint evil spirits were blocked by the heavenly demon flag and were unable to attack Demon Lord. They were unable to pose any threat to him. But Demon Lord knew very well that as long as he revealed the slightest flaw, he would be torn to shreds by the six evil spirits. Buzz! The golden divine blade hummed as the golden-haired middle-aged man rushed over from afar, slashing down directly at Emperor Mo, who was surrounded by the six fiends. Swoosh! The golden saber light soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It tore open a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Mo waved the celestial demon flag, shattering the resplendent golden saber light and forcing the golden-haired middle-aged man to retreat. If not for the fact that he was entangled by the six evil spirits, it would not have been as simple as forcing the middle-aged man to retreat. At that moment, Ninth Netherchild seemed to have consumed some divine medicine to recover. He charged at Emperor Mo ferociously. Kill! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and struck at Emperor Mo. He did not need to use his demonic powers. It looked like the most ordinary attack, but such an attack made Emperor Mo feel immense danger. The Great Path divine laws contained within the Supreme Sage artifact was equivalent to a part of the Great Path. Although it was just an ordinary attack, even a sage would die if they were hit. Boom! Gu Fei displayed his supreme fist intent as he attacked with all his might. 5 small worlds appeared around him as the 5 elemental void revolved around him, emitting the monstrous power of the 5 elements. Is this the legendary, flawless 5 elements fist? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The cultivation method that Gu Fei displayed was not the immortal path, nor was it the divine path, nor was it the Buddhist path or the demon path. This was a supreme physical technique that was different from other cultivation systems. Only the descendants of the supreme martial ancestor could master such a combat technique, because this combat technique was created by the supreme martial ancestor. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist with the power of a sage. The void around him was collapsing. This extreme fist intent almost collapsed the void of this part of the world. Bang! Gu Fei channeled the fire void around him to his right fist and then blasted a punch at Emperor Mo. The fist force shook the world, and monstrous flames swept forward, rushing towards Emperor Mo. Everyone was attacking Emperor Mo. The entire void of the world was drowned by various divine laws. The power of a sage was surging, crushing everything. It was as if 6 great sages were attacking with all their might. Such an attack would even make a great sage's expression change. Such power was too powerful. The void of the world was annihilated. Emperor Mo was at the center of the destruction, enduring an unimaginable pressure. Even with the protection of the heavenly devil flag, he still suffered a great impact, constantly vomiting blood. Emperor Mo displayed supreme demonic might, withstanding everyone's attack with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength made everyone's heart palpitate. If this devil escaped today, it would be a disaster. If this devil took revenge on everyone, the heavenly domain would flow with rivers of blood. Moreover, The heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town was taken away by this devil. In the future, the demons might be able to give birth to a devil saint. There was no saint in the world. If a devil saint was born among the demons, then the demons would be able to sweep the entire heavenly domain. At that time, all living beings in the world would be threatened. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. Everyone didn't hold back, using their full strength to control their saint weapons. The combination of a quasi-saint and a saint weapon could allow the saint weapon to unleash its greatest power. Heaven and earth were pierced. Primal chaos energy was also shot out. The heavenly devil flag in Emperor Mo's hand displayed a terrifying demonic might, withstanding almost all the attacks. But even so, Emperor Mo's Niwen Palace was almost pierced by Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformation sword several times, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Emperor Mo had lived for countless years and cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. He was very knowledgeable and could recognize the supreme immortal technique Gu Fei used. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was only a legend in the world of cultivation. It had already been millions of years since they appeared. But now, the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had reappeared. Could it be that a grand era was about to appear? An incomparably prosperous era was about to appear. The heavens and earth sensed it and began a change. This was an era where heroes rose together. The opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. Even without a heaven-defying Tao fruit, in this grand era, there might still be a dazzling character who could prove his Tao and become a saint since time immemorial. The entire void of heaven and earth was marked with extreme Tao runes. Even Emperor Mo found it hard to break through the void and escape. He had become everyone's public enemy. Damn it, Emperor Mo continuously used the heavenly devil flag. This consumed a great deal of his origin energy. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. 10 directional annihilation. Emperor Mo Ward. His long hair wildly danced in the wind. He didn't hesitate to use up a great deal of his origin energy to control the heavenly devil flag with all his strength. A strand of demonic might immediately surged out from the heavenly devil flag. Swish! The figures of the 6 terrifying fiends turned blurry. Under the impact of this demonic might, the 6 terrifying fiends comparable to quasi-saints were nearly destroyed. The saint fiends were heavily injured and once again retreated to the crumbling ghost city in the sky. As long as the saint's corpse was not destroyed, it would continue to exist. It could only be heavily injured, but it could not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it could be reborn from the saint's corpse. Aside from Mu Qingtian, everyone who attacked, including Gu Fei, was sent flying thousands of feet away by the demonic might that surged out from the heavenly devil flag. An extreme saint artifact was extraordinary. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand emitted a great Tao divine law at the critical moment. It enveloped him and blocked the demonic might of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei did not use the mountain and river cauldron. Now was not the time. He wanted to exhaust Emperor Mo to death. No one knew better than Gu Fei the consequences of using an extreme saint artifact. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this insufferably arrogant Emperor Mo exhausted his origin energy and was at the mercy of others. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying by the demonic might of the heavenly devil flag, a sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a resplendent sword light tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. The flying immortal sword. Yuan ancient Emperor Xian was attacking. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to slay this great enemy in front of him with the flying immortal sword. Gu Fei could not help but be enraged. Yuan ancient Emperor Xian actually regarded his personal vendetta as more important than anything else. He did not forget to attack him, even at this time. The sword light from the flying immortal sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei and was about to pierce through him. At this critical moment, a strange power surged out from Gu Fei's body. Heaven and earth upheaval. Gu Fei bellowed. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body, forming an unfathomable force. Just as the flying immortal sword's sword light was about to strike him, it unexpectedly flew back to the primordial Emperor Xian, heading straight for the primordial Emperor Xian. This primordial Emperor Xian also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He knew how terrifying this secret art was. He didn't think too much about it. His body surged with a wave, and his body suddenly became faint and illusory. It was as though his entire being was about to merge with the surrounding void. Swoosh! The flying immortal sword flew backward and slashed through the shadow of the primordial Emperor Xian. It was as if it had slashed through the void. Anti-void secret technique. Gu Fei's pupils constricted when he saw this. To see the first ad free, please go to Please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1349. Gu Fei used his supreme Tao technique to reverse Emperor Xian's soaring immortal sword light. The soaring immortal sword light was so fast that it pierced through Emperor Xian's body. However, the Yuan Gu immortal emperor wasn't affected. The flying immortal sword light seemed to have pierced through an illusion, passing right through the Yuan Gu immortal emperor's body. Void reversal secret technique. Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. His opponent also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. These 9 secret techniques were known as undefeatable supreme techniques with heaven-defying might. Emperor Xian's body merged with the void as if he was one with the surrounding heaven and earth. He quickly moved through the void, evading the attack. Gu Fei didn't chase after him because he couldn't spare any effort to deal with immortal Emperor Yuan Gu. Everyone was attacking Heavenly Venerate Mo Tianzuan, unleashing their strongest attacks. 5 elements unite. Gu Fei did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. Powerful ripples of the power of the 5 elements surged from his body. The power of the 5 elements gathered and intertwined within his body, causing an even more terrifying aura to radiate from his body. Boom! The endless power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. His fists seemed to become the sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire world. Rumble! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. The power of the 5 elements intertwined on his fists. On the surface of his fists, there were blurry Tao patterns emerging. This is too strong. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Fei's 2 punches. They hastily retreated. The terrifying fist energy was enough to make a true saint pale. Good. When Heavenly Venerable Mo saw Gu Fei unleashing his strongest attack, he was also shocked. However, with the Heavenly Devil flag in his hand, he was truly unafraid of anyone. Who? The demonic flag fluttered, and a monstrous demonic aura burst out, instantly enveloping the entire area, drowning Gu Fei in an instant. The terrifying power of the demonic path rushed towards him. Gu Fei displayed his invincible fist intent, breaking through the layers of demonic aura and evolving the martial Tao's ultimate truth, raising the power of the flawless 5 elements fist to the limit he could reach. Boom! This was a terrifying collision that caused a deafening explosion. The entire world was torn apart, and pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the sky demon flag. The monstrous fist force shook the sky and earth. He was so ferocious that he dared to clash head-on with the extreme Tao demon weapon. An unimaginably ferocious destructive power erupted between Gu Fei and Empyrean Demon. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from the heavenly demon flag, sending him flying. The sky demon flag suffered the impact of the flawless 5 elements fist. Countless ancient demonic runes appeared on the flag, triggering the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This power wasn't the power of the extreme Tao, but it was enough to send Gu Fei flying. Roar! Empyrean Demon roared. Although he had the extreme Tao Demon flag, the Sky Demon flag was also shaken by Gu Fei's unparalleled fist force. The Sky Demon flag almost flew out of his hand, and he was forced to retreat 3 steps. This guy, Empyrean Demon, was secretly shocked. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei was simply heaven-defying. It should be known that in the world, who dared to clash head-on with the legendary extreme Tao Demon weapon? Swish! Just as Empyrean Demon sent Gu Fei flying, a ghost-like figure silently appeared behind him and directly attacked. Rumble! 9 black holes suddenly appeared, swallowing Empyrean Demon and the Sky Demon flag into the black holes. The one who attacked was Undying Mountain's 9th Nether Child. The world trembled, and the destructive power of the 9th Nether surged in the black holes. The 9 black holes fused into one black hole, and the terrifying destructive power suddenly increased tenfold. Roar! Empyrean Demon roared again and again. He had encountered great danger in the black hole, but he hadn't been sent into reincarnation like the others. With the protection of the extreme Tao Demon weapon, Empyrean Demon's life was not in danger. I'm going to completely refine you. 9th Nether Child risked his life. Saint Tier power erupted from his body, and the Saint Tier armor on his body underwent some changes. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on the armor, drawing upon the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Dream on! Empyrean Demon's voice came from the black hole. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the black hole, causing the entire black hole to shake. Bang! The void shattered, and the black hole almost collapsed. A figure rushed out from the depths of the black hole, and a black flag fluttered in his hand. The Sky Demon flag swept out, and the shattered black hole disappeared. The destructive aura that emanated from the Sky Demon flag made everyone's heart palpitate. There was no suspense. Although everyone had joined forces, they still couldn't completely suppress Empyrean Demon. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. Empyrean Demon took out a large amount of vitality recovery spiritual medicine and consumed them, quickly replenishing his vitality that had been mostly consumed. All of you could die now. After consuming a large amount of spiritual medicine, Empyrean Demon felt his body was full of power. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the giants of the heaven realm here. Endless power of the demonic way surged towards the Sky Demon flag. The great Tao demonic patterns on the flag immediately lit up, interweaving with terrifying power that belonged to the demonic way. Swish! Empyrean Demon suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he was already in front of the golden-haired quasi-sage. Then, he directly attacked, and the Sky Demon flag emitted a terrifying aura. Although the golden-haired quasi-sage had a saint weapon, he couldn't resist the extreme Tao Demon weapon in Empyrean Demon's hand. The golden divine saber was sent flying, and the golden-haired quasi-sage body was torn apart by this attack. What? This? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Empyrean Demon was too powerful. He didn't hesitate to use that strand of the extreme Tao God's power to kill a quasi-sage. Gu Fei soared into the sky and put away the golden divine saber that was sent flying. A powerhouse of a generation, an existence that was only one step away from vindicating the Tao, was killed by Empyrean Demon. It seems like I can't do it without using the extreme Tao God's weapon. Gu Fei knew that no one present was Empyrean Demon's opponent with the Sky Demon flag. The power of the extreme Tao God's weapon was not something ordinary people could imagine. Boom! At this time, the Sky Demon flag turned into a demonic cloud that blotted out the sky, covering everyone, including the floating ghost city in the sky. A fluctuation that caused all living beings to tremble spread out from the Sky Demon flag. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Empyrean Demon once again caused the Sky Demon flag to emit the extreme Tao God's demonic might. What does he try and do? Could it be that he wants to capture all of us in one fell swoop? Everyone cried out in alarm. Empyrean Demon didn't hesitate to consume his origin chi to control the Sky Demon flag. Under the demonic cloud formed by the sky demon flag, an endless void was shattered. The extreme Tao God's weapon shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. There was a spray of blood. Another expert was slain by the demon banner that descended from the sky. The destructive power directly destroyed his soul, wiping out his soul. Even the saint weapon on this powerhouse's body was shattered by the mighty power of the sky demon flag. The extreme Tao God's demonic might was extremely powerful. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, Mu Qin Tian, and the other powerhouses of the heavenly world were all horrified. They immediately tried to rush out, but the sky demon flag froze the entire space. The extreme Tao God's demonic might descended. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others immediately vomited blood. Their expressions became weary. This time they were doomed. Damn it! Mu Qin Tian was furious. He held the withered branch in his hand and struck forward. Under the impact of the extreme Tao God's demonic weapon, the withered branch emitted a purple divine light, and Tao rhymes circulated on it. The great Tao God rushed out from the withered branch and broke the imprisonment of the sky demon flag. Then, Mu Qin Tian and the others rushed out without looking back. The extreme Tao God's item was not ordinary. In a sense, it was equivalent to an extreme Tao God's weapon. It could display great power. Not everyone had this kind of extreme Tao God's item. The remaining people were not as lucky as Mu Qin Tian and the others. The sky demon flag pressed down from the sky, and the powerhouses continuously vomited blood. Their bodies were cracked, and terrifying bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. Even with the protection of the saint weapon, they still could not resist the extreme Tao God's might. The sky demon flag also cracked and almost destroyed. The sky demon flag also enveloped Gufei. The ghost city in the sky was shaking, and the houses in the ghost city were collapsing one after another. Sinister cracks appeared on the city walls. The extreme Tao God's demonic might emitted from the sky demon flag was something that even the ghost city could not withstand. Boom! At this time, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's Dantian. After that, it rapidly grew bigger. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into chaos. A terrifying fluctuation that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared between heaven and earth. Buzz! The ancient cauldron trembled, and a transparent ripple spread out from it. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort. The ghost city instantly turned into dust and scattered down from the sky. The two extreme Tao God's powers were fighting. The ghost city was the first to suffer, and the saint corpses in the ghost city could not escape either. They were directly destroyed by the two extreme Tao God's powers. The 6 saint evil spirits that had already returned to their original bodies were also annihilated. The saint corpses were killed, and they lost their host bodies. The saint evil spirits no longer existed. The ghost city no longer existed, and the extreme Tao God's demonic might was also dissolved by the fluctuation emitted by the ancient cauldron. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This is the legendary mountain and river cauldron. Demon deity's voice was trembling. The mountain and river cauldron was the most mysterious extreme Tao God's weapon in the world. No one knew who refined it. Moreover, this ancient cauldron had already disappeared during the ancient desolate era. The ancient cauldron was engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. It gave off an aura of endless vicissitudes, and strands of primordial primal chaos energy were cascading down from above. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1350. The legendary mountain and river cauldron. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The mountain and river cauldron, the legendary supreme divine weapon that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had actually appeared at this time. Boom! Buzz! An ancient cauldron floated between heaven and earth, emitting a deafening sound. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and the power of the extreme Tao was awakening. The mountain and river cauldron was resisting the heavenly demon flag on its own. This was a contest between the extreme Tao sacred weapons. The extreme Tao demonic might from the heavenly demon flag caused the soul of the mountain and river cauldron to feel it, and it automatically activated the extreme Tao sacred might. Rumble, heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was being annihilated. Ancient extreme path Tao patterns appeared in this part of the world, but under the collision of the two extreme path powers, the ancient Tao patterns that were imprinted on the void and the ground collapsed and dissipated. Go! Everyone was frightened, and they immediately retreated far away. Gu Fei did not use the power of the extreme Tao to kill these people. He could not even spare his hands to deal with the ancient Emperor Xian. The extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was operating on its own. It was as if a supreme existence of the extreme Tao had awakened from the ancient cauldron, and the aura of the extreme Tao shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The expression of the ancient Emperor Xian was extremely unsightly. Gu Fei actually controlled the extreme Tao sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, was also pale. He knew that they were in trouble. His bloodline and Gu Fei had already formed a deep hatred, and it seemed that it would be very difficult to resolve. At this moment, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Under the power of the extreme path, even a true sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Fortunately, the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag collided in the sky, and the power of the extreme Tao did not descend from the sky, which gave them a chance to survive. Gu Fei stood under the mountain and river cauldron, and he was as still as a mountain. At this time, he did not need to use the martial way true power to activate the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the extreme Tao protected him, and even the heavenly demon flag could not hurt him. The mountain and river cauldron lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Savermo's voice came down from the sky. The heavenly demon flag continued to expand infinitely, covering the entire sky and earth. The demonic might of the extreme Tao descended, but was blocked by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sky demon flag was attacked by the mountain and river cauldron. It automatically circulated its supreme demonic power and confronted the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if two saints were confronting each other. Boundless demonic light and thousands of layers of demonic chi burst out from the heavenly demon flag. Streams of demonic chi fell from the sky like dragons. Each stream of demonic chi could destroy a mountain range and crush the void. Above the mountain and river cauldron, primordial chaos chi was also surging, displaying a terrifying divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The birds and beasts on the body of the cauldron all lit up, their soul power surging, and the beast souls of the countless ancient beasts sealed on the body of the cauldron were awakening. Soon, the collision of the two great sacred weapons caused the sky and earth to collapse. The land of the Saint Burial was collapsing, and the terrifying power of destruction finally spread to the entire land of the Saint Burial. The boundless deathly aura was dispersed by the vast and mighty power of the extreme path. Huge tombs were collapsing one after another. This was a terrifying scene that could destroy heaven and earth. The two great powers of the extreme Tao collided and offset each other. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag displayed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The land of the Saint Burial began to collapse in all directions, starting from the central area, turning into chaos once again. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereignemo were not affected at all. They had the protection of the sacred weapons and demonic weapons of the Saint Burial, and nothing could harm them. How terrifying! Are they crazy? They're actually using sacred weapons of the Saint Burial. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out, shaking the heavens and 10 earths. All living beings trembled. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others were shocked to the extreme. Behind them, the void and the earth were being destroyed. If they were swept into the chaos, even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to return. Behind Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the others, a large number of tombs collapsed, and heaven and earth turned into chaos once again. This was the power of the saint burial of the extreme Tao, capable of destroying heaven and earth. There were many cultivators who entered the land of the saint burial. At this time, everyone already knew that a drastic change had occurred in this part of the world. The clever ones immediately rushed in the direction of the gates of hell. Some unlucky fellows had already entered the depths of the land of the saint burial and were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the extreme Tao, leaving nothing behind. Swish! Swish! Several terrifying saint-level powers rushed out from the depths of the land of the saint burial. The mighty power of the saint burial filled the heavens and earth, frightening the cultivators who entered the land of the saint burial. The arrival of a saint-level cultivator with a sacred weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. The light displayed by the saint-level power was extremely fast, and saint-level light rushed out of the gates of hell in succession. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even the powerhouses with sacred weapons had to retreat from this part of the world. What exactly was happening in the depths of this part of the world? Many people saw that the situation was not right, and also rushed into the sky from various parts of the land of the saint burial, rushing toward the gates of hell, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. A circle of dust rushed into the sky from the depths of the land of the saint burial, sweeping in all directions. Everything in its path was turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. This was a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Very soon, the power of destruction swept across the entire small world. Everything was destroyed, turning into a land of primal chaos. Even the gates of hell were broken apart. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron broke through the layers of chaotic power and went up against the sky, colliding head-on with the heavenly demon flag that had enveloped the area and emitted a monstrous demonic flag. The destructive power caused the entire area of chaos to surge violently. The mountain and river cauldron, Emperor Imo constantly swallowed spirit medicines to replenish his yuan qi. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that using the extreme path demonic weapon would consume a large amount of yuan qi, he would have been sucked dry by the extreme path demonic weapon long ago. Swish! The demonic flag unfurled and attacked the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power of the demonic wave bloomed. This was the true demonic might of the extreme demonic path. The mountain and river cauldron shook, but quickly calmed down. Several terrifying roars resounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the countless beasts on the mountain and river cauldron lit up, their spiritual strength surging in all directions. 4 terrifying figures rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. 4 extremely violent and savage auras appeared in the world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Sky Sovereign Imo couldn't help but be shaken by this scene. What had rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron were the beast souls of the 4 sacred beasts of the primordial era. Boom! The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The 4 beast souls surged with spiritual strength that soared into the sky and shook off the heavenly demon flag. Puff! Sky Sovereign Imo coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a heavy blow. Even with the protection of the heavenly demon flag, he was still heavily injured. The mountain and river cauldron wrapped around Gu Fei and soared into the sky. Then, it unleashed a terrifying saint might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing Sky Sovereign Imo. Just like that, the situation was reversed. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing down. The nearby chaos stopped, and the ancient cauldron became the only thing left in this chaotic zone. Roar! Sky Sovereign Imo roared. His entire body emitted a black demonic flame that danced on his body. He was burning his true essence, using the supreme heavenly demon disintegration technique. This great demonic art was similar to Gu Fei's Ascension mystic art, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Heavenly Venerate Demonic's strength rapidly rose. Heavenly Sovereign Imo waved the heavenly demon flag with all his might and struck upwards. A demonic figure rushed out from the heavenly demon flag and revealed the heavenly demon avatar. It stood tall in the chaos and raised its hands to block the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The heavenly demon avatar was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its hands were also incomparably huge. When it spread out, it could block out the entire sky. The heavenly demon flag was fully awakened. The heavenly demon avatar was a manifestation of the demonic path's Tao laws. Sky's sovereign Mo could manifest the great Tao of the world, possessing unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Boom! The heavenly demon avatar's hands fiercely slammed against the mountain and river cauldron, and the 4 beast souls of the ancient sacred beasts were sent flying. Just as the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed again, a divine sword silently flew out of Gu Fei's dantian. This divine sword was the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. The heavenly demon avatar displayed its supreme demonic might, blocking the mountain and river cauldron from the sky. But at the same time, the heavenly demon avatar also gradually disappeared. Again, at this time, Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, allowing it to attack the heavenly demon flag on its own. The beast souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts were extremely powerful. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down, and Sky's sovereign Mo had no way of avoiding it. He could only brace himself and drive the heavenly demon flag to meet the awakened mountain and river cauldron head-on. Even though he used the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Sky's sovereign Mo was still not enough in front of Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron. In the face of extreme power, any power was like an ant. The mountain and river cauldron struck 9 times in a row, causing Sky's sovereign Mo to spit out blood again and again. Swish! Just as Sky's sovereign Mo's vitality was greatly damaged, a purple gold divine light was as fast as lightning. It split apart the power of the heavenly demon flag and rushed towards Sky sovereign Mo. This divine light was too fast. In a flash, Sky sovereign Mo's head fell off. Moreover, that divine light completely ignored the suppression of the heavenly demon flag. Another extreme, sacred weapon of the Great Path. Sky sovereign Mo's primordial spirit broke through the crown of his head and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. But Gu Fei pointed out with a finger, and a dazzling divine light immediately shot out from his fingertip, instantly piercing through Sky sovereign Mo's Naiwan palace. This saint-tier body was already completely crippled because his Naiwan palace had been pierced. The mountain and river cauldron conceal everything. You can't escape, said Gu Fei coldly. In his eyes, Sky sovereign Mo was already a dead man. You actually have 2 extreme, sacred weapons of the Great Path. Sky sovereign Mo's primordial spirit was horrified. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1351. Gu Fei and Empyrean Demonic engaged in a great battle of the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed continuously. The souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts circled around the cauldron, their roars shaking heaven and earth. The void was thoroughly destroyed, and the land of Saint Burial turned into primordial chaos. Question mark. Countless cultivators who entered the land of Saint Burial, whether they were immortals or demons of the demons, were directly killed by the power of the extreme Tao, their bodies and souls destroyed. Apart from the quasi-saints and half-saints who came with their sacred weapons, only a few could rush out of the gates of hell and survive. The fluctuations of the extreme Tao even spread from the primordial chaos to the outside world. Rumble. The entire Scarlet Plain shook and cracked. Everyone was horrified. The aura of the extreme Tao ancient weapon and demonic weapon enveloped the entire southern part of the heavenly world. The Dragon Clan's ancestral court in the southern domain, the 100,000 Devil Mountains, and the Dragon Clan were all alarmed. Monstrous demonic energy rushed out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains as the extreme Tao demonic formation was awakening. The aura of 9 ancestral dragons rushed out from the ancestral court of the dragon race. 9 great dragons circled above the dragon court. This was the foundation of the dragon court. It was not the true ancestral dragons that had descended, but the extreme Tao Grand Formation had been activated. An attack from an extreme Tao sacred weapon could sink a part of the heavenly world. The consequences were absolutely unimaginable. If a battle between extreme Tao experts broke out, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be destroyed. Some people said that the Great War of the Extreme Tao broke out in ancient times, which was why the Great War of the Untainted Land was destroyed. The extreme Tao sacred might and the extreme Tao demonic might clashed. Although it only affected the southern domain of the heavenly world, all the experts in the other regions of the heavenly world felt it immediately. The power of the extreme Tao. Many of the slumbering old antiques were startled awake, all of them extremely shocked. The entire heavenly world's attention was once again drawn to the southern domain. This time, the situation was even more serious because of the appearance of the extreme Tao demonic might. This meant that a great demon had used the extreme Tao demonic weapon. The appearance of the extreme Tao demonic weapon had undoubtedly shocked the entire heavenly world. Just as the entire heaven realm was about to face a great enemy, Gu Fei's battle with Heavenly Sovereign Mo reached its climax. He used the mountain and river cauldron to block the heavenly demon flag, then used another extreme path saint artifact, the violet gold divine sword, to slash at Heavenly Sovereign Mo's body with lightning speed. This was a quasi-demon saint. He was extremely powerful and had an extreme demon weapon to protect him. If he used an ordinary saint weapon, it would be difficult to break through the defense of the sky demon flag. However, the purple gold divine sword was an extreme demon sword. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated. Under the impact of the demonic weapon heavenly demonic flag, the sword soul within the divine sword also awakened from its slumber. It emitted an extreme sword chi wave. Extreme sword chi shot out from the purple gold divine sword. Even the chaotic void was torn apart. There was nothing that could block this supreme sword chi. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the heavenly demon flag. Heavenly Venerate Demon's mortal body was sliced apart, and his demonic blood sprayed onto the flag. After the sky demon flag was stained with demonic blood, it emitted a demonic light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Many demonic patterns appeared and interweaved with the power of the Great Path. The heavenly demon avatar, which had been shattered by the mountain and river cauldron, rushed out from the heavenly demon flag once again. Monstrous demonic chi blocked off the chaotic zone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, as if it was opening up a demonic domain. The towering demonic shadow towered between heaven and earth. Demonic chi swirled around its body. This was a supreme heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the sky demon flag. It was completely stimulated by the demonic blood. The mountain and river cauldron, the towering demonic shadow, emitted a spiritual wave. Although this demonic shadow was only a phantom, it was formed by a wisp of the heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the sky demon flag. That supreme heavenly demon seemed to have seen the mountain and river cauldron before. Boom! High up in the sky, an ancient cauldron was descending, directly pressing down on the demonic shadow. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusions of giant ancient beasts appearing. Among them, the souls of the 4 ancient beasts seemed to want to take on a physical form, emitting a supreme holy aura. Bang! The towering demonic shadow raised its palm and punched upwards. Extreme demonic might erupted, contending against the mountain and river cauldron. This was a battle between a sacred weapon of the Great Path and a demonic weapon of the Great Path. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo could no longer interfere. This was because the mountain and river cauldron and the sky demon flag had already broken free from their control. Boom! The 2 supreme forces of heaven and earth collided. The chaotic void was annihilated, as if the world was being split apart. Apart from the sacred weapon of the Great Path and the demonic weapon of the Great Path, Even the chaotic qi was scattered. The power of the Great Path spread out. Even Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's sovereign martial body began to crack. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shun almost collapsed. Swish! At that moment, the purple gold divine sword emitted an endless amount of sword qi. A beam of purple gold divine sword light, like a shocking rainbow flying from the heavens, directly slashed towards the demonic figure. It tore it apart with ease, slicing the demonic figure into two. The power of the two sacred weapons of the Great Path suppressed the power of the sky demon flag. The purple gold divine sword tore apart the heavens and earth. This sword could truly split apart the heavens and earth, destroying all tangible and intangible things. Heavenly Sovereign Mo knew that he was most likely going to die here today. The mountain and river cauldrons suppressed the heavens and earth, and there was also a sacred sword of the Great Path attacking him. He only had one sky demon flag. How could he fight against two sacred weapons of the Great Path? Sword qi spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Wherever the extreme sword qi passed, layers upon layers of demonic qi dissipated. The extreme Saint Might shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. The towering demonic shadow was destroyed once again. Under this extreme Saint Might, Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shun trembled in fear. If not for the sky demon flag protecting his Yuan Shun, his soul would have long dissipated. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuan Shun fused with the sky demon flag, turning into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the terrifying Saint Might of the mountain and river cauldron and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The gate of hell that connected to the outside world floated in the primal chaos in the distance. This gate of hell was imprinted with extreme Dao runes. Even if it was attacked by the extreme Dao power, it would not be destroyed in a short period of time. The gate of hell was covered in cracks, and the extreme Dao runes were faintly discernible. It was already on the verge of collapse. This gate that connected to the outside world would not last long. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei immediately used his mind to connect with the weapon souls in the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Controlling the two sacred weapons, he chased after the demonic light. If he let this demon escape, he would no longer have a place in the heaven realm. He had two sacred weapons of the Great Path. What did the sacred weapons of the Great Path mean? They were the strongest sacred weapons in the world. If people knew that he had two sacred weapons of the Great Path, the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm would be in an uproar. Especially those old antiques, they would go crazy. At that time, how could he fight against the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm alone? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1352. Mo Tianzuan's primordial spirit fused with the heavenly demon flag and turned into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the cauldron of mountain and river with all its might and rushed towards the gate of hell that was floating in the air of chaos. Question mark. As long as he rushed out, Gu Fei would be in big trouble. This demon would definitely take revenge on him. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated and emitted a beam of sword light that was extremely fast. It slashed towards the demonic light in front of it. At the same time, the cauldron of mountain and river also pressed down from the sky. Rumble! The entire chaos was boiling. The beam of sword light soared tens of millions of feet and collided with the beam of demonic light, almost cutting it down. But Mo Tianzuan was already going all out. Although his physical body had been cut by the purple gold divine sword, his primordial spirit was still there. The primordial spirit of a demonic saint was extremely powerful. The primordial spirit and the demonic weapon fused together, displaying the demonic might of the extreme path. In an instant, it rushed to the gate of hell. But just as Mo Tianzuan was about to rush out, a domineering beam of sword light suddenly slashed from the side. What? A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out. Another sacred weapon of the extreme path. Immo Tianzuan was truly shocked. The other party actually had a third sacred weapon of the extreme path. This was something he had never imagined. Since ancient times, no one had been able to possess 3 sacred weapons of the extreme path with different marks of the extreme path. One had to know that obtaining 1 sacred weapon of the extreme path was already a great blessing. To obtain 3 sacred weapons of the extreme path, this person's luck was simply heaven-defying. Immo Tianzuan instinctively dodged to the side. But the moment he dodged, his heart pounded wildly. He had a bad feeling. Swish! The domineering blade light flashed, and the cracked Hell's Gate instantly turned into a cloud of dust. It was instantly destroyed. Roar! Immo Tianzuan roared. He was almost going crazy. This was the only passage between the Chaos Zone and the outside world. The land of Saint Burial had already collapsed. He could only leave through the gate of hell. You're crazy. Immo Tianzuan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the other party to destroy the gate of hell. One had to know that if one was lost in the Chaos Zone, even a true saint would find it difficult to get out. Was this guy not afraid of being trapped in the primal chaos? Emperor Immo didn't think too much about it. His opponent had already used 3 extreme Dao Saint weapons, and he was no match for him no matter what. Now that his only way out had been destroyed by his opponent, he could only rush deeper into the primal chaos. Gu Fei used his Yuan Shun to communicate with the 3 extreme Dao sacred weapon souls, controlling them to chase after Emperor Immo. The 3rd extreme sacred weapon was the other half of the peerless ominous blade. The ominous aura that the peerless ominous blade emitted was vast and mighty. If a quasi-demon saint wanted to escape with an extreme demonic weapon, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to stop him even if he had 3 extreme sacred weapons. Moreover, in the primal chaos, there was no concept of time or direction. Empyrean demon could casually escape in any direction, completely occupying the initiative. Very soon, the extreme demonic light disappeared into the chaos. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. In such a chaotic place, it was definitely much more difficult to hunt someone down than in the outside world. Humph! Even if I can't kill you, don't even think about leaving the primal chaos. Gu Fei stood in the void, surrounded by 3 extreme Dao sacred weapons. It was difficult for the primal chaos chi to approach him. Gu Fei had already calculated all of this. He would destroy the gates of hell and trap Emperor Immo in the primal chaos. Then, he would have a way to leave the primal chaos. Unless he had no other choice, he would never use this method. Now was the time, because he didn't want to be trapped in the primal chaos forever. In the primal chaos, there was nothing but primal chaos chi. Everything was in its most primitive state. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before sitting down cross-legged. His heart began to emit a strange ripple. He was communicating with the Hell Realm. Heaven and earth energy of the Hell, Dao, surged out from Gu Fei's heart, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void around him. These were the fluctuations of the void. There was an entrance to the Hell Dao in his heart. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine the entire Hell Dao into his body. However, he could freely enter and exit the Hell Dao. Very soon, the heaven and earth energy from the Hell Dao wrapped around Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei's figure blurred. Then, he entered a tunnel with the 3 extreme Dao sacred weapons. This was a tunnel without any light. But very soon, light appeared in front of him. Gu Fei quickly rushed in the direction of the light. He passed through the black tunnel and entered another world. As soon as Gu Fei emerged from the tunnel, he was stunned by the scene before him. He was surrounded by lush trees and winding mountain ridges. It was actually a world full of life. How long had it been? Why did such a change happen in the Hell Dao? Gu Fei returned to the Hell Dao. This was no longer a lifeless world. The deathly aura that enveloped this world had disappeared at some point. The sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon. The exit of the Hell Dao. Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this world. He remembered that the tunnel leading out of the Hell Dao was in the depths of this world. He used the 8 desolate steps and traveled 100 miles with a single step. It was even faster than teleportation. Very soon, an ancient altar appeared in front of him. It was unknown how long the altar had existed. There were densely packed, extreme, Dao divine inscriptions on it. Gu Fei climbed onto the altar and sat down cross-legged. Since he had already entered the Hell Dao, Gu Fei was in no hurry to leave. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. What he needed to do now was to go into seclusion and comprehend the martial path. He needed to improve his cultivation to the next level. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. It was rare for Gu Fei to have a period of peace. No one disturbed him. He sat on the altar and began to activate it. Formation inscriptions began to appear on the altar. This lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Fei sat quietly on the altar. Apart from activating the formation inscriptions on the altar, he did not move at all. It was as if he had become a mummy. He used these 3 days to adjust his state of mind. He was preparing a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he could become a mighty cultivator at the cutting path. A martial emperor was about to cut through the cutting path. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would probably be shocked. It should be known that in ancient times, warriors were invincible among their peers. Warriors at the cutting path could sweep away all opponents of the same level. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1353. Gu Fei had destroyed the gates of hell and trapped Demon Sky Sovereign Spirit and the heavenly demon flag in the chaos. Even if Demon Sky Sovereign didn't die, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the chaos. Question mark. This way, Gu Fei himself was trapped in the endless chaos. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to leave the endless chaos. It was just that he wouldn't use this method unless he had no other choice. He had refined the Hell Path's boundary bead. The boundary bead he had refined was located at the location of his heart. He could enter the Hell Path through the Hell Path's boundary bead. However, this was an irreversible passage. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he couldn't absorb the Hell Path into his body like the God Race Patriarch's inner world. Therefore, he could only use the boundary bead to enter the Hell Path at any time and from any place. It could be said that he was the key to opening the Hell Path. He could enter but not leave, so Gu Fei could only enter the Hell Path. If he wanted to leave the Hell Path, he would have to go to the center of the Hell Path and use the spirit array there to reopen the Hell Path. At the center of the Hell Path was the ancestral vein of this world. Back then, Gu Fei and the others had left too quickly and hadn't set up any backup plans in the Hell Path. He had been communicating with the Hell Path for many years and had only refined the Hell Path's boundary bead into his body. This allowed him to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in the Hell Path for his own use. The entire Hell Path was just too big. It wasn't something that an ordinary inner world could compare to. It should be known that the Hell Path was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that had been refined by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages. The Hell Path was comparable to a true great world. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up from his meditative state. At this time, he remembered He Tian, who was in his inner world. Swish! He reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. A spatial crack appeared in front of him, and a figure fell out of the spatial crack. Boss! After He Tian came out, he immediately scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The power of yin and yang surged all over his body, as if he was ready to fight someone at any time. This is the Hell Realm. You don't have to be so nervous. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw He Tian acting like this. This guy was too careful. Only cautious people could live long. Naraka Realm? When He Tian heard this, he could not help but be stunned. They had returned to the Hell Realm. After a while, He Tian came back to his senses. He said with a bitter face, "No way, boss. Are you kidding me? How could this be the Naraka Realm?" The surroundings of the altar were full of vitality. There was not a trace of death energy in the world. The sky was cloudless, and a divine sun hung in the middle of the sky, sprinkling down resplendent sunlight. The scene before him was like a completely different world compared to the gloomy and lifeless purgatory realm that was shrouded in dark clouds. Do I need to lie to you? Gu Fei gave a rare smile. The path of hell was no longer the path of hell. Ever since that world-shocking battle, he had refined the realm bead, allowing this world to shine with life and obtain rebirth. The Hell Realm was his spoils of war after a narrow escape. The battle that year appeared in his mind. True demoning Tian and little monk Fan Xiao. These two people were his greatest enemies. Moreover, these two enemies were still alive. Back then, Gu Fei and these two great enemies had fought endlessly in this place. He was almost killed by these two great enemies and had experienced a great danger of narrowly escaping death. Oh my God, we can't return to the Heaven Realm. He Tian was stunned for a while before he let out a mournful cry. He did not want to leave the Heaven Realm, at least not for the time being. However, it was useless to say anything now. He did not have any heaven-defying divine ability or power that could open the path to heaven. Boss, what should we do now? Return to the human realm? He Tian knew that the Hell Realm could only be entered but not exited. Moreover, only the person who held the realm gate could enter. Moreover, once one entered the Hell Realm, if one wanted to leave, one would need to activate the power of heaven and earth in this world to open the only exit of this world. This is the only way to return to the human realm. Gu Fei said. He also did not want to leave the Heaven Realm. His brothers were in the Heaven Realm, but he did not regret doing so. He felt that it was all worth it. One should know that he trapped a quasi-devil saint and a devil weapon in the boundless chaos. For the demons, this was absolutely an irreparable loss. The loss of the devil weapon made the demons lose the deterrent force that they relied on. With the devil weapon, no one dared to enter the 100,000 demon mountains. However, now that the devil weapon was lost, the deterrent force no longer existed. What should we do? Do we have to go to Plentiful City to snatch the supreme sky platform from the Ghost Emperor? He Tian murmured to himself. That day, the supreme sky platform opened the passage between the Heaven Realm and the human realm, allowing them to enter the Heaven Realm. Now, it seemed that there was only one way to enter the Heaven Realm again. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. What are you worried about? Gu Fei said indifferently. I am now preparing to cut the Tao. Are you going to enter my inner world or wait for me outside? During this period of time, he had fought many battles and had reached the edge of cutting the Tao. He felt that he could trigger the Tao-cutting heavenly tribulation at any time. Cutting the Tao. He Tian was startled when he heard this. Then he said with surprise and joy, Boss, you are finally going to cut the Tao? A warrior cutting the Tao was not a trivial matter. In ancient times, warriors who cut the Tao were absolutely invincible in the same realm. If Gu Fei cut the Tao, they would be more confident. A mighty martial arts expert of the Tao, of the Severing Tao, would probably be able to put up a fight against a half-step saint. Gu Fei nodded. He was also looking forward to it. If he could successfully cut the Tao, he would be the only successor of the Tao cutting martial Tao in the past 10 million years. Good. If Boss cuts the Tao, we might really be able to snatch the supreme sky platform from the hands of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. It's really great. He Tian's eyes turned around and a sinister smile appeared on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Could it be that he was thinking about Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Gu Fei shook his head. Even if he could successfully cut the Tao, he might not be a match for Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The human realm was not simple. There were peerless characters. These existences were probably more terrifying than the half-step sages of the Heaven Realm. The waters of the Heaven Realm were deep, but Gu Fei felt that the waters of the human realm were even deeper than the Heaven Realm. In the end, He Tian left. He did not enter Gu Fei's inner world. One had to know that if Gu Fei failed to cut the Tao, even if he hid in Gu Fei's inner world, he would still be affected. After He Tian left, a divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's heart. A divine pearl appeared in front of him. This was the Hell Tao's boundary pearl. The origin energy of the Hell Tao was refined into Gu Fei's body. When the origin world bead appeared, the entire world changed color. Rays of spiritual light rushed out from the ground. The ancestral veins sleeping underground had awakened. Auspicious chi descended from the sky. Spiritual light surged from the ground, and auspicious clouds lingered. All kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. All of this was caused by the appearance of the Boundary Pearl. Rumble. Gu Fei immersed his mind into the Boundary Pearl, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth nearby. The entire ground shook, and mountain ranges rose from the ground. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. Very soon, 9 mountain ranges that were thousands of miles long appeared in the central region of the Hell Dao. They were like 9 giant dragons that snaked outwards. Earth chi rose, and the power of heaven and earth in this region changed greatly. What is Boss doing? He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. This 9-dragon terrain was very similar to the 9 dragons' deadlands in the Hell Dao. The ancestral vein that was originally hidden under the ground emerged from the ground. He Tian was proficient in formations, so he could naturally see that this terrain was extraordinary. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world became denser. The essence of the earth spread out from the ancestral vein, causing the entire Hell Dao to become even more lively. After changing the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei put the Boundary Pearl back into his heart. He planned for the worst. If he couldn't cut his way, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth in this region to protect himself. After arranging all of this, Gu Fei began to completely release his aura. An extremely powerful chi and blood rushed out from the top of his head. The chi and blood of a peak emperor realm martial body was too vigorous. It was like a giant dragon. The chi and blood in his body flowed rapidly, and a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. Rumble. Above the sky, there was a dull thunder. Black tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. The heavens and earth sensed it, and the heavenly tribulation was quickly forming. A terrifying heavenly might descended from the sky. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This was the power of heaven and earth, vast and unstoppable. Only an extreme Dao expert could step on the great Dao of heaven and earth and ignore all the rules of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was not an extreme Dao expert, so he could not stand above the heavens and earth. Soon, the pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the entire place. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and one could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Such a huge contrast was inconceivable. Boss has really taken that step. He Tian was extremely nervous when he sensed the powerful aura rising from the tribulation clouds. He was also a half-step almighty, but he had not taken that step for a long time. After Yin Gu Fei had made another breakthrough, and 2 of them had taken that step. Cutting the way. How do I cut the way? Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar. Although he could sense the great threat from heaven and earth, he still wore a calm expression. His mind had entered a strange state. All kinds of martial arts and combat skills created by the Supreme Martial Ancestor had faded away in his mind, and even disappeared. He had forgotten about them forever. In order to walk the path of an expert that belonged to him, he had to first forget. To be more precise, he had to cut off the Dao marks of others that had been branded in his heart. This process could not be analyzed by others, nor could it be of any help to Gu Fei. He had to overcome this crucial obstacle by himself. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1354. In the Hell Dao, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a sacrificial altar and started to sever his Dao. No one could teach him how to sever his Dao. He could only comprehend it himself. Everyone's Dao was different. Therefore, the process of severing one's Dao was unique because no one's Dao was the same as another's. Gu Fei's Dao was unique. It was not the martial ancestor's Dao. At this time, the cultivation method created by the martial ancestor gradually disappeared from his mind. Severing Dao was to sever the Dao of others and create one's own. The path of others was not suitable for oneself. Gu Fei cultivated the martial ancestors' cultivation method and had already planted the martial ancestors' Tao mark in his body. This was a situation that all cultivators had to face when they were severing their Tao. The cultivation method created by others contained the Tao of others. When cultivating the cultivation method of others, one's body would naturally condense the power of others' Tao. This was not one's own power. Even if one cultivated the cultivation method of others to the peak, it would definitely be difficult to become the strongest in the world and would not be able to prove one's Tao. To become the strongest and stand at the peak of all living beings, one had to walk a path that belonged to one's own. This was something that all cultivators knew. The Tao mark was formless and contained within the body. It was very difficult to sever it. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have been stuck at this threshold. There were countless cultivators, but those who could truly sever their Tao were few. Those who could sever their Tao were called monarchs in the heaven realm. They were heroes of a region and ruled over a region. In the heaven realm, there are not many who could be called monarchs. To be able to truly sever their Tao meant that they had truly embarked on the path of the strongest. It was like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Once they made the leap, they would transform into a dragon. Gu Fei's cultivation had long since reached the edge of severing his Tao. However, he had not severed his Tao. He wanted to accumulate his strength and wait until now to break through in one go. Rumble, the tribulation clouds were still gathering in the sky. Terrifying black clouds descended from the sky, covering thousands of miles of the world and almost pressing down on the ground. Streaks of dazzling lightning were like unparalleled divine swords, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. In an instant, they released a strong light that illuminated heaven and earth. Gu Fei's aura was already rising, and there was a thunderous sound coming from his body. His blood was flowing like thunder, and the blurry Tao patterns that were imprinted on his bones gradually lit up. A magnificent, illusionary figure began to appear on Gu Fei's body, which contained the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. The illusionary figure emitted a domineering aura. A martial ancestor was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it was just a mark, it was enough to shake the world. How could it be easy for Gu Fei to cut it off? The martial skills created by the supreme martial progenitor contained Tao force, which was the manifestation of the Tao. As Gu Fei cultivated the martial skills, the Tao force accumulated in his body and turned into Tao marks. Meanwhile, the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor appeared, but Gu Fei was still unable to sense where they were hiding in his body. His heart was imprinted with the martial progenitor's great Tao imprint. The great Tao imprint was only a kind of inheritance. It was not a Tao mark that Gu Fei cultivated the martial progenitor's battle technique. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and let out a furious roar when he felt threatened. The Tao mark of the martial progenitor was an obstacle that was hindering his progress. Only by cutting it off would he be able to soar into the sky and achieve his own Tao. This was an invisible shackle, and if Gu Fei wanted to break this shackle, no one would be able to help him. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, he might become a cripple or even die. The force of the heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate, causing the tribulation clouds to rumble. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. The only target of the pressure was Gu Fei. This heavenly tribulation, high up in the sky, Tian could not help but shudder after witnessing the scene. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered was too terrifying. The tribulation clouds continued to spread, covering an area of 3,000 to 4,000 li. He had never seen anyone's Tao severing heavenly tribulation that was so vast and terrifying. Once such a heavenly tribulation descended, even a true almighty would be killed. And Gu Fei was not yet a Tao-severing almighty. At this moment, Gu Fei's spirit chi surged as he released all the energy in his body. His spirit chi gradually climbed to the peak state. As the martial path true power in Gu Fei's body circulated at full force, The image that appeared on his body became more and more solid, and the power of the Tao mark was forced out. How can this be? When Gu Fei's essence, qi, and spirit reached their peak state, he was shocked to find that there was an extremely obscure Tao pattern appearing in every part of his body. These are the Tao marks of the martial progenitors. Although the Tao marks were faint, even with the heaven's eye, it was hard to discover them. Gu Fei never knew that he had such a thing on his body. The tiny Tao marks coiled around his flesh, veins, tendons, bones, and even his blood. These Tao marks were everywhere. How can I sever these Tao marks? Gu Fei was shocked. Tao severing seemed to be impossible now. This was severing himself. Could it be that he had to go through another rebirth? He had prepared all sorts of methods to deal with the Tao severing, but at this moment, it seemed like all of them were useless. The power of the Tao marks gathered in his heart and formed into a faint and illusory figure. This figure was like a martial progenitor descending, emitting a terrifying aura. Tao severing is the same as severing myself. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. His path of Tao severing was actually this difficult. The Tao marks of the martial progenitors had to be severed. If he didn't sever them, it would be difficult to form his own Tao. There was no other way. Even if it was a narrow escape, he had to give it a try. Gu Fei activated the trace of Tao power that he had condensed, and the blurry Tao patterns on his bones immediately lit up. The Tao power that was emitted from the blurry Tao patterns obliterated the Tao marks in his body. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering thunder sounded in the tribulation clouds in the sky. A huge lightning bolt the size of a mountain range struck down from the tribulation clouds and bombarded Gu Fei below. Swoosh! A ray of dark light shot out from Gu Fei's dantian to meet the bolt of lightning. An incomparably sharp sword qi rippled out from the ray of dark light. Buzz! The divine sword was shocked. The huge lightning bolt was dispersed by the sword. A black sword appeared above Gu Fei's head, emitting a series of vibrations. The black sword was Gu Fei's 9-heaven starry sword, which was refined with the 9-heaven starry steel. It was a godly sword that had yet to be sharpened, yet it was still incredibly sharp. The 9-heaven starry steel was an immortal material that even martial saints would be jealous of. Even ancient martial saints would struggle to find it, as it was used to refine an extreme sacred weapon. A cultivator's weapon would accompany the cultivator for the rest of his life, allowing him to improve together with the cultivator. Gu Fei was trying to overcome the tribulation to refine the 9-heaven starry sword. Bang! Another terrifying lightning bolt struck down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. The 9-heaven starry sword shuddered and resisted the lightning bolt from the sky. More lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds, connecting the heavens and earth. The terrifying tribulation began to unleash its power. Gu Fei was not afraid of the tribulation, as the greatest threat to him was the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor in his body. He was using the Tao that he had comprehended to resist the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor. The blurry Tao runes on his bones summoned the force of the heavens and earth to resist the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. It was a battle of Tao. If Gu Fei's Tao was able to shatter the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would be able to embark on his own path of cultivation. However, if Gu Fei's Tao were to be destroyed by the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would either become a cripple or suffer qi deviation, resulting in his death. In the past, countless cultivators had died to the Tao-severing tribulation. Roar! Gu Fei's hair danced wildly as the two forces battled in his body, causing his body to be covered in cracks. His meridians, muscles, and bones began to shatter. It was as if two ferocious dragons were fighting inside his body. The illusionary figure on his body became more solid, as if it was about to walk out from the rift. It was a sign that the force of the Tao marks was being activated. With the tribulation outside his body and the Tao marks inside his body, Gu Fei was facing the greatest danger he had ever encountered. He could sense the danger of dying, which was something he had never felt before. The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from his body as blood oozed out from his wounds. His flesh was gradually covered in blood. The force of the Tao marks was destroying his life force, while the Tao force that he had comprehended was rapidly healing his wounds. These were two extreme forces. Life and death, destruction and rebirth. It was a cycle. The Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor were not easily destroyed. Gu Fei's strength was unable to gain the upper hand, as his flesh and bones were shattering, while his martial body was collapsing. There was even a crack on his head, which was not a good sign. It should be said that the head was an important part of a human cultivator. The divine soul of a human cultivator was located in the head. If a cultivator's divine soul was destroyed, then his soul would scatter and he would be deader than dead. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. This level of threat was not enough to threaten his life. A ball of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. A tiny figure appeared and sat cross-legged in between his eyebrows. It was Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path. The 9 secrets of the immortal path, ascending to the heavens. Even if the soul was destroyed, the cultivator could rebuild it with the force of ascending. Gu Fei had a secret art to protect himself. The immortal path primordial spirit unleashed a strange force. Gu Fei's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His primordial spirit was executing the most mysterious ascending art of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please go to the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1355. The Tao severing heavenly tribulation began to circulate. This was a tribulation sent down by the heavens and earth. No matter where Gu Fei was, as long as he was in the world, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Although Gu Fei was in the Naraka realm, the heavenly tribulation still descended. The pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused all living beings to tremble. Under the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei encountered a danger that was even more dangerous than the Tao severing heavenly tribulation. The faint silhouette that appeared on his body became more solid. The power of the Tao marks in his body was fully activated. Boom! Martial path true power exploded from Gu Fei's body and quickly flowed out from his body, gathering towards the silhouette. The martial path true power was continuously extracted from his body, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Ow! He was horrified. The martial ancestor's Tao marks in his body triggered the power in his body. How could this be? He was in disbelief. How could this happen? The power of the great Tao surged as tiny Tao patterns rushed out from Gu Fei's body and entered the silhouette. The power of the Tao marks was separated from Gu Fei's body. Swish! When the last Tao pattern in Gu Fei's body entered the silhouette quickly condensed and a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? How is this possible? Far in the sky, outside the range of the tribulation clouds, He Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Martial ancestor. He Tian's voice was trembling. Bam! The tall and formidable middle-aged man attacked Gu Fei. His hand instantly covered the heavens and earth, emitting a destructive power. Heaven's shrouding hand. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and he could hardly move, but his immortal Tao Yuan Shun was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly opened its eyes. 2 bolts of lightning seemed to flash through the sky as a wave of immortal energy spread out from the primordial spirit, enveloping Gu Fei within. Just as the palm was about to hit Gu Fei, the heaven-covering palm suddenly changed its direction and slapped to the side. Rumble! The entire area began to shake. The 9 Earth ancestor veins emitted an endless amount of Earth essence, as if 9 giant dragons had woken up. They protected the entire area and blocked the giant hand. In the nick of time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit cast one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic chaos mystic art, and moved the middle-aged man's sky-shrouding hand away. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was recovering rapidly. Even his broken bones and tendons were healing. In just an instant, Gu Fei's physical body had completely recovered under the effect of the ascension power. His vital energy and blood were also extremely vigorous. Boom! Gu Fei stood up from the altar. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. Although more than half of the martial path true force in his body had been extracted, his physical strength was still formidable. "I'll kill you." Gu Fei took a step forward and punched forward. It was a simple punch, but the violent power caused the void to collapse. This middle-aged man was a martial ancestor. Although he was not a real martial ancestor, he was a phantom formed by the Tao marks of a martial ancestor. He exuded the invincible aura of a martial ancestor. Bang! The middle-aged man also punched out. The power of the 5 elements converged on his fist and exploded. This was a martial arts battle technique, the flawless fist of the 5 elements. Boom! The 2 fists collided fiercely. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The void was annihilated. Even the altar beneath Gu Fei's feet cracked. Gu Fei and the middle-aged man retreated together. Gu Fei almost fell off the altar. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck at Gu Fei. It was so fast that even the 9 heaven stars' sword failed to stop it. Gu Fei only felt a powerful and domineering force enter his body, and countless cracks immediately appeared on his body. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind. Layers of blurry Tao runes appeared on his body. The force of the great Tao surged and forced the force of the tribulation lightning out of his body. He reached out his hand and held the 9 heaven star sword in his hand before charging at the middle-aged man. His aura was tremendous as he slashed forward, leaving a 1,000-zhang-long rift in the void. The middle-aged man was equivalent to the clone of a supreme martial ancestor. He executed the 8 desolation steps and moved swiftly in the void, dodging Gu Fei's brilliant slash. A terrifying sword qi surged in all directions. The man soared into the sky. Gu Fei chased after him. The tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as bolts of lightning struck down at Gu Fei with a terrifying force that tore the heavens and earth apart. Gu Fei's body was so strong that he could ignore this level of lightning. He allowed the lightning to strike his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was a grand battle. The Tao marks of the martial ancestor had taken on the appearance of the martial ancestor to fight against Gu Fei. Gradually, the force of the tribulation lightning grew stronger as the lightning strikes from the sky became more terrifying. Bang! A purple bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, blasting the left side of Gu Fei's body into a bloody mess. Even his bones were exposed as the blood of the Emperor martial physique splattered everywhere. Bam! Gotcha! At that instant, the martial ancestor's clone's fist landed on Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei's chest to cave in. A bone-chilling sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The martial progenitor's clone followed closely behind and punched out again, causing Gu Fei to spit out another mouthful of blood. Gu Fei was actually suppressed by the martial progenitor's clone. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. He sensed great danger from the lightning strikes and the martial ancestor's clone in the sky. His flesh and bones were severely injured. He had completely forgotten about the powerful martial path battle skills. The martial ancestor's clone, formed by the power of the Tao marks in his body, posed a great threat to him. Yin-Yang Fist. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as the Yin and Yang force intertwined with each other on his right fist. Tao runes appeared on his fist as he activated the power of the great Tao. Boom! The Yin-Yang fist clashed with the 5 elements fist. Both used their Tao force, but there was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was knocked back once again as he spurted out blood. Countless lightning strikes descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Fei. Each lightning strike was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. Gu Fei's martial physique had been tempered countless times, But at this moment, blood splattered everywhere as his body suffered unimaginable damage. His bones were exposed in many places on his body. To see the first commercial, please go to please share target equals _ blank. Chapter 1356. Only through repeated tempering could one cultivate an invincible martial body. Although Gu Fei seemed to be heavily injured, his origin energy wasn't affected much. Question mark. Blinding bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky. A terrifying power tore through the void, enough to destroy everything. Even a half-saint would pale in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. Within the tribulation clouds, there was a vast and mighty aura of primal chaos. This was a heavenly tribulation that no cultivator wanted to face. It was the most terrifying of all heavenly tribulations. Gu Fei's origin spirit settled on his forehead, releasing endless immortal Tao divine light, displaying the power of heaven's emergence. A faintly discernible immortal light enveloped Gu Fei. Even though his corporeal body was constantly being heavily injured, and his flesh and blood were turning into mud, and even his bones, which were branded with blurry marks of Tao, were being shattered, the power of ascension could instantly heal his injured body. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the heaven's emergent secret art, could allow one to be reborn. Even if one's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were scattered, they could still reform. It was a supreme immortal art of immortality. Constantly being injured, constantly being repaired, destroyed and reborn, such a cycle. Gu Fei's body was gradually tempered, and the Tao marks on his bones became increasingly clear. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. Every bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky was as huge as a mountain. The destructive power shook the surroundings, and every bolt of lightning left a mark on his body. This was a fragment of the great Tao brought by the lightning tribulation, branded on his bones. The great Tao that Gu Fei comprehended gradually changed color and became clearer, using the great Tao to brand one's body, achieving eternity. If Gu Fei could become a saint, his martial body would be the carrier of the great Tao, becoming immortal through all tribulations. How can I sever my Tao? The power of the Tao mark incarnation was unquestionable. It was like the martial ancestor before he achieved the Tao. He was fighting against the martial ancestor when he was young. Gu Fei knew that the Tao mark on his body was a Tao mark left behind by the martial progenitor when he was severing his Tao. The heavens and earth had sensed it, and the Tao mark incarnation of the martial progenitor had appeared when he was about to sever his Tao. This was the great Tao of the martial ancestor, which was acknowledged by heaven and earth. If Gu Fei wanted to receive the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, he would have to sever the martial ancestor's Tao first. Gu Fei found that the thunder retribution did not have any impact on the Tao mark incarnation. The Tao mark incarnation approached from a distance, without any energy fluctuations, as if it was with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was simply invincible, bringing great pressure to him. Facing such an opponent, no one could remain calm. Even Gu Fei's rock-solid state of mind was shaken. However, he knew that once he gave up, there would only be one outcome, to be destroyed by the incarnation of the Tao marks and the heavenly tribulation. Once the clones of the Tao marks made their moves, they would display an undefeatable strength, which was a sign of the Tao left behind by the supreme martial progenitor. Tao marks, I will have to use the Tao marks to destroy it. An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. All kinds of attacks were ineffective against the Tao marks incarnation. If he couldn't sever the Tao marks incarnation, then he would have to use his own Tao force to try. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei circulated his profound art. The blurry Tao patterns imprinted on his bones began to light up. Then, each Tao pattern rushed out from his bones. The faint Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the power of the Tao runes circulated. A powerful aura surged out from Gu Fei's body. 5 Elemental Void. Gu Fei fully executed the technique he created. He walked in the fire elemental void, and the other 5 elemental voids revolved around him. This was a world of fire, and there were monstrous flames everywhere. The Tao Mark incarnation wanted to destroy this part of the void and displayed its supreme martial Tao profundity. Boom! The Tao Mark incarnation punched out, and the entire fire elemental void trembled. The void shattered, and a path was actually created. Oof. Want to leave? At this time, Gu Fei arrived. In this part of the heaven and earth, he was an omnipotent supreme god. With a single thought, he could perceive every detail in this part of the heaven and earth. Bang! With a punch, the fist force was like a surging river, rushing forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined. Gu Fei struck out the yin-yang fist. This was not a martial Tao combat skill created by the martial ancestor. The power of yin and yang intertwined and collided on Gu Fei's fist, raising the power of this punch to an unbelievable level. He was trying to evolve his own martial Tao combat skill and no longer followed the path of the predecessors. Boom! The Tao Mark incarnation also blasted out a simple punch. This punch triggered the power of the 5 elements and fiercely collided with Gu Fei's fist. This was a confrontation of the power of the Tao. The Tao pattern on Gu Fei's right arm bloomed with bright divine light, and the power of the Tao was surging. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, and Gu Fei's fire elemental void was collapsing. Outside, endless thunder and lightning immediately fell from the sky. Each thunder and lightning had a trace of the aura of chaos, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This was the chaos thunder tribulation. When the tribulation thunder entered his body, his whole body was emitting electric light, and even his pores were spurting tiny electric currents. The power of chaos and destruction was destroying the vitality in Gu Fei's body, shaking his spirit, and even his soul was about to be torn apart by this terrifying power. Both his body and soul were experiencing a terrifying baptism. This was a complete transformation from the body to the soul. Once Gu Fei successfully took this step, his martial body and soul would be sublimated. This was a transformation of the essence. Successfully cutting the Tao was equivalent to crossing a heavenly moat. At this time, the cultivator could use the power of the Tao, which was difficult to compare with the cultivator who had not cut the Tao. The Tao Mark incarnation was still strong, showing a powerful momentum of invincibility. Gu Fei was shaken and flew out. The Tao pattern on Gu Fei's right fist appeared, and the Tao rhyme was at the 6th revolution. He triggered the power of the Tao to fight against the Tao Mark incarnation. This time, the Tao Mark incarnation did not gain any advantage. Buzz! The 9 heaven star sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating, and on the pitch-black sword body, a Tao pattern began to appear, and the sword chi fluctuations became more intense and terrifying. Swoosh! The sword light rushed to thousands of feet, cutting the void between heaven and earth, and strangled the Tao Mark incarnation. The sword light contained the power of the Tao, and it was extremely fast. Tao Mark's incarnation seemed to have sensed the danger. At the critical moment, he actually dodged to the side. However, even so, the sword light formed by the 9 heaven star sword also chopped off one of Tao Mark's arms. Die! Gu Fei became stronger and stronger. His whole body bloomed with the power of thunder and lightning. His body was once again seriously injured by the heaven's retribution, but he still moved forward, holding the sword and rushing forward again. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. His primordial spirit was operating the emergent secret technique which could protect his life. The void of the 5 elements appeared around him, and he walked in the void. Although he did not use the 8 desolate steps, his speed was not any weaker than when he used the 8 steps extreme speed. To see the premiere without ads, please go to target =_blank. Chapter 1357. The footwork that Gu Fei displayed was derived from the 8 desolation steps, but it was not the 8 desolation steps. He was walking in the 5 elements void steps. Question mark. Endless tribulation thunder was releasing destructive power. Every electric light illuminated the entire world. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a sea of thunder. The terrifying chaotic thunder calamity tore the world apart and destroyed everything. Even Gu Fei's extremely powerful martial body of a half-step to almighty realm was bombarded by the thunder calamity. His flesh was lacerated and his blood splattered across the sky. However, his body's recovery ability was already amazing. Coupled with the magical effect of the feather immortal force, although Gu Fei's body was seriously injured by the tribulation thunder, it would recover in an instant. Boom! The battle between Gu Fei and the Dao Mark incarnation broke out. The terrifying power spread out and the entire sea of thunder shook. The chaos thunder could destroy everything, but Gu Fei still had the strength to fight in the face of the chaos thunder. Great Gu! Outside the tribulation clouds, He Tian, who witnessed this scene in the distant sky, was shocked to the extreme. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was really heaven-defying. Facing the chaos thunder and fighting with the Dao Mark incarnation, even if it was said that no one would believe it. This was really too abnormal. Gu Fei's cutting the path heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Once he successfully cut the path, he would be more powerful and terrifying than the ordinary almighties. Being invincible in the same realm was not just a legend. Amidst the deafening thunder, two figures were moving at high speed. Gu Fei held the 9 Heaven-Star sword in his hand and released extremely sharp sword chi fluctuations. Every sword light was brighter than the tribulation thunder that fell from the sky. Swoosh! The sword light was like a shocking rainbow, breaking through the layers of tribulation thunder and slashing towards the terrible figure that seemed to have merged with the great path of heaven and earth. The resplendent sword light contained Dao patterns. This was the Dao power that Gu Fei had comprehended. Only this kind of power could injure the Dao Mark incarnation. Just now, he had chopped off one of the Dao Mark incarnation's arms. At that moment, Dao Mark's incarnation had recovered. The arm that had been cut off also condensed. The power of the great path spread out from the figure. Tens of thousands of tribulation lightning bolts fell from the sky, but they were unable to cause any harm to this figure. It was as if this figure had existed since the beginning of chaos until now. Boom! Dao Mark's incarnation struck out with a flawless 5 elements fist. The terrifying fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The entire tribulation cloud trembled, and thousands of lightning bolts dissipated under that figure's fist. Gu Fei's unparalleled sword light was no exception. It was shattered by the Dao Mark incarnation's punch. Moreover, the power of this punch only exploded when the sword light was shattered. The unimaginably ferocious power pierced through heaven and earth, as well as Gu Fei's physical body. Even his bones, which were branded with vague Dao patterns, were shattered. What? Gu Fei was horrified. The Dao Mark incarnation's strength was too strong. He quickly retreated because the Dao Mark incarnation had already struck out with another punch. Even the 5 elements void outside his body could not stop this kind of fist energy. He moved quickly in the 5 elements void, but the Dao Mark incarnation used the 8 desolation steps. Its speed was not inferior to his at all. The Dao Mark incarnation's fist quickly approached Gu Fei. This was a punch that could not be avoided. The Dao Mark incarnation had already locked on to Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. Roar! You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei switched the sword to his left hand. Then his entire body's yin and yang true power crazily gathered his right hand. The yin and yang true power intertwined. An extremely powerful fluctuation spread out from his right hand. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced wildly. He struck out with all his strength. The yin and yang true power intertwined on his fist, forming a terrible destructive power. Bam! Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the Dao Mark incarnation's fist. The yin and yang true power and the 5 elements force collided and offset each other. The power that was released caused the void to shatter. Gu Fei felt a force so powerful that it was hard to resist coming from his fist, and the bones in his arm gave off a bone-chilling cracking sound. Wah! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away by the force. His body suffered a great impact and was seriously injured. I'm not a match for him. Although Gu Fei's heart was full of fighting spirit, he was facing the most amazing person since ancient times. This was a challenge. Moreover, it was a challenge that he had almost no chance of winning. Rumble, endless tribulation, thunder exploded on Gu Fei's body. He suffered an indescribable injury. His bones were broken. His chest and abdomen were pierced. His entire right arm bone was broken. He became a bloody man. The feather transformation, celestial force, spread out from the space between his eyebrows and flowed through his entire body. His internal injuries were quickly healing. The pierced chest and the broken bones in his arm are all healing. He was simply a cockroach that could not be killed. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the five elements void. He rushed into the sky and directly rushed into the tribulation clouds in the sky. He triggered the Tao, severing tribulation. The tribulation clouds that covered thousands of miles bloomed with endless, dazzling lightning. The Tao Mark incarnation also rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. The Tao Mark incarnation was not afraid of anything. He was not a real person, but just an incarnation. The power of destruction was surging. This part of the world seemed to be obliterated. The terrible power of the tribulation completely drowned Gu Fei. He encountered great danger. In the end, even his primordial spirit was scattered several times. His entire body was almost destroyed, but he persisted. His physical body was reconstructed, and his primordial spirit was reassembled. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Feather Immortal Secret Method, displayed power that even Gu Fei could not believe. It pulled Gu Fei back from the gates of hell several times. During this process, Gu Fei's physical body became more and more powerful. His primordial spirit also became extremely stable. The patterns of the great path of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His Tao, severing tribulation, was too terrifying. If it was not for the Feather Immortal Secret Method, he probably would not have been able to persist and would have ended up in a tragic state. In the end, countless patterns of the Tao appeared on Gu Fei's body. The patterns intertwined on his body. The power of the great path condensed, causing his every movement to be filled with the rhythm of the great path. Gu Fei's physical body withstood the destructive power of the Tao, severing tribulation. Although he almost died, he made it in the end. Both his physical body and primordial spirit experienced the most thorough baptism. When he broke through the shackles in his body, his physical body was like an ocean that contained hundreds of rivers. The power of the tribulation clouds was drawn and refined by him into his own martial arts' true power. A mass of chaotic essence formed in his dantian and began to circulate. Outside the chaotic essence was the yin and yang essence. This was the yin and yang turning into chaos. To see the first commercial, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1358. The Tao severing heavenly tribulation raged for 24 hours and still did not stop, and the terrifying fluctuations of the tribulation became even stronger. During this process, Gu Fei experienced several tests of life and death, lingering at the gates of death. The incarnation of the Tao mark of the martial ancestor had slashed him more than 10 times, causing his physical body to collapse and his Yuan Shun to collapse. However, the immortal force of emergence allowed Gu Fei to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. His physical body and Yuan Shun were reforged, and the great path gradually condensed and branded on his physical body. From the physical body to the Yuan Shun, this was the most thorough transformation. After this transformation, everything was different, and Gu Fei would ascend to a new level. In the tribulation cloud, no one knew what dangers Gu Fei had encountered. Even He Tian could not see into the tribulation cloud with his yin-yang divine eyes. He Tian only saw the terrifying heavenly tribulation raging, and Gu Fei's roar came from the tribulation cloud from time to time. In the end, Gu Fei's aura gradually became stronger. And when the confrontation between Gu Fei and the incarnation of the Tao mark reached the most critical moment, above the earth, 9 dragon shadows rushed up and a part of the world was awakened. This was the backup plan that Gu Fei had arranged, and now it came in handy. 9 dragon shadows, hovering in the tribulation cloud, emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused the world to change color. This was the power of the 9 ancestral veins of Earth being drawn out. With the power of the 9 dragons, Gu Fei was extremely powerful, and he constantly clashed with the incarnation of the Tao mark. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a punch, and the Great Path Divine rune emerged on his fist, directly smashing half of the body of the incarnation of the Tao mark. Swish! The incarnation of the Tao mark immediately retaliated, and its right hand instantly grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder, tearing off one of his arms, and blood splattered. The two figures quickly retreated. Gu Fei's body was surrounded by the energy of the 9 dragons. He had attracted the power of the ancestral earth vein and reversed the situation. The Tao mark incarnation could no longer gain any advantage. This was an extremely brutal battle. Gu Fei's body was constantly being torn apart. Even the soul between his eyebrows had been dispersed, and his bones had been obliterated. However, Gu Fei's will was as strong as immortal divine metal. His divine will didn't fade, and his flesh and blood continued to reform. His bones, tendons, and even his soul were constantly cleansed by the power of heavenly tribulation. Although it was a narrow escape, it was also a great opportunity to get close to the great Tao and evolve his own Tao fruit. This gave Gu Fei the opportunity to walk the path of a powerhouse that belonged only to him. Outside the tribulation clouds, He Tian was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. No one knew exactly how powerful the 9 ancestral meridians were. However, He Tian knew that Gu Fei was using the power of heaven and earth to pass the tribulation. The essence of the earth rose to resist the heavenly tribulation of severing the Tao. This was an extremely shocking scene. Boss will succeed. He Tian knew that although Gu Fei's severing of the Tao had attracted the most terrifying heavenly tribulation, he could also use the power of the Hell Tao for his own use. Even so, he had almost died. This area was covered by the tribulation lightning, but the earth below had gathered all the power of the Hell Tao. It was the ancestral meridian of this world. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not destroy the 9 ancestral meridians that snaked above the earth. Time passed. The terrifying might gathered in the world was vast and mighty. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before the tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The entire world gradually brightened. The essence of the earth sank and gradually entered the 9 ancestral meridians on the ground. A figure appeared high up in the sky. Gu Fei sat cross-legged high up in the sky. His whole body's Tao rhyme was circulating 6 times. An illusory figure appeared from his body and then disappeared in the void. A purple divine light disappeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful aura spread from his body. He was like the incarnation of the great Tao, high up in the sky. This was the aura of an almighty figure. Gu Fei had finally succeeded in severing the Tao. Now, he felt that his body was filled with endless power. At this moment, he felt that he could challenge the strongest existence in the world. Looking inside, he could see that Tao patterns that contained the truth of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His bones were crystal clear, like the 9 heavens' divine jade. Tao rhyme circulated and condensed the power of the Tao. Gu Fei's physical body was transforming into a saint body. The Tao patterns imprinted on his bones were no longer blurry. They had become clear. This kind of bone was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a half-step saint. Gu Fei stood up in the void. A thunderous explosion immediately came from his body. The void around him was trembling. Boss did it. He Tian was surprised and happy. Gu Fei had succeeded in severing the Tao. They were not afraid of anyone now. As long as they did not encounter a real saint, they would have enough power to protect themselves. Swoosh! He Tian rushed over from a distance and congratulated Gu Fei. However, he was greeted by a finger from Gu Fei. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. The speed at which he was sent flying was faster than the speed at which he had rushed over. Boss, Tian was shocked. However, he immediately knew that Boss was using him as a test. His heart trembled. A cultivator at the Dao-severing realm was too terrifying. He could be killed with a finger. He knew very well that if Gu Fei had wanted to kill him just now, he could have done so with a finger. It's time to leave, Gu Fei said to himself. Rumble. With a thought, the earth shook. A divine pearl rose from the ground where the 9 dragons converged. The divine pearl was hundreds of meters in diameter. Flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, and rivers appeared on its surface. Occasionally, it would return to chaos. Above the divine pearl, the birth and destruction of heaven and earth appeared. This was a reincarnation cycle. This reincarnation cycle was constantly appearing on the divine pearl. This was the origin of heaven and earth, the purgatory path's origin world pearl. Gu Fei kept the origin world pearl in his heart. Then, he activated the 9 ancestral veins. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. The 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges that meandered for who knew how many miles shook. The earth chi of the 9 dragons gathered on the altar. A 9-colored beam of light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Tao patterns appeared in the beam of light. The passage between this world and the outside world was opened. The purgatory path could only be entered, not exited. Although Gu Fei had the origin world pearl of the purgatory path, he could not enter and exit this world as he pleased, unless he had already kept the purgatory path into his body. But with Gu Fei's current cultivation, this was simply impossible. One had to know that this was a world that was comparable to a real world. Human world. Gu Fei and Tian stood on the altar. Both of them had very complicated feelings. That day, they left the human world and entered the heaven realm was very coincidental. In the human world, they had many enemies. The Dongfang family, the Buddhism of the West Earth, and the demons of the human world were all their great enemies. The little monk Xianxia was now in the heaven realm. After Gu Fei severed his Tao, he wanted to find someone to test his moves on. He could not find the little monk Xianxia, but there should be more than one Buddhist almighty in the Buddhism. The foundation of the Buddhism was not in the heaven realm. It was not even in the 3 realms and 6 Taos. It was in the legendary Buddhist heavenly kingdom, the heavenly Buddha path. Heavenly Buddha path. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. Tian was looking forward to it even more. There were definitely many treasures in the heavenly Buddha path. They soared into the sky and instantly disappeared in the 9-colored beam of light. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1359. Swoosh. The 9-color divine light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in it. Gu Fei and Tian had come out of the Naraka realm and returned to the human world. The human world, Gu Fei and Tian were both very emotional. In the heaven realm, they were just passers-by. In their hearts, their roots were still in the human world. However, other than Gu Fei and Tian, Xiaoqing, Balan, and the little fatty were still in the heaven realm. Xiaoqing and the others were under the protection of the old turtle, so no one dared to provoke them. It should be known that the old turtle was the son of the Tai Huang and had mastered the Tai Huang seal. In the entire heaven realm, there were really not many people who were willing to offend the old turtle. The 9-color divine light gradually dissipated in the void, and the passage between the desolate battlefield and the Naraka realm closed again. The world was dark. Death chi lingered. This place was no different from the last time Gu Fei and the others left. Around them were 9 broken black mountains standing on the ground. In the battle that day, the ceiling formation of the Buddhism was broken. The 9 mountains were broken, and the scene of the battle with Buddha, Lord Green Lotus, appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Buddha, Lord Green Lotus, a Buddhist Vedanta who had cultivated the Vajra Buddha body. How far had his cultivation gone? Gu Fei was very expectant. He wanted to fight now. After successfully cutting his way, he wanted to verify his cultivation and strength. The Great Path Divine pattern was branded on his bone body. His bone body was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a half-step saint. Such a powerful martial body was unparalleled in the world. It was not a legend that he was invincible among his peers. Gu Fei was very confident, but he was not arrogant. Although he had cut his way, there were still many people who could defeat him in this world. Boss, should we directly kill our way to the spiritual mountain? He Tian rubbed his palms together. The Buddhism was the strongest in the West Earth. Since ancient times, there had never been a force that could shake the Buddhism of the West Earth. The foundation of the Buddhism must not be underestimated. Kill our way to the spiritual mountain? I think we should deal with the trouble in front of us first. Gu Fei smiled. There was no lack of dead creatures in the desolate battlefield. Death Qi gathered here, giving birth to incomparably powerful dead spirits. Some of the dead spirits were even comparable to half-saints. These guys, He Tian's expression changed when he heard that. Only now did he notice that several black clouds had appeared in the sky at some point. Each one of them contained an incomparably powerful aura of death. It was obvious that the undead creatures in the dark clouds were concealing their strength. The obscure undulations of death energy made even He Tian's heart palpitate. An undead creature that could move a half-step almighty was rare even in the heaven realm. However, this was the human realm. The waters of the human realm were deeper than the heaven realm. Umph! What a reckless fellow! A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. These three incomparably powerful undead creatures were definitely at the almighty level. They were at the same level as Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy. At the same time, he was shocked. The human realm seemed to have changed. Three almighty existences actually appeared at the same time. One must know that almighty existences were the overlords of a region in the heaven realm. They were peerless heroes that controlled the life and death of a region. They were the most powerful existences. Scram! A purple divine light flashed between Gu Fei's brows. His primordial spirit sat in his Niwen palace and sent out such a divine sense, displaying absolute power. Boss, are you really going to let them go? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. These three undead creatures were incomparably powerful. If they could be subdued, they would definitely be a powerful force that could move unhindered in the human realm. Who are you? After a while, such a divine sense fluctuation was transmitted from a dark cloud. The almighty undead creature did not retreat. After reaching this level, even undead creatures had their own pride. Not scram? Then stay. Gu Fei did not want to say much. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most practical. As long as his fist was hard enough, he would be able to beat the other party into submission. You're going too far. An angry roar came from another direction in the sky. It was also a divine sense fluctuation. This undead creature was very unhappy. The consequences would be very serious. Swish! A huge skeletal hand the size of a small hill came out from the dark cloud. The terrifying fluctuation caused the void in front of the skeletal hand to collapse. The undead creature immediately made its move. Swish! Gu Fei did not speak anymore. He was very straightforward. He pointed his finger at the skeletal hand. A mass of divine light emerged from his fingertip and flew forward. This mass of divine light was only the size of a fist. It did not emit any earth-shattering energy fluctuation. However, it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. This is the undead creature hidden in the dark cloud was shocked. It could not see through the depths of the human in front of it. This made a little uneasy. The mass of divine light collided with the hill-sized skeletal hand. It was like a drop of water falling into a large lake. It should not have caused any waves. However, the mass of divine light that Gu Fei shot out displayed a terrifying power that made everyone's heart palpitate. The huge skeletal hand was collapsing. With the place hit by the divine light as the center, it spread outwards. In just an instant, the huge skeletal hand turned into a mass of bone powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The three great undead creatures turned pale with fright. They were the rulers of the ancient, desolate battlefield. They were the most powerful existences. They did not accept each other and wanted to unify the ancient, desolate battlefield. The three great undead creatures controlled countless undead creatures and fought each other endlessly. However, none of them could truly unify the ancient, desolate battlefield. In the end, the three almighty undead creatures formed a tripartite balance. Until today, the appearance of Gu Fei and He Tian broke the balance of the ancient, desolate battlefield. The three almighty undead creatures felt threatened. Let's attack together and kill these two humans. It was impossible for the ancient, desolate battlefield to have a fourth force. This was the consensus of the three great undead creatures. The ancient, desolate battlefield was their territory. They could not let the humans interfere. Boom, boom, boom. The three great undead creatures no longer concealed themselves. The terrifying death energy of three almighty beings suddenly erupted. The wind and clouds surged, and a terrifying death aura shrouded the entire place. Oof. You guys are overestimating yourselves. When He Tian saw the three great undead creatures going all out, he could not help but sneer with a face full of disdain. He was only a half-step almighty. Each of the three great undead creatures had the ability to kill him. However, he knew that even if the three great undead creatures attacked him together, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. He Tian seemed to have already seen the outcome of this battle. This was a battle without any suspense. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1360. When the supremes of the three undead creatures attacked together, any almighty would turn pale. This was also the reason why the desolate battlefield was known as a dangerous place. Question mark. Even if an almighty entered the desolate battlefield, there was a risk of dying. Cultivators who were below the almighty level would definitely die if they entered this place. Gu Fei was fearless in the face of the three undead creatures' all-out attacks. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth were sealed by the three undead creatures' power. At this moment, the three undead emperors who had been fighting for countless years actually joined forces. So what if the three of you come at me together? Gu Fei was fearless. Endless death qi surged towards him from all directions. He directly punched out, and the fierce fist energy directly penetrated the sealing power of the three undead creatures. Then he grabbed He Tian, who was beside him, and threw him out. Come on. Gu Fei's martial path true force was vast and mighty. The five elements void emerged and blocked the surging death qi outside the five elements void. Swoosh. He walked in the five elements void at an extremely fast speed. With one step, he was in front of the huge, undead creature and directly punched out. Bam! The void shook. Gu Fei's punch penetrated the void between heaven and earth. Endless palm energy surged out from his palm and shook off the layers of death qi, hitting the undead creature skeleton. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The undead creature skeleton was smashed by Gu Fei's palm, and half of its body was smashed. It turned into Gu Fei and dissipated with the wind. Roar! The undead skeleton roared and retreated. If Yi Futian punched again, the other half of its body would be smashed into powder. Swoosh! At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound. 5 pitch-black death qi shot from afar and pierced through Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei casually punched out and directly smashed the 5 death rays. The strength of the almighty martial body shocked the 3 undead creatures. Die or surrender. You only have 2 choices. Gu Fei was like a supreme ruler as he swept his eyes over the 3 undead. His battle intent was like a rainbow, but to him, these 3 undead were too weak. Martial artists were invincible within the same realm. Gu Fei's invincible attitude made the 3 undead creatures feel a great sense of danger. They unexpectedly had an impulse to surrender. Roar! An illusory, ghostly shadow roared at the sky. You want us to submit to you? This is impossible. The divine sense that came from the ghostly shadow was full of anger. At this level of cultivation, even undead creatures would have arrogance and would not bow their heads to anyone. Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. A ray of black light rushed out from his dantian, and a chilling sword chi immediately appeared in the surroundings. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and a pitch-black, ancient longsword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. The chilling sword chi spread out from the black sword, making people feel as if a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Boss is getting serious. Hei Tian, who was sent out of the encirclement of the 3 undead creatures by Gu Fei, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene with his yin-yang godly eyes. These 3 undead creatures didn't even know that they were about to die. What a big tone! The 3 undead creatures were furious. This human in front of them actually dared to look down on them. It made them want to tear this human apart. The inevitable war broke out. Swoosh! An iron chain surrounded by black gas rushed out from the ghostly shadow and wrapped around Gu Fei, just like the legendary soul-reaping chain. Another undead creature threw out a skull and smashed it directly at Gu Fei. It was just a skull that was no different from an ordinary person, but Gu Fei was moved. This was because he found that the skull was branded with Tao patterns. The bone was crystal clear like the 9th heaven divine jade, and it emitted saint-level fluctuations. The skull of a sage shocked Gu Fei to the core. At the same time, the undead skeleton wielded a bone sword and slashed at Gu Fei. The sword chi condensed from the power of death tore apart the heaven and earth. Facing such a powerful attack, Gu Fei still looked calm. Around him, the 5 elements void was operating, and he struck out with the 5 elements fist. Boom! He blasted out a fist, and the fire burned the sky, cutting off the iron chain thrown out by the ghostly shadow. When the fist energy spread out, it shattered the heaven and earth. Gu Fei had already comprehended his own great Tao, and now he could use all the cultivation methods. From forgetting to remembering, this was also a kind of reincarnation. At this time, Gu Fei could find the cultivation methods and battle skills that he had forgotten any time. Since he had already severed the great Tao, even if he used martial arts and battle skills, it would not affect him. Buzz! The 9th heaven star's sword vibrated, and the black sword chi collided with the bone sword of the undead skeleton. When the bone sword of the undead skeleton touched the 9th heaven star's sword, it immediately shattered. Gu Fei's 9th heaven star's sword also underwent a transformation during his tribulation. This divine sword became different, and it was no longer the sword that had no sharpness. Swoosh! Gu Fei held the 9th heaven star's sword in his hand. After crushing the bone sword of the undead skeleton, his sword momentum did not stop, and he actually cut off the other half of the undead skeleton's body, leaving only its head. Only the sage-level skull that was smashing over posed a threat to Gu Fei. The Saint-grade skull came crashing down. Although this skull was the same size as an ordinary person's skull, Gu Fei felt as though an immemorial mountain was pressing down on his head. Very good. This way it won't be so boring. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved in the 5 elements void and quickly dodged. The sage-level skull was too strange, and the figure hidden in the deathly aura still did not show up. Sage-level skull. In the distant sky, Hei Tian saw this scene with his yin-yang divine eyes, and his heart trembled. He never expected that the other party would actually have a sage-level skull. Kill! The undead creature hidden in the deathly aura raised its arm and shouted, setting off a monstrous energy wave. The sage-level skull followed behind it like a shadow. Damn it! He stepped in the void, and every step he took covered a distance of more than 10 miles. However, even with such speed, he still could not get rid of the sage-level skull behind him. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and rays of black sword light rushed out of Gu Fei's hand and slashed at the sage-level skull behind him. Every ray of sword light contained great power, and they pierced through the sky and the earth. However, when they slashed at the skull, they did not even leave a mark on it. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share target equals underscore blank. Chapter 1361. The desolate battlefield was definitely a perilous place in the Tung-Long continent. In ancient times, a terrible war had taken place here. Millions of people were plunged into misery and suffering, and even a sage had fallen here. Question mark. Rumble. The sage's skull spewed out an endless deathly aura and smashed towards Gu Fei. A wisp of the sage's aura surged out from the skull and almost collapsed the entire heaven and earth. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the ninth heaven star sword in his hand. Rays of pitch-black sword light rushed out from his hand and slashed at the sage's skull. However, it was of no use at all. The incomparably sharp sword aura couldn't even leave a mark on the sage's skull. This was the sage's skull. Even if there was only a wisp of the sage's aura left, it would still be difficult to destroy. The one driving the sage's skull was an evil corpse. This evil corpse was like an evil spirit that crawled out from hell, emitting an extremely evil aura all over its body. The evil corpse's blood-red eyes opened and closed. From time to time, a frightening blood-red evil light would burst out from the surging deathly aura. It was incomparably ferocious. This guy has hidden his strength very well. The other two undead creatures couldn't help but be secretly shocked when they saw that the evil corpse was actually able to fight against this human expert alone. They didn't expect their opponent to have such a method. The three undead creatures had fought countless times in the desolate battlefield, but the ghostly figure and the undead skeleton had never seen the evil corpse use this sage's skull. The appearance of the sage's skull not only made Gu Fei, but also the ghostly figure and the undead skeleton felt a great threat. They knew that once the evil corpse killed this human expert, it would turn around and kill them. Who didn't want to unify the desolate battlefield and become the supreme existence among the undead creatures? Swoosh! Gu Fei used the void steps and moved quickly in the five elements void. He avoided the sage's skull and attacked the evil corpse. The vast yin and yang qi surged, dispersing the deathly aura in the entire heaven and earth. As the black and white energies intertwined, Gu Fei put away the nine heaven stars sword and moved his hands. His right hand was yang, emitting a bright white light, while his left hand was yin, surging with a monstrous black energy. This was a killer move that he had created, and it was called the yin-yang reincarnation fist. This was a fist technique that he had comprehended when he was severing his Tao. This fist technique was comparable to the flawless five elements fist, and it could evolve the great Tao of yin and yang. The three undead creatures sensed danger. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with his right fist, and a white light rushed out from his fist. The pure yang energy was vast and mighty, and it directly evaporated the heavy death qi in front of him. Then it rushed towards the evil corpses hiding in the death qi. Bam! The evil corpse was greatly alarmed and used all its strength to resist. A monstrous death qi surged out from its body, turning into a ghost hand that met Gu Fei's right fist. Rumble! The two almighty powers collided and the entire world was torn apart. Pitch-black spatial cracks snaked out in all directions. Roar! The evil corpse roared. It found that this human's fist energy was unstoppable and difficult to resist. The black ghost hand was suppressed by Gu Fei's fist energy and retreated towards the evil corpse. Too strong. The evil corpse was shocked and angry at the same time. It didn't think that this human expert would be so terrifying. If we don't come and help, we will be killed by this guy one by one. The evil corpse roared. The other two undead creatures were actually watching the show, and this made it mad. At this time, the Saint Skull also flew back and smashed towards Gu Fei's back. Humph! Gu Fei's right fist shook, and the pure yang energy on top of it erupted. In an instant, the black ghost hand was dispersed, and his fist hit the evil corpse's chest. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the evil corpse's body. Roar! The evil corpse roared, and it was sent flying several thousand zhang away. Boom! Like a meteorite, it crashed into a broken black mountain. Rubble pierced through the sky, and dust flew everywhere. The entire area was in chaos. Black boulders were smashed in all directions, and the area within 1,000 li was affected. Bang! At this time, a terrifying saint's power came from behind Gu Fei. It was as if a saint was attacking him. The void was directly smashed, and the chaotic energy was struck out. Swoosh! Gu Fei felt the danger and soared into the sky, instantly dodging. The saint's skull smashed into the void and turned it into a piece of chaos. The 5 elements void steps was not inferior to the 8 desolate steps. It also possessed extreme speed. In terms of speed, no one in the same realm could be faster than him. Boss, stop playing around. In the distant sky, He Tian saw this scene and couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Gu Fei. Although these 3 undead creatures were powerful, they were far from being Gu Fei's opponents. Bang! Swoosh! The undying skeleton and the ghostly figure made their moves. A mass of black light shot out from the undying skeleton's mouth. This was the death chi that it had condensed for countless years. As long as one was touched by this death chi, even a mighty figure would be corroded into ashes. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. The ghostly figure emitted countless black threads. These strange threads were densely packed and interweaved into a large black net, falling towards Gu Fei's head. You're courting death. Monstrous chi and blood surged out from Gu Fei's body. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared on his body, interweaving with a trace of the Great Path's power. He stretched out his hand and tore apart the black net. Then he punched out and dispersed the death chi that the undying skeleton spat out. He continued to soar into the sky and walked in the void. Bang! With just one step, he arrived in the sky above the undying skeleton. Then he directly stomped down. A terrifying power surged under his feet. He naturally used the 8 steps, 8 kills. Forgetting was not true forgetting. Gu Fei had already cut his way. His previous cultivation methods were not truly erased from his mind. Now, he could still use the battle techniques created by the martial ancestor. Cultivation methods were dead, but humans were alive. They could learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses and perfect their own way. The undying skeleton raised its hand to block. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The mighty figure's bone body could not withstand this one stomp from Gu Fei. The huge arm bone shattered into thousands of pieces. The undying skeleton was scared out of its wits. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed down from the sky. He broke the undying skeleton's skull and grabbed the soul fire in his hand. Spare me. The undying skeleton no longer had a trace of arrogance. Its life and death were in the hands of the other party. At this time, it only wanted to live. It could not care so much. I've already said before, die or surrender. You chose the path of death. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly dispersed the divine soul within the soul divine light with his martial path true power. However, he preserved the extremely huge soul fire within the soul divine light. Boom! At this time, the evil corpse that Gu Fei had sent flying soared into the sky again. It set off a monstrous death chi and rushed towards Gu Fei. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1362. Bam! The skull of the saint emitted a wisp of holy might that descended from the sky and pressed down on Gu Fei. The entire void was collapsing and being annihilated. A wisp of saint-level power displayed a terrifying divine might. Question mark. No one knew where this evil corpse had obtained the skull of a saint and refined it into a terrifying killing weapon. Even if this killing weapon was not a true holy weapon, it was not far from it. Gu Fei sent the spiritual power that had already severed his spiritual soul into his inner world. Then, he punched upwards, directly contending against the skull of the saint. Boom! Gu Fei's fist fiercely bombarded the skull of the saint. The violent fist force pierced through the sky and the earth. The power of destruction spread out in all directions, annihilating the void. The evil corpse was sent flying. Its physical body, which contained an endless aura of death, almost collapsed in the void. Black corpse blood seeped out of its mouth. It had suffered a great impact. What? In the distance, the ghostly figure saw this scene and was horrified. It immediately turned around and fled. This human was too terrifying. He was like an ancient god, invincible. So what if it is a true holy weapon? Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He attacked with all his strength. On the bones of his arm, the divine patterns of the Great Path all lit up, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path. This punch of his had already activated the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth. It collided with the skull of the saint. It was not suppressed by the skull of the saint, and the skull of the saint was blocked. Gu Fei then opened his inner world and stored the skull of the saint inside. After entering Gu Fei's inner world, the skull of the saint floated in the void. Swoosh! Seeing that Gu Fei had taken the skull of the saint, the evil corpse was also scared out of its wits and immediately fled. Oof! Trying to escape? Gu Fei used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With just one step, he had already caught up to the evil corpse. He immediately attacked, his right fist punching out with the fiercest yang fist. Bam! Under Gu Fei's fist, the evil corpse's body was smashed into pieces. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere, and a head flew into the air. Although its fleshly body had been destroyed, the evil corpse didn't truly die. Its head emitted a powerful soul fluctuation, wanting to escape. However, in front of Gu Fei, no one could escape so easily. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed his finger, and the evil corpse's head immediately exploded. Both its body and soul were destroyed. After Gu Fei killed the evil corpse, the ghostly shadow had already escaped to God knows where, but Gu Fei did not let it go just because of this. He Tian had been eyeing the ghostly figure for a long time. He was only a half-step almighty, so he couldn't fight against a true almighty. However, his tracking skills were absolutely unparalleled. The ancient, desolate battlefield was vast and boundless. Millions of living beings had fallen. Skeletons could be seen everywhere on the ground. This place was filled with Yin Qi and Death Qi, giving birth to many undead creatures. Bam! 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 An undying skeleton, the size of a small mountain, passed by from afar. It was the bone body of a strange beast, and the soul fire in its skull was as bright as the sun. It was an immortal-level, undying skeleton. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't pay any attention to it and directly rushed past it. Existences of this level were no longer of interest to them. Powerful auras spread out from Gu Fei and He Tian, startling the mountain-sized, undying skeleton so much that it knelt on the ground, trembling in fear and trepidation. Cunning guy, Gu Fei and the others chased for 1,000 miles, and He Tian felt that something was wrong. The ghostly figure's aura had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace at all. It escaped using a spirit formation. He Tian found some broken spirit jades on the ground. This was an evil spirit that knew spirit formation, and it used it to break the void and teleport. Can we catch up? Gu Fei didn't want to let this evil spirit go. A powerful soul was exactly what he needed. An idea was brewing in his mind. If he succeeded, he would have a powerful force in his hands. This force would be enough for him to deal with all his enemies in the human world. Oof. Who do you think I am? You want to escape from under my nose with such a small trick? You must be dreaming. He Tian's face revealed a sinister sneer. He displayed a great technique, and streams of yin and yang energy surged out from his hands. The void in front of him immediately rippled like water, and then images began to appear in the void. In the images, a ghostly figure was carving a spirit formation on a spirit jade. Then, the faint ghostly figure climbed onto the spirit formation platform, broke the void, and flew away. Oof. It's only moving 3,000 miles. I can carve a spirit formation like this even with my eyes closed, He Tian said disdainfully. He Tian retracted the spirit formation that had restored everything. Then he moved his hands in the void, and streams of divine light shot out from his fingers, imprinting themselves on the ground in front of him. The divine light condensed and did not disperse, interweaving into mysterious spirit formations. He was setting up a spirit formation. It's done. In an instant, a complete spirit formation appeared in front of Gu Fei, and the power of the void seeped out from the spirit formation. Gu Fei and He Tian climbed onto the spirit formation, and He Tian activated it. Immediately, a ball of divine light rushed out from the spirit formation and enveloped them. Swoosh! Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared into the void. Then, the divine light that had formed the spirit formation also dissipated in the void, as if it had never been there in the first place. 3,000 miles away, there was a gloomy fog. There were tall mountains here, but it was dead silent because there was no sign of life. There was a valley here that was filled with Yin Qi and the aura of death. This was a place of mysterious Yin, and Yin vein had probably formed under the ground. This kind of place was the most suitable for cultivating evil arts, and it was also the best place to raise corpses. The people of the evil sects used this kind of earth vein to raise corpses. At this time, spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. Then, two figures walked out of the void. This is when Gu Fei and He Tian walked out of the void. They could not help but be shocked when they saw the situation around them. A Yin gathering place was usually a place where powerful demons resided. This is that old ghost lair? He Tian's eyes flickered. This place was not ordinary. The surrounding mountains had been tampered with, so the Yin Qi in the valley did not leak out. Not only did the Yin Qi not leak out, but it was also condensing. This was not a good sign. If someone used the Yin vein in the valley to set up a killing trap, even a half-step saint would be in danger. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley. The entire valley shook, and the demonic energy inside was vast and mighty, as if a great demon had awakened. To see the first commercial, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1363. Gu Fei and He Tian chased after the ghostly shadow and arrived at a valley. This was not an ordinary valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains and was filled with Yin Qi. It was actually a Yin land. This kind of place attracted evil spirits the most. In the depths of the valley, the Yin Qi and Death Qi were so thick that it could not be dispersed. It seemed that many powerful evil spirits were hiding inside. The arrival of Gu Fei and the others broke the peace here. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the valley. The entire valley was shaking. The Yin fog and Death Qi surged violently. It was as if a terrifying demon had been startled. Is it that old ghost? He Tian sensed an unimaginably powerful Yin Qi surging out from the depths of the valley. This energy wave shocked him. It's even stronger than that guy, Gu Fei said. There was a powerful evil lurking in the depths of the valley. Could it be that the ghostly shadow was so cunning that it wanted to use someone else to do its dirty work? The reason why the ghostly shadow lured them here couldn't be any more obvious. The desolate battlefield was indeed terrifying. Apart from the powerful evil spirits, there were even more powerful existences. This made Gu Fei and He Tian secretly apprehensive. Conservatively speaking, the evil spirit in the depths of the valley was definitely comparable to a pinnacle almighty. Such an existence would be a mighty lord even in the heaven realm. Boss, this is a good opponent, He Tian said. He knew that Gu Fei wanted to fight to his heart's content. Only an existence of this level was qualified to fight with him. Who dares to trespass into my territory? Leave immediately. A divine sense emanated from the depths of the valley. His tone was filled with supreme dignity, as if he was an emperor looking down at the ants beneath him. However, the existence in the valley also sensed the powerful aura released from Gu Fei's body. It was not willing to offend Gu Fei and the others. Hand over that old ghost, and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, He Tian's words were extremely cold. What did you say? An angry divine will rippled out from the valley, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out from the depths of the valley, causing the entire world to turn cold. Hee, don't play dumb in front of your grandfather. You think you don't know what I'm talking about? Hey, Tion sneered. He was here to cause trouble. Even if that ghostly figure had nothing to do with the owner of this place, this matter would definitely not be resolved peacefully. You are courting death. The terrifying existence in the depths of the valley was truly enraged. For countless years, no one had dared to speak to it like this. Even the three most ferocious fellows in the desolate battlefield did not dare to disrespect it. Swoosh! Xianxia condensed in the depths of the valley, and a terrifying ghostly hand the size of a mountain directly grabbed out of the valley. The ghostly hand exuded a monstrous, mysterious Xianxia. This guy is not simple. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be stunned. The death chi in this power did not seem to be very strong. The existence in the depths of the valley seemed to be cleansing itself, wanting to cut off the death chi on its body, turning death into life, and being reborn against heaven. Bosco! He Tian immediately hid behind Gu Fei. This level of battle was not something he could intervene in. In front of a real, powerful figure, a half-step powerful figure was not much different from an ant. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and punched out. A domineering aura emanated from his body, and the entire void in front of him shook under his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with a mountain-like black ghost hand, causing the heavens and earth to be torn apart. Even the void of the heavens and earth could not withstand such power. A terrifying power spread out, and the surrounding mountains trembled. Runes began to appear on the mountains and the ground. Someone had set up a great formation here. Countless formation runes appeared, and a wave of energy condensed, protecting the entire valley and blocking the destructive power that spread out. This is, He Tian revealed a serious expression. The runes here were not simple, and they gave off an ancient and vicissitude aura. It seemed to be the ancient runes. Is that thing inside an old monster? He Tian muttered to himself. This kind of existence was very terrifying. It lived for a long time, and its cultivation and strength accumulated over time was also very terrifying. Gu Fei's fist power was unparalleled. With one punch, the world shook, and the black, ghostly hand in front of him was shattered by his punch. The five elements void appeared on his body, and he walked in the five elements world as if he had jumped out of the world. His speed increased to the extreme. Swoosh! With a single step, he entered the depths of the valley, broke through the layers of Xianxia, and engaged in a fierce battle with the existence that was hiding in the depths of the valley. Terrifying waves of energy spread in all directions. The depths of the valley was in chaos. No one had thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful that he would directly enter the dragon's pool and tiger's den. With the protection of the five elements void, he was simply untouchable, like an invincible supreme being. Rumble, the entire valley shook violently. Terrifying figures were blasted by Gu Fei's fists one after another. They were all powerful undead creatures. The land of abstruse Een was the gathering place of ferocious evil. In the depths of the valley, the existence that fought Gu Fei had many powerful undead creatures, some of which even had the strength of an immortal emperor or god emperor. However, such an existence was no different from an ant in the eyes of Gu Fei. You're going too far. I don't have the person you're looking for here. In the depths of the valley, the battle was still going on. Terrifying black light constantly rushed out from the inside, penetrating the void of the heaven and earth. That was the power of the Tao Law. He Tian's guess was right. The existence in the depths of the valley had the cultivation base of a peak almighty expert and had a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao Law was the law of the great Tao. It was unique. Those who had severed the Tao would walk on their own path, and the Tao Law that they comprehended would be different. Only those who had a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth would be able to comprehend the Tao Law. Although Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled, it was still difficult for him to grasp this power. Lawless, the terrifying existence bellowed. The power of the Tao Law erupted. The black light was like countless peerless divine weapons that shot out from the depths of the valley. Even Gu Fei was forced out of the valley. Good. Although Gu Fei was flying backward, he still bombarded punch after punch, dispersing the black light that was piercing towards him and resisting the power of the Tao Law. Even He Tian was shocked to see such combat strength. Once a warrior had severed the Tao, he could actually fight against an existence that was comparable to a peak almighty expert. At this time, even the existence in the depths of the valley was shocked and angry. Such a physique was invincible in the same realm, and its powerful body could block the Tao Law. Is this the legendary supreme martial art? A pair of green eyes flickered in the depths of the valley. To see the first episode without any advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1364. The undying being in the Yin Valley was extremely powerful. It displayed the great Tao God's law and actually forced Gu Fei out. Every ray of black light pierced through heaven and earth. The legendary supreme martial art. A divine will came out from the depths of the valley. The undying being in the depths of the valley seemed to be shocked, as though it had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Again, Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away. After he stabilized his body, his battle intent became even stronger. His long hair danced in the wind as his martial Tao true power surged. On his body, Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Swoosh! He used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With one step, he crossed thousands of feet in an instant and rushed into the depths of the valley again. Damn it! The undying being in the depths of the valley was shocked and angry. It saw through Gu Fei's background and did not dare to be negligent. It displayed the Tao Law with all its might, and the entire heaven and earth instantly changed. Gu Fei had an illusion that he had entered another world, and the Tao Law of the entire heaven and earth had completely changed. Mastering the Tao Law was like mastering a world that belonged only to oneself. In this world, one was the supreme God. You are not my opponent, the undying being in the depths of the valley said. Then, terrifying chaotic lightning descended from the sky and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei's blood and qi surged as the terrifying martial Tao true power erupted. He forcefully pushed away the Tao Law's power that enveloped him and blasted a punch upwards. Bam! The supreme Yang power erupted as Gu Fei's fist released endless supreme Yang divine light. It was as though a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The undying being in the depths of the valley, was extremely shocked. The opponent was unimaginably powerful and actually used an unimaginable power to resist the Tao Law. Thousands of destructive lightning descending from the sky were all dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. Just as Gu Fei dispersed the primal chaos lightning, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Strands of primal chaos qi condensed into primal chaos divine swords, which then slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Swoosh! A chaos divine sword slashed across the void, leaving behind a pitch-black crack in the void. The void between heaven and earth was split by the sword light. It's the chaos Tao Law. Be careful, boss. He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. He had seen through this terrifying method. The existence in the depths of the valley had activated the power of chaos. Who cares what Tao Law it is? I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei channeled the yin-yang true force and struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. His right fist was the yang attribute, and the power of the extreme yang burst out, shattering more than half of the chaos divine swords. Boom! Then he punched out with his yin fist. Yin Qi surged out from his left fist like a black river, shattering the chaos divine sword and striking into the depths of the valley. The ferocious fist force broke through the power of Tao Law and struck out. This was something that had never happened before. The existence in the depths of the valley was appalled. Gu Fei manifested the yin and yang, and his fist force was unparalleled. The chaos divine, swords were shattered under his fist. He fought his way out of the world of Dao law with such ferocity that even He Tian was left speechless. So what if you have mastered the Dao law? Gu Fei was unstoppable. He killed his way into the depths of the valley and fought with that terrifying existence again. The entire valley was on the verge of collapse, and endless yin qi gushed out from the ground. The runes that were imprinted around the valley all emerged at this time, protecting the entire valley. Otherwise, the valley would have been destroyed a long time ago. The mighty power spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. Boss, far in the sky, He Tian looked at the depths of the valley nervously. There was a strange force enveloping that place. Even He Tian's yin-yang divine eyes could not see through it. However, he had a bad premonition. The guy in the depths of the valley was very powerful. The strength of a pinnacle mighty figure was no joke. He was an existence that was only one step away from becoming a half-step saint. His understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth was definitely not something that Gu Fei, who had just cut his Tao, could compare with. Boom! A loud sound came from the depths of the valley. A figure flew out from inside. The power of chaos was vast and mighty, and there seemed to be a chaotic world evolving in the depths of the valley. Gu Fei was hit again. This time, he suffered a great impact. His clothes were tattered, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. He Tian witnessed this scene and was shocked. One should know that Gu Fei was a warrior who had cut his Tao. The strength of his martial body was comparable to a half-step saint. The guy in the depths of the valley could actually injure Gu Fei. This was really unbelievable to He Tian. Good. After Gu Fei stabilized his body, he once again rushed forward with his battle intent like a rainbow. He killed his way into the chaotic world in the valley and pressed forward. Boss, He Tian saw that Gu Fei was so desperate, and he was a little puzzled. Since he was no match for him, he should just retreat. Why was he not willing to retreat? Did he really want to kill the guy inside? It was not impossible to kill a pinnacle mighty figure, but it was very troublesome to use a divine weapon of the Great Path. He had to be prepared in advance, otherwise he would not succeed. One should know that the divine weapon of the Great Path was not an ordinary weapon that could be used at will. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again in the chaotic world in the depths of the valley. Powerful waves of true power spread out from the chaotic world. Supreme martial art. It really lives up to its reputation. The existence in the depths of the valley was also shocked and angry. Yi Fuqian had just cut the way, but he actually had a battle strength that could contend with him. This kind of battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The existence in the depths of the valley used all kinds of methods, trying to make Gu Fei stay. But he found that this human expert was simply like a real dragon that was simply difficult to subdue, and the opponent rushed out one after another. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the opponent as his whetstone. He attacked with all his strength and fought endlessly with the undying existence, using the battle strength of a mighty figure to his heart's content. 5 elements, void steps, yin-yang reincarnation fist, and all kinds of martial arts battle skills were constantly displayed in Gu Fei's hands, and the chaotic world that the undying existence had evolved was broken through. Roar! The undying existence in the valley was so depressed that it felt like it was going crazy. If it was not for the fact that it could not leave the Yin Cave, causing its battle strength to be reduced, how could it let this human expert come and go as he pleased? Roar! The undying existence in the depths of the valley roared, and the earth's yin qi rose. An extremely powerful force was rapidly condensing, and the power of the earth's yin vein was being drawn. Gu Fei killed 9 times in a row, and then stopped killing until the undying existence in the valley was no longer angry. To see the first episode without ads, please go to please share _blank. Chapter 1365. Gu Fei's battle prowess was unparalleled. He killed his way in and out of the Yin Valley 9 times, causing the undying existence to roar in anger. However, it could do nothing to Gu Fei. The path of chaos was derived from the power of the Great Path. Once the path of chaos appeared, the void of the world would turn into chaos. The power of chaos would be controlled by the undying existence. However, Gu Fei's body and battle prowess were heaven-defying. He could tear the world apart with just a wave of his hand. Even the undying existence's path of chaos could not trap him. I've gained a lot. Thank you. Gu Fei cupped his hands towards the depths of the valley. He had just severed his path, and his path foundation was not completely stable. However, after this battle, he had a deeper understanding of his cultivation and strength after severing his path. This allowed him to better control this new power. He was not a bloodthirsty person. The existence in the Yin Valley had no enmity with him. Moreover, the ghostly shadow was not here. He did not have to kill the undying existence. The undying existence in the Yin Valley did not show its face at all. It hid in the Yin vein underground and displayed its supreme magic to fight against Gu Fei. Let's go. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He turned and left. He Tian hurriedly followed, and they left the Yin Valley together. The undying existence in the Yin Valley did not stop them. A supreme warrior is about to reappear. A wave will spread out from the depths of the valley. Then, the entire Yin Valley gradually calmed down, and no more waves spread out. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian left, there was a wave in the void outside the Yin Valley. Transparent ripples spread out. An illusory figure walked out of the void. It was surrounded by Yin Qi and a vast death Qi. This was a ghostly shadow. It was a powerful existence. Even the Sky Fiend Patriarch killed the 2 human cultivators. This was all the work of the ghostly figure. It had purposely lured Gu Fei and He Tian to the Yin Valley, wanting to use the terrifying existence in the Yin Valley to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. The existence in the Yin Valley could not leave the Yin vein of the earth. Gue Ying also wanted Gu Fei and the existence in the Yin Valley to suffer together so that he could reap the benefits. One had to know that the existence in the Yin Valley was extremely terrifying. Once it came out, it would definitely be able to unify the ancient desolate battlefield. This was something that Gue Ying did not want to see. Humph. Sure enough, it's you who's behind this. Just then, a voice came from afar. What? Gue Ying's shock was no small matter. Without a second thought, he turned into a stream of black gas and rushed into the distance. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles at an extremely fast speed. Do you think you can escape? Gu Fei sneered. The void of the 5 elements emerged from his body. He walked in the void as if he was traversing the void. After a few steps, he had already caught up to the black gas. Bam! Gu Fei punched out. The ferocious power directly scattered the black gas and hit the black shadow out of the void. Its body was almost shattered. Although they were both powerful cultivators, the gap between Gue Ying and Gu Fei was indeed huge. Gue Ying was no match for Gu Fei at all. It was not a legend for warriors to be invincible among their peers. Spare me. Gue Ying was horrified. His opponent seemed to have become even stronger. He could actually break his escape technique with one move, making it impossible for him to escape. This is your choice. Die. Gu Fei did not hesitate. A purple gold divine light appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a heavenly eye had opened, and the Tao rhyme interweaved within. Swoosh! The power of the spirit's soul surged. A sort of way rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly slashed the Gue Ying, splitting the Gue Ying in half. The spirit sword of Wei was extremely fast. The Gue Ying didn't even have the chance to scream before it was slashed. However, the soul power was still condensed and did not dissipate. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed the soul power in his hand. The 3 powerful cultivators in the primeval battlefield had been killed by Gu Fei one by one. Gu Fei had gained a lot. He had obtained the soul power of 2 powerful cultivators and the skull of a sage. I can finally leave this lifeless place. He Tian couldn't wait to reach the Buddhist kingdom of West Earth. With Gu Fei's current strength, even Buddhist Lord Green Lotus wouldn't be a match for him. Heavenly Buddha path. Gu Fei retracted the sole power of the powerful cultivators and turned to look in the direction of the Buddhist kingdom of West Earth. His eyes flickered. He believed that there was definitely a powerful Arhat guarding the heavenly Buddha path. One had to know that the heavenly Buddha path was one of the 6 paths that the ancient Buddhist Lord had refined. It was the true Buddhist kingdom of heaven in the legends, a flawless world. He Tian took out a formation platform and climbed it with Gu Fei. They tore through the void and disappeared. West Earth's spiritual mountain was the Tao field of the ancient Buddhist Lord. In ancient times, the ancient Buddhist Lord had once preached the Tao here and passed down the Buddhist orthodoxy. After that, there was Buddhism in the world. Back then, Gu Fei had wreaked havoc on Spiritual Mountain and blasted half of it away, severely damaging this Buddhist holy land. But now, Spiritual Mountain had been repaired by the experts of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist holy land could not be lost. The experts of the Buddhist sect used their power and great divine abilities to reform the ancestral veins of the earth and repair the damaged Buddhist holy land. Spiritual Mountain towered into the clouds, and a peaceful aura lingered around it. Buddhist light flashed on the mountain from time to time. The birds and beasts on the mountain all had spirituality and walked peacefully. Roar! A roar came from a part of the forest. A white tiger that was dozens of feet long walked out, but there were no strange movements in the forest. Even some of the deer and mountain sparrows showed no signs of panic. They didn't scatter in all directions because of the appearance of the king of the forest. The living beings on Spiritual Mountain seemed to have no killing intent after being baptized by the Buddhist power. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Melodious bell sounds came from Spiritual Mountain. The Buddhist Dharma discussion that happened once every 1,000 years was about to begin. In all the ancient temples in West Earth, there were virtuous monks of the Buddhist sect coming out. Boss, the atmosphere in West Earth doesn't seem right. Gu Fei and He Tian were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in an ancient temple. Behind the ancient temple, there were many monks lying on the ground. They were all the monks that had been knocked out by He Tian. There was a virtuous monk overseeing the ancient temple. He was an old monk who was very cunning. When he saw Gu Fei and He Tian, he immediately wanted to escape. However, he was caught by Gu Fei and imprisoned on the cold floor behind the ancient temple. Something big seems to have happened. Gu Fei also sensed that something was amiss. This place was less than 1,000 li away from the Spirited Mountain. From here, one could see the supreme, sacred mountain of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, there were strange phenomena appearing on the sacred mountain, with Buddhist light shining down from time to time. The Buddhist sect is not simple. No wonder they can dominate West Earth. He Tian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They had only been here for half a day, but they already sensed at least 3 almighty-level fluctuations of powerful Buddhist power coming from Spiritual Mountain. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target =_blank. Chapter 1366. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was an important day for West Earth's Buddhist sect. Every time it happened, all the Buddhist Badana would gather at Spirited Mountain from all directions. The true pure land of Buddhism would open, and all the monks in West Earth would have the chance to enter there to cultivate the supreme Buddhist scriptures. After Gu Fei and He Tian found out about this, they couldn't help but feel immense pressure. If they attacked Spirited Mountain at this time, wouldn't they become enemies with all the experts in West Earth? Boss, why don't we retreat? He Tian wasn't willing to take the risk. There were only 2 of them, and challenging the entire West Earth's Buddhist sect with just the 2 of them was an incomparably crazy move. The Buddhist Almighty had already appeared on Spirited Mountain. Since Heavenly Buddha Path hadn't opened yet, no one knew if there were any backup plans left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord had appeared before, but Gu Fei believed that after that incarnation retrieved the Buddhist weapons, it should have also entered the heavenly realm. If there was an incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord overseeing Heavenly Buddha Path, Gu Fei would have already turned and left. Why would he still have any ideas about Heavenly Buddha Path? Are you afraid? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian with a calm expression. Since he had the strength to fight a peak almighty, he already had the qualifications to challenge Spirited Mountain. Boss, based on the current situation, He Tian wanted to say something, but stopped. He Tian's meaning was very clear. The enemy outnumbered them, and if they charged into Spirited Mountain, they would definitely be mercilessly attacked by all the experts in West Earth. Let's wait for a few more days. Gu Fei and He Tian imprisoned everyone in the ancient temple, making it their temporary resting place. He Tian even transformed into an old monk and prayed to Buddha in the ancient temple. This fella, Gu Fei, was somewhat speechless. He Tian was definitely made to be a charlatan. What was he pretending to be? At this time, he was like an eminent monk sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the ancient temple. There were countless believers of Buddhism in West Earth, and from time to time, people would come to the ancient temple to burn incense and pay their respects to Buddha. He Tian, who was disguised as an old monk, calmly put away all the money for the incense into his pocket. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with all this. He allowed Erebus to mess around while he prepared to enter the legendary Heavenly Buddha Path at the back of the ancient temple's Great Hall. The Heavenly Buddha Path, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A world like this was filled with temptation to any cultivator. Most likely, the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist Lord was in there. Finally, Gu Fei entered the inner world in his dantian and prepared to refine the skull of the sage that was floating in his inner world. He still had an idea that he wanted to put into practice. After the skull of the sage was put into his inner world, it floated between heaven and earth and emitted a wisp of the aura of the sage, causing all the living beings in the world to tremble in fear. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large mountain and then used the power of heaven and earth to refine the skull of the sage. The entire world suddenly changed color. Blurry Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, and 9 beams of 9-color divine lights descended from the sky to bind the skull of the sage. He used the power of the inner world to suppress the skull of the sage. The skull of the sage naturally resisted, but there was only a wisp of the sage's aura left on the skull. It was difficult for it to resist the entire world. Soon, Gu Fei erased the spiritual imprint that belonged to the evil corpse in the skull of the sage. Then, he didn't leave his own spiritual imprint on the skull of the sage. Although the skull of the sage was powerful, it was not a real holy weapon. Without the imprint of the great path of the sage, it was at best a semi-holy weapon. Gu Fei really didn't care for such a semi-holy weapon. After the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth dissipated, Gu Fei summoned the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan, the Corpse Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Bone Emperor. These were the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan that Gu Fei had bestowed upon them. Ever since the undead clan left the Naraka realm and followed Gu Fei, they had been thrown into the inner world by Gu Fei and were left to fend for themselves without much interference. This time, Gu Fei decided to make good use of the power in his hands. Greetings, my lord. The Bone Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor hurriedly went forward to greet Gu Fei. Their titles were bestowed upon them by Gu Fei, and they could be said to be the most loyal subordinates to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded his head and didn't say much. He took out the soul powers of the 2 almighty beings and began to refine them. Then, he gradually infused them into the bodies of the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan. This is the Corpse Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Bone Emperor were surprised and delighted. As the pure soul powers entered their bodies, they felt that their soul powers were increasing rapidly. Boom! In the Bone Emperor's skull, the soul fire was burning brightly. Every bone in his body was flowing with a layer of soul divine light. His soul and bones seemed to be transforming. Gu Fei wanted to make these 3 supreme emperors into 3 experts who could fight for him. He felt that his power was weak. No matter how strong a person was, he was still just a person. If he had a power in his hands, it would be different. The vast soul powers enveloped the Bone Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor. Wisps of soul powers constantly entered their bodies and scoured them. The soul powers of the three supreme emperors were soaring. The energy fluctuations they emitted were getting stronger. Their cultivation and strength were increasing. Swish! A flame-shaped mark appeared on the forehead of the Bone Emperor. He had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation and became a true Supreme Emperor. The same was true for the Ghost Emperor and the Corpse Emperor. With the help of Gu Fei, they had broken through the shackles of cultivation and became undead emperors of the celestial human sovereign realm. However, there were no signs of it stopping. The vast soul powers seemed to be endless as they continued to flow into their bodies and made breakthroughs. Time was ticking away. After 24 hours, the soul powers of the two almighty beings were finally infused into the bodies of the three supreme emperors by Gu Fei. Roar! The three supreme emperors roared at the sky. Terrifying death energy surged out of their bodies and swept across the world. It caused all living beings in the world to tremble. If it wasn't for Gu Fei controlling everything and allowing the death aura from the three undying emperors to spread out, it was likely that the life force within a 1,000-mile radius would have been devoured and turned into a land of death. What a pity it's still lacking a little. Gu Fei wasn't very satisfied because the strength of the three supreme emperors had only reached the peak of the supreme emperor realm. It was difficult for them to take that step and become half-step almighty beings. However, with such strength, as long as they didn't encounter a true almighty, they could still move unhindered in the human realm. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1367. Gu Fei started to build his own forces. The three great emperors of the undead clan became his first choice because the three great emperors didn't harbor any disloyalty towards him. Whoosh! Three incomparably powerful death auras appeared in Gu Fei's world. After the three emperors of the undead clan refined the soul power of the two almighty beings, their cultivation and strength were all raised to the pinnacle emperor realm. A pinnacle emperor of the celestial being realm was absolutely an invincible existence in the human realm hundreds of years ago. However, it was hard to say in the current human realm. Night fell on Spirited Mountain in West Earth. At night, Buddhist radiance soared up from Spirited Mountain. Even the naked eye could see it. In the eyes of mortals, it was a miracle. In the eyes of cultivators, the phenomenon of Buddhist radiance illuminating everything was absolutely rare. The Buddhist sect activated a Buddhist formation that enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. The faintly discernible Buddhist radiance was actually a terrifying restriction. It was a supreme Buddhist technique of the Buddhist sect called Great Sumeru Wishful Buddhist Radiance. This Buddhist radiance could stop any evil beings. Even some famous demons wouldn't dare to rashly intrude the Spirited Mountain. Only existences at the level of the heavenly devil ancestor would dare to attack Spirited Mountain. Boom! In the dead of night, a powerful death aura burst out thousands of miles southwest of Spirited Mountain. It was as if a terrifying creature of the dead had awakened. Whoosh! Then a Buddhist radiance emerged. A Buddhist Vedanta emitted a boundless Buddhist radiance and attacked an undead skeleton. The misty Buddhist radiance was like a golden wave that enveloped the entire world. Old monk, you're not my match. The human-shaped undead skeleton's skull emitted a wave of confident will. Then, a powerful soul power condensed into soul swords that pierced towards the old monk. The golden Buddhist radiance was immediately torn apart by the soul swords like golden cloth. The soul swords continued forward and directly penetrated the body of the old monk, nailing him in the void. Whoosh! A soul sword shot out and directly pierced the space between the old monk's eyebrows. It broke the old monk's Niwen palace and destroyed his primordial spirit, killing him on the spot. West Earth's Buddhism is merely SOSO. The human-shaped skeleton shone with a soul divine light. Numerous soul swords darted out of its body, hacking towards a temple down below in an overwhelming manner. Buddhist chants rang out from within the temple. Many people were using Buddhist energy. Buddhist light flickered, wanting to block the countless killing swords descending from the sky. However, all of this was futile. The Soul God sword displayed great power. It broke through the layers of Buddha's power and shot into the temple. A blood-curdling scream immediately rang out. Then, the entire temple became completely silent. The human-shaped skeleton soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the night without a trace. Not long after the human-shaped skeleton disappeared, a beam of Buddhist light rushed out from a mountain hundreds of miles away, rushing towards the temple. Swoosh! The golden Buddhist light was like a golden rainbow. In an instant, it arrived in the sky above the temple, and a trace of the smell of blood drifted in the void. It was a middle-aged monk whose entire body was emitting golden light. His skin was golden, and this was a sign that he had cultivated the Vajra true body of Buddhism to a certain degree. The middle-aged monk rushed into the temple. Soon, an angry roar came from inside the temple as the middle-aged monk rushed out. "Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Buddhist disciples in West Earth?" The middle-aged monk turned into a glaring Vajra. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and rays of golden light appeared on his body. It was as if a golden Arhat had descended from the 9 heavens. The middle-aged monk was ruthless for a moment before chasing in the direction where the human-shaped skeleton had disappeared. In an instant, he disappeared into the night sky. Someone had actually started a massacre in West Earth's Buddhism. This was definitely a very serious matter. Moreover, the temple that had been massacred was only 1,000 miles away from Spirit Mountain. Soon, all of West Earth's Buddhism knew about this matter. The once-in-a-millennium Dharma discussion was about to begin, but at this time, something like this happened. This made the upper echelons of Buddhism furious. This was simply a slap to their faces. What shocked the higher-ups of the Buddhist sects the most was that when a golden body protector of the Buddhist sects chased after the murderer who had massacred an entire temple, he returned with severe injuries. A golden body protector was a powerhouse of Buddhism. In the entire Buddhism, there weren't many people who had cultivated the Vajra true body to a profound realm. There were only 3 golden body protectors in Buddhism, and each of them had a cultivation and strength that surpassed the immortal Buddha. They were the Buddha Emperors. A golden body Buddha Emperor that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an immortal Emperor had returned with severe injuries. This made the upper echelons of Buddhism angry and shocked. They could no longer maintain their calm. Some people guessed that the undead creatures in the desolate battlefield had come out again to wreak havoc in the human world. In the past, the undead creatures killed their way out of the desolate battlefield in the Buddhist land, causing unrest in the entire Western Earth. Temples were attacked everywhere. Could it be that the events of the past are going to repeat themselves? A great virtue of Buddhism said, "A few days ago, there was a strange fluctuation in the desolate battlefield. It seemed that the Hell Tao that was sealed in the depths of the battlefield was showing signs of opening again." West Earth's Buddhism was the orthodoxy passed down by the Buddha Lord since ancient times. In the 3 realms and 6 Taos, there was no power that understood the legendary Hell Tao better than Buddhism. After 3 days, the atmosphere of the entire West Earth had changed. All the temples in West Earth had strengthened their vigilance. Even Spirited Mountain was guarded by 3 almighty experts of Buddhism. The aura of the almighty experts of Buddhism spread out from Spirited Mountain. This was a kind of deterrence that announced to all the cultivators that there was an almighty expert on Spirited Mountain. Boss, the people of the heavenly Buddha Tao are really patient. As the sun set, in the ancient temple, Gu Fei and He Tian sat cross-legged on the praying mats in the main hall. He Tian, who had transformed into an old monk, sat calmly on the seat of honor, looking like an eminent monk of great virtue. In the past few days, they had observed in secret and found that other than the increased vigilance on Spirited Mountain, there was nothing strange happening. No experts from the heavenly Buddha Tao had come. Then let's give them another beating. Gu Fei's face was calm. He didn't expect to open the heavenly Buddha Tao in one go. So he sent out the three undying emperors to create chaos in West Earth. Ghost Emperor, Bone Emperor, and Corpse Emperor, the three undying emperors worked together and broke through an ancient temple that had produced almighty experts of Buddhism before, killing a Buddha emperor in the temple. The death of a Buddhist emperor was definitely a huge matter in West Earth's Buddhist sect. Even the three great Buddhist sects on Spirited Mountain were alarmed. To see the first episode without any advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1368. The undead creatures wreaked havoc in the Buddha land. This made West Earth's Buddhists feel as if they were facing a great enemy. At the border between the Buddha land and the ancient desolate battlefield, many Buddhists appeared. Someone felt uneasy. All of this seemed to be driven by a mastermind behind the scenes. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Everything was under the control of the other party. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. An almighty expert of Buddhist sect had appeared. An extremely powerful Buddhist force spread across the heavens and earth, intimidating all directions. On a dark and windy night, when the three undying emperors were about to attack an ancient temple, the almighty expert of Buddhist sect suddenly appeared and struck with lightning speed. A golden Buddha's hand slammed down from the sky. The resplendent golden light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. The void below the Buddha's hand was collapsing. Almighty, the three undying emperors turned pale with fright. They never expected that the almighty expert of Buddhist sect would arrive just as they were about to attack. The other party seemed to be on guard. Bang! A sparkling and translucent skull that looked like the ninth heaven Xian jade flew out of Bone Emperor's hand and greeted the descending golden Buddha palm. A strand of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The almighty expert of Buddhist sect was shocked. He never expected the other party to have such an item. This was the skull of a sage. It was truly unbelievable. Sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if a sage had fallen, the saintly aura emitted from the immortal corpse wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. The skull and the golden Buddha's hand collided. The golden Buddha's hand exploded, and the golden Buddha's radiance was like a golden star, vanishing in the void. Go! The Bone Sovereign recalled the sage's skull and cast out a formation platform. The three immortal emperors rushed onto the platform and used the power of the platform to move through the void. No one knew where they had escaped to. They encountered an almighty expert of Buddhist sect and were able to escape unscathed. This was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. When he came back to his senses, the other party had already disappeared. This shocked and angered him. After carefully observing the surroundings, the Buddhist almighty left. The other party's methods were very profound. They used a formation platform to move through the void. Even the almighty figures of the Buddhist clan would find it hard to stop them. This made the higher-ups of the Buddhist clan even more uneasy. We need to invite the Arhat of the heavenly Buddhist sect to come out and take charge. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus has been in seclusion for 300 years. It seems like it's time for him to come out. Some people were whispering among themselves. No one knew about the foundation of West Earth's Buddhism. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a genius who had broken into the Emperor realm 300 years ago. After 300 years of seclusion, no one knew how much Buddhist Lord Xinglian's cultivation and strength had improved. The three great undead emperor escaped back, causing He Tian to be extremely shocked. Who could make these three undead emperor use the saint skull? Could it be that they encountered a Buddhist almighty? There was no doubt about the cultivation and strength of Bone Emperor and the others. As long as they didn't encounter a Buddhist almighty, they would be able to move freely in the Buddhist land. Boss, it seems like you have to go personally. He Tian knew that only Gu Fei could deal with a Buddhist almighty. He was only a half-step Buddhist almighty and couldn't compete with him yet. Then I'll go there myself. Gu Fei stored the three undead emperors into his inner world. Then, he stood up from the praying mat unhurriedly. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and walked out of the temple. Early in the morning, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. All kinds of birds and beasts were peacefully moving about. A melodious bell sound came from the mountain. This was a type of Buddhist power, the evening drum and the morning bell. Anyone who heard it would have a feeling of submitting to it. At this time, a figure stepped on the morning sun and came from afar. This person was Gu Fei. "Who are you? Stop right now." When Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the spiritual mountain, two figures rushed out and blocked Gu Fei's path. They were the two monks guarding the entrance. The two monks were wearing white monk robes. One was tall and thin like a bamboo, while the other was short and chubby. His chubby face was flushed red. The tall and thin monk was holding a crescent spade, while the short and fat monk was holding a Buddhist commandment blade. This blade was refined according to the appearance of a green jade commandment blade. "Oomph." Gu Fei sneered and flicked his sleeve. The two monks were immediately sent flying back to where they came from. After that, Gu Fei directly walked through the gate of the spirited mountain, truly entering the spirited mountain of the Buddhist sect. He had actually come alone to challenge the entire Buddhist sect of the Western Earth. The alarm sounded, and the spiritual mountain was instantly thrown into chaos. Many people turned into rays of Buddhist light and rushed towards the entrance at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Bam! At this time, Gu Fei struck out with his palm and collided with an old monk with white hair and beard. Both of their bodies trembled, and they took a step back. "Good," Gu Fei roared. Terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth. After that, he took a step forward and punched the old monk again. His move was simple and direct. To Gu Fei, simple and direct martial arts were his trump cards. As long as his strength was strong enough, a single punch could break through all divine arts. Bam! Gu Fei and the old monk clashed again. This time, Gu Fei was unmoving like a mountain while the old monk took a step back. Gu Fei had the upper hand in the second strike. He struck out 8 times in a row. Every time the old monk received a blow, he felt as if he was being slammed by an ancient divine mountain. Golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bam! Gu Fei struck out for the 9th time, and the old monk could no longer block it. The violent palm force broke the bones of his arm. The bones pierced through the skin on his shoulder and came out. The old monk flew out like a kite with a broken string. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled down from the sky, sparkling like liquid golden pearls. The Grand Elder lost. How is this possible? He actually defeated the Grand Elder. A group of Buddhist experts who rushed down from the spiritual mountain happened to see the scene of Gu Fei defeating the old monk. They were all dumbfounded and could not believe what they saw. This was too shocking. That old monk was no ordinary monk. He was the Grand Elder of the spiritual mountain. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was the strongest person on the spiritual mountain other than Buddhist Lord Xinglian. Such a person was defeated by this young cultivator. Could this young cultivator be a supreme cultivator? Everyone was shocked. No one dared to move recklessly. They were all stunned by the unparalleled strength of Gu Fei. Who was this person? How dare he kill his way up the spiritual mountain alone? To see the first episode without ads, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1369. The Grand Elder of the Buddhist sect usually didn't show himself and only guarded the mountain gate at the foot of the spiritual mountain. He was no different from an ordinary old monk. No one knew how long this old monk had been guarding the spiritual mountain. Later disciples of the Buddhist sect didn't even know that there was such a person on the spiritual mountain. Only the higher-ups of the Buddhist sect knew of this old monk's existence. The old monk's seniority was so high that even Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had to address him as Uncle Master. The Uncle Master of the current Buddhist Lord of West Earth was a frightening identity. However, at this time, the Buddhist Vedanta, whose status was second only to Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, had actually been defeated by a young cultivator. "Who are you?" A middle-aged monk with golden light flowing around his body walked out. He held a Vajra staff in his hand that was branded with Buddhist runes. Bam! The middle-aged monk slammed the Vajra staff into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. The staff seemed to be very heavy. Oomph. The Buddhist sect of West Earth? What a great name, but it's nothing more than this. Gu Fei stood on the mountain path and glanced at the middle-aged monk in front of him. He had deliberately come to cause trouble. What kind of devil is this? How dare you? Buddha is merciful. Who knows, we might have to act on behalf of the heavens and expiate this devil from the afterlife. The upper echelons of the Buddhist sects arrived one after another. After hearing Gu Fei's words, several Buddhist sects experts revealed angry expressions and said such words. Soon, more than a dozen Buddhist experts gathered on the mountain path. Some of them looked kind and compassionate, while others were full of battle intent and glaring vajra. These were the experts of the Buddhist sect on the surface of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei didn't care about them. What was worthy of his attention were the three Buddhist almighties on the spiritual mountain. The moment he entered the spiritual mountain, two divine consciousnesses had already locked onto him. They belonged to the two Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. The third person isn't on the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei had to be careful. The reason why he dared to barge into Mount Numinous was because he had made sufficient preparations. He didn't decide to barge into the sacred ground of West Earth's Buddhism rashly. One had to know that West Earth's Buddhism sect had been operating in West Earth for countless years, and no one knew what kind of powerful trump cards they had. Gu Fei wanted to probe them. He ignored these people and walked forward. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the expressions of the people in front of him to change. The immense pressure from Gu Fei's body was like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of the dozen Buddhist experts, forcing them to retreat. This person, all of the Buddhist experts were shaken. This person who charged into the spiritual mountain was extremely powerful and exceeded their expectations. No wonder he could defeat the Great Elder. At this time, someone had already carried away the Great Elder who had been sent flying by Gu Fei. The old monk's injuries were not light, and this was the result of Gu Fei showing mercy. Oh, Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The middle-aged monk with the Vajra staff glared angrily and took a step forward. A vast Buddhist power erupted from his body, and his entire body became resplendent with golden light. Punk! The monk's clothes were pulverized by the mighty Buddhist power that surged out of his body. Buddhist runes appeared on his golden skin. Vajra true body? When Gu Fei saw this, he stopped. He had already investigated that there were 3 Vajra protectors in West Earth's Buddhism sect. These 3 Vajra protectors cultivated the supreme Buddhist mystic art, Vajra true body. He didn't dare to be careless. Legend had it that this supreme mystic art created by the ancient Buddhist Lord could compete with the indestructible martial body when cultivated to the highest realm. You evil creature, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre. The middle-aged monk shouted loudly. His voice was like a great bell that reverberated between heaven and earth. Umph, I can kill you with 1 finger. Gu Fei sneered. He then stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger at the Buddhist Vajra protector. Roar! The Vajra protector of the Buddhist sect roared angrily after being looked down upon by the other party. The entire world shook along with his roar. He swung the Vajra cudgel with both hands and directly smashed it down on Gu Fei's head. Boom! The Buddhist runes on the Vajra staff lit up and emitted a terrifying Buddhist power fluctuation. It shook the heavens and the earth. The mighty Buddhist power that came down from the Vajra staff caused the entire void to collapse. Half step, Almighty. Gu Fei felt the Buddhist power fluctuation from the Vajra protector in front of him. A strange expression flashed across his face. This Vajra protector was actually a half-step Almighty. The Vajra staff smashed down like a primordial divine mountain pressing down. A gust of wind swept out, and the surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. The Buddhist experts hurriedly retreated into the distance. Gu Fei's expression didn't change. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at the Vajra staff. The Vajra protector's movements immediately stopped. What? How is this possible? All the Buddhist experts were stunned by the scene in front of them. They were dumbfounded. Even some famous Buddhist Badana were moved. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Someone had actually blocked the Vajra protector's all-out attack with a single finger. This was too unreal. It had to be known that the Vajra protector cultivated the Vajra true body. The power of the Vajra protector's staff could even smash a primordial divine mountain in front of him, let alone a human cultivator. How could there be someone in the world with such a powerful physical body? Could it be? Some of the elders thought of something. Roar. The Vajra protector roared again and again. He desperately urged the Vajra Buddhist power in his body. The golden Buddhist power spread out from his body like waves of water. His entire body seemed to be cast in gold and was filled with power. However, no matter how hard the Vajra protector tried, the Vajra staff in his hand could no longer be pressed down. Gu Fei's finger was fixed on the Vajra staff, unmoving like a mountain. Bam! A divine light suddenly erupted from the tip of Gu Fei's finger that was holding the Vajra staff in place. A powerful force rushed out of his finger and directly sent the Vajra protector and the Vajra protector flying. This force was so powerful that the Vajra staff in the Vajra protector's hand flew out of the Vajra protector's hand. Bloody wounds appeared on his arm, and his arm bones were almost broken. Whoosh! A figure rushed down from the spirit mountain and flew to hug the Vajra protector, who had been sent flying, before landing on the ground from the sky. It was a young monk dressed in white. His body didn't emit any powerful aura, but when Gu Fei saw the monk, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Why does this guy look so much like the little monk Xianxia? Could it be that the little monk Xianxia has a big brother? Gu Fei thought to himself. The young monk put down the Vajra protector. At this time, the Vajra protector had been seriously injured. His cultivation had almost been scattered by Gu Fei, so he couldn't even stand steadily. Someone from the side walked up and took the Vajra protector from the young monk's hands. On the spirit mountain, there was one more injured soldier. Gu Fei didn't kill him. He didn't intend to be that ruthless. You're too polite, benefactor. The young monk put his palms together and bowed to Gu Fei. Do you have a relationship with the little monk Xianxia? Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the question in his heart. Who is Xianxia? After hearing Gu Fei's words, not only was the young monk puzzled, but the surrounding Buddhist experts were also inexplicably surprised. None of them seemed to know the origin of the little monk Xianxia. What the hell was going on? The expressions of the Buddhist experts were all taken in by Gu Fei, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. No one in the West Earth Buddhist sect actually knew the origin of the little monk Xianxia. Could there be some secret behind this? The little monk Xianxia was dug out from the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord when the old tortoise was digging the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord. This kind of origin was really too unbelievable. Who cares so much? I'm here to cause trouble. I heard that the legendary Heavenly Buddha Path is about to open, so I'm here to take a look. Gu Fei explained the purpose of his visit. His real purpose was actually the Heavenly Buddha Path. What? The Buddha's holy land is not a place for evil demons like you to set foot in. Leave quickly, lest you end up dead. At this time, there were already more than 100 Buddhist experts gathered at the mountain gate of the spiritual mountain. These Buddhist experts came from all over the world to participate in the Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years. Hearing that Gu Fei wanted to enter the Heavenly Buddha Path, all the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry at the same time. One had to know that even they themselves were not qualified to enter the Buddhist holy land. Can you stop me? A faint smile appeared on Gu Fei's face, and then he continued to walk forward. A powerful pressure deterred the surrounding Buddhist experts. Defeating the Grand Elder and injuring the Guardian Vajra with a finger, Gu Fei's combat strength was really terrifying. Although the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry, no one dared to act rashly. Benefactor, I think you should leave. The young monk stood in front of Gu Fei, motionless. In the face of Gu Fei's strength, this monk's expression didn't change, and he calmly dealt with it, which surprised Gu Fei. What if I don't leave? Gu Fei came in front of the young monk. His eyes glimmered with a divine light, ready to strike at any time. Everyone watched this scene with extreme nervousness. This young monk seemed to be a servant of the spiritual mountain, but this young monk seemed to be able to contend with this powerful enemy. The spiritual mountain was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. An old monk and a young monk, both unknown Buddhist experts, and one stronger than the other. "You're the third person?" Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. His battle intent rose to a peak in an instant, causing the space around him to tremble. It was as if even the heavens and earth could not contain his powerful physical body. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1370. West Earth's spirited mountain was overseen by 3 Buddhist almighties. Gu Fei had been wandering around Spirited Mountain for a few days, but he only sensed the presence of 2 almighties. The presence of the third almighty Buddhist only appeared for a moment and never appeared again. This made Gu Fei a little worried. That third person was probably the strongest among the 3 almighties. "You're the third person?" Gu Fei stared at the white-robed young monk in front of him. His battle intent was like a heavenly sword that was unsheathed, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. This is the presence of an almighty Buddhist. He's an almighty Buddhist. The presence of the immortal Tao. Inside the mountain gate of the spiritual mountain, all the experts of the Buddhist sects had a strange expression on their faces. This young cultivator was actually a supreme being as well. However, they soon understood. If it wasn't for his cultivation base and strength, he wouldn't have dared to barge into the spiritual mountain. Ever since the ancient Buddhist lord established his sect in West Earth, the number of people who dared to enter Spirited Mountain could be counted on one's fingers. No one dared to underestimate Spirited Mountain. "Almsgiver, you're forcing me to kill." The young monk didn't answer Gu Fei's question. He still had a calm expression, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, it would have nothing to do with him. "TSK," Gu Fei sneered. Without saying another word, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the young monk in front of him. There was no violent energy ripple, nor was there a monstrous aura. It was like a casual punch. However, such a punch caused the young monk's expression to change immediately. Swoosh! The young monk directly retreated. His opponent's punch was simply unstoppable. It was a punch that could turn something rotten into something magical. Although it didn't have a powerful aura, it gave people a feeling that it was difficult to dodge. This punch had sublimated from the form to the intent. It had an invincible intent. "Activate the Mountain Defense Grand Formation," the young monk shouted. A circle of Buddhist light appeared behind his head, and a lotus seat appeared under his feet. He sat cross-legged on the lotus seat like a real Buddha. Stop pretending." Gu Fei immediately used Void Step. It was as though he was traversing through the void. His speed was extremely fast. With just one step, he had already arrived in front of the young monk. So fast, the young monk was taken aback. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and sent it towards Gu Fei. This was the Buddhist sect's great palm imprint. Boundless Buddhist energy surged out from his Buddhist seal like a golden flood, rushing towards Gu Fei. Rumble! Under the impact of the golden torrent, the entire world shook. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand this power. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden pillar of light shot out from the peak of the Spirited Mountain. Then, a layer of Buddhist light spread out from the sky, forming a gigantic golden light barrier. It descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. This was the Mountain Defense Grand Formation of the Buddhist sect, Great Meru Rui Buddha Light Barrier. Gu Fei saw that the Mountain Defense Grand Formation of the Buddhist sect had been activated, but his expression remained unchanged. He punched out, directly facing the golden torrent that was rushing towards him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The golden torrent was shattered by his punch. He was incomparably ferocious, directly using his physical body to resist the supreme Buddhist energy. He dispersed the power of the young monk's Buddhist seal with one punch and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the young monk without any warning. The young monk was alarmed and rushed forward without thinking. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei had already slammed his palm towards the back of the young monk. A resplendent golden palm enveloped the sky, causing the void to collapse. The young monk turned into Buddhist light, breaking through the seal of Gu Fei's palm power, and rushed out. Good. Gu Fei stood in the void. The immortal Tao power on his body was vast and mighty. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding void as he chased after the young monk. At this time, all the Buddhist Vedanta gathered on the spirited mountain were alarmed, but the two Buddhist almighties did not appear. The two mighty figures of Buddhism were still observing. The Buddhist Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years had gathered all the experts on the spirited mountain. This was the strength of West Earth's Buddhism on the surface. The heavenly Buddha path hadn't opened yet. The legendary supreme, sacred land of Buddhism hadn't appeared yet. The heavenly Buddha path was the true foundation of Buddhism. In ancient times, the Buddhist Lord displayed supreme Dharma, wanting to create the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own power. The 6 paths of reincarnation wasn't created yet, but the embryonic form of the 6 paths was refined by him. The heavenly Buddha path was the head of the 6 paths. Legend had it that it was a supreme, sacred land. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was actually to send genius disciples to the heavenly Buddha path. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was definitely one of the most important events of West Earth's Buddhism. At this time, Spirited Mountain definitely did not lack experts. However, there were not many who were truly qualified to take action. This was a battle between almighty beings. It was difficult for outsiders to intervene unless the person who intervened was also an almighty being. Boom! Bam! Shocking sounds rang out from time to time as Gu Fei and the young monk fought endlessly. In the end, he used the yin-yang reincarnation fist to gradually suppress the young monk. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was forcing the young monk back, a Vajra pestle shot down from the peak of the spirited mountain, aiming for the top of Gu Fei's head. Finally willing to fight, Gu Fei looked up and a Tao sword rushed out from his forehead to meet the Vajra pestle. The primordial spirit, Tao, sword clashed against the devil-subduing Vajra pestle. Bam! When the two forces collided, there was an extremely dull sound. Then, the devil-subduing Vajra pestle shattered the primordial spirit Tao sword and continued to stab at the top of Gu Fei's head. Buddhist sacred weapon? Gu Fei was shocked. The devil-subduing Vajra was a Buddhist sacred weapon. It really surprised him. But so what if it was a sacred weapon? Boom! He used the yin-yang reincarnation fist and blasted out another simple punch. The power of yin and yang surged on his fist, colliding and intertwining with each other, forming an even more powerful destructive force. There was no trick. This was a battle of strength against strength. The strong would win, and the weak would only have a tragic ending. Gu Fei's fist collided with the devil-subduing Vajra, and there was a deafening sound of metal colliding. The surrounding Buddhist experts turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated into the distance. A battle between powerhouses was too terrifying. The power of a powerhouse could easily tear the void, shatter the heavens and earth, and move mountains and seas. The vast power caused the entire spirited mountain to shake. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank.